Councilman Jackson. Councilwoman Mims.
Here.
Councilman Velez. Councilman, you're muted.
Madam Clerk, if you could mute yourself,
Madam Clerk, I'm here. Yes, present.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. President,
Yes.
let the record reflect the third ward is vacant. Mr. President, you may continue.
Madam Clerk, could you please read the statement of compliance?
Yes, sir. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law 2020 to 2021, meeting date October 7, 2020, time 6:30 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1. The annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2020 to 2021 or about July 1, 2020. 2. A schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2020 to 2021 was duly transmitted on or about July 1, 2020 to the North Jersey Herald News, the Record, the Arabic Voice, the Italian Voice, Passaic County Pulse, Dominicana News, Cascada International, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, Tap into Paterson, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. 3. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2020 to 2021 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall, first floor, in the place reserved for the announcements of this type. 4. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2020 to 2021 was duly filed with the municipal clerk. 5. A copy of the schedule of regular meetings of the Municipal Council was mailed to any person who requested and paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. For the public portion, anyone wishes to participate in the public portion, Mr. President, is it at 8 o'clock?
Yes.
Public portion will begin at 8 p.m. You can dial 973-321-1579 and enter code 8326. 973, I repeat the number, 973-321-1579. Enter code 8326. Press star 1 to listen to the meeting. Press star 2 to leave a recorded comment. And press star 3 to be added to the speaker list. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome, sir.
This time, I'm going to the motion for payment of bills.
Thank you, Council President. I would like to make a motion in the regular payment of bills totaling $11,387,281.34. There are no payments to the county or the school, but there are waste management pages on page 4 of 12.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call for the payment of bills in the amount of $11,387,281.34. Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilman Trahardy.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Council President, I understand that, and honorable council members, Councilwoman Davila is having some difficulty to log on, so at this point she's absent. Councilman Jackson? Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 3 absent. Let the record reflect that the third ward is vacant. Therefore, payment of bills in the amount of $11,387,281.34 is hereby adopted.
Madam Clerk, before we go to the next bills list,
Yes, sir.
at what point am I gonna get the host status for the meeting?
You are not the host, sir?
It doesn't seem like it.
Let me check and see.
We could continue in the meantime.
Mr. President, no, I think you're good.
Okay, I might be the host then. It's
I
just-
can, yeah, I'll get Ryan to come over and double check for us. I think he can hear us. Okay, Dr. Mims, you can go ahead.
Okay, you can continue.
Can you check on this one?
Thanks, Madam Clerk, Council President. The second payment of bills is for COVID in the amount of $2,059,519.34. The invoices
Yes, 530. Thank you.
and receipts are attached.
Council President, I think you're good at this point. I'm sorry.
Thank you. So we have a motion from Councilwoman Mims. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second.
Discussion?
Gilman, discussion?
Yes.
Yes.
Council President, through the chair, Madam BA, I know this is a payment for $2,059,519.34.
Yes, for the COVID?
Yes, correct.
Yep.
Okay, so I see the bills here, and it's a substantial amount. He had the opportunity to look over it because it's close by bills, and you know, I didn't have the package at home. But I got a question for the administration because
Sure.
we as councilmen and we as a legislative body is a little bit disappointed when individuals from the city, especially workers that was working at the middle of the pandemic, in middle of the emergency, state of emergency that we had, in the middle of the city emergency that we had, that they are claiming that we, the city, the legislative body, did nothing for them regarding the hazard pay. Okay, I know that this is a subject that I've been pushing since the longest, and other colleagues too. Can you put on the record? Some people say that you holding the hazard pay. Some people say that you tell them that it's not entitled. And I put a simple example that if a dispatcher was not obligated to go to work, the police will not never, or the police department or the fire department will not get the calls in. So for me, that is an essential position that was working and risking their life, and should be meted a hazard pay. Also, the individuals that work in DPW, that was mandatory to work because if not, the sanitary of the city will go down the drain if they will not come and work. Or they will be terminated, or they will be not getting paid at all. If they was obligated to go and work in the middle of the pandemic to try to keep our city clean and to do the work as a DPW, why they not getting the hazard pay? And there's an individual that are still risking their life, this contaminating offices, and even overtime was cut off because they're not allowed to get overtime. So yes, we need to have our offices sanitized and the environment clean for they be able to perform the work, and still they don't get the hazard pay. Can you put in the record, ma'am, why is holding that? Give me a valid answer that they could be certified or not certified, and if there's something that we could do that it could qualify them as a hazard pay at this moment.
Council President, may I respond? Councilman Velez, yes. We have had conversations about this before, and it is unfortunate that for these funds, we have to follow the U.S. Treasury guidelines as they were given through the CARES Act, through the recipients. One of our very first questions to the county auditing team, which is managing the funds, was about hazard pay and the fact that we were inquiring whether we could use it across the board. And they directed us clearly to and answered specifically that no, we could not. And it's something that was very specific, and it could not, for example, the example that you used about public works employees, it could not be utilized in that same way for all public works employees. And this is something we're finding across the board, that the federal government is being very limited in their guidelines for the use of not only these funds, but even FEMA funds. Our FEMA funds, we have been told that as of September 15th, contact tracers couldn't be, the overtime incurred by contact tracers couldn't be used anymore because it's not, for whatever reason, the pandemic is over in the eyes of the federal government. But there are limitations that are outside of our control, and we're finding them in whether it was this allocation of money originally from the U.S. Treasury, or whether it's more recent adjustments that, for example, FEMA has made. So we are bound by those authorities in the use of these funds.
So, Madam BA, give me at least who got in the city personnel hazard pay.
No one has received hazard pay, and we're not using these funds for hazard pay for anybody.
So nobody has received hazard pay?
No one has received hazard pay.
Are they getting any type of compensation?
They are getting compensation for hours worked. So if somebody is working more hours, for example, the contact tracers, they would be receiving their overtime as, is there just connected to their work. If there are DPW employees that were receiving overtime in connection to their work.
Are they getting any of them getting compensated at this time or in the future because they contract COVID-19 based on his work?
No.
At all?
Not with, if we're talking about CARES dollars, hazard pay, no.
Wow. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam BA, thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Council President,
Councilman Jackson.
I have a couple questions, if you may allow me, Council President. One, the BA just stated, if she can allow her a moment to clear up, she answered Councilman Velez's question and said, not from the funds that was allocated by COVID, but I believe, for a better point of clarity, the question is more broad. Has anyone received pay based on an additional duties surrounding COVID, period? Whether it came from the budget or from obviously it didn't come from the funds that was given by COVID, but she specifically outlined that no, not from that funding source, but what about from other funding sources?
Council President, people did get extra pay for the extra work that they might be doing during the crisis. I use the contact tracers as an example. So if people were working overtime to whatever during this time, then they would be getting paid for that. If our IT team is working extra hours than they normally do because of all the virtual meetings. So that's the only thing that I meant about regular people might be getting more pay during this crisis, but there is no such thing as hazard pay for the city.
Madam BA, and I want to continue, Councilman Jackson. Let me just ask. Let me just jump in real quick. The question was simple and very clear. Has anyone gotten additional pay, not overtime pay, because they're getting overtime pay already through this COVID funding?
Mm-hmm.
Any of them have their salary increased? It could be via a stipend, additional duties, pay increase. Have anybody gotten an increase in pay?
Well, I wouldn't know from every department. I don't know if there might be an increase in pay in health department workers.
You're gonna excuse me. I'm gonna come, I'm gonna come across like I'm being rude.
Mm-hmm.
But
I can't answer 100%. I would say no.
You don't know if there's even one person in the city who signs the 375s whenever there's additional pay, additional duties pay or stipends. Who signs the 375s?
There are multiple people who sign the 375, myself being one of them. Absolutely. But
hold on, just keep it simple. Simple question. Mm-hmm. Have you signed any 375s for additional pay for COVID funding?
Well, I'll give you, no, not for COVID funding, but I'll give you an example of how.
For additional duties due to COVID, not
right.
COVID.
Yes, I will give you an example of how this might play out. So if the Families First Coronavirus Response Act allows 12 weeks of paid leave for people who have children who were shut down during schools. So in some offices, if there aren't enough people to cover that work, other people in that office might be receiving additional duties pay to cover the work of an FFCRPA person who's out. So there might be some examples of that, but it's not.
Yes. Didn't elaborate. So the question, to answer Councilman Jackson's question, is yes, there have been people. Yeah, so you see how.
But I just wanted to clarify, because we're talking about the bills list, and the question was really about hazard pay, and I wanted to make it very clear that we're not trying to hide anything or do anything about that. But there might be some people who are covering duties for people who are out on leave. That might be the case.
Madam BA, again, Councilman Jackson's have other questions. Could you please, if a question is asked and the question was specific, just say yes or no. They were not asking you the specific. The question was a general question that if anyone in the city have gotten additional duties pay, stipend, however you want to call it, not just from COVID funding. Mm-hmm. And you stated that you were not sure.
Yeah.
And again, after the line of questioning continue, you did acknowledge that you have signed 375s due to additional duties caused by the COVID. Correct?
Yes, I believe so. Though I have to say, because sometimes it might be the FFCRPA, but it might just be another vacancy.
Madam Sharon, Marge, CFO. I see you logged in. Have you signed any 375s, just to answer Councilman Jackson's question? Have you signed any 375 pertaining to additional duties pay, stipend, any compensation pertaining to COVID, the COVID-related duties?
Right. I have no specific recollection of signing any 375s that would have provided additional income or salary to an employee for the COVID-related emergencies.
Not just the COVID-related.
I have no specific recollection of that.
Worked, picked up because of this pandemic.
That's what I'm saying. I don't have any specific recollection.
Yeah, and that's me.
Yeah. Leave it up there for now. Councilman Jackson, you could continue your line of questioning.
Thank you, Council President. So the question I have is, well, I think that it would be a better served question if we could get a full report on all employees who in fact did receive any additional money, because I want to figure out how has it been determined who has been granted the ability to receive these additional pay benefits, as well as specifically where the BA outlined there's certain individuals based on a federal guidelines that was set. If employees had children under a certain age and they had no way to provide child care because schools were closed, those employees were allowed to, without question, was allowed to stay at home and work from home, and or if they couldn't come to work, they could not. But there was some employees that have been reporting that they were denied. And that right there is a very big concern, because it was a mandate put in place by the federal government, but yet we have some employees who was denied that opportunity. So the last question I have, Madam BA, with reference to who is getting, some of these additional pay, it's also been brought to my attention that there's employees in your office that were allowed to accumulate up to 40 hours in additional hours of overtime pay, and while other departments are being asked to work overtime and but yet not allowed overtime pay, they're being asked to work additional hours but do it from a perspective of comp time. So I'm trying to first clear up the fact that in this last pay period, were there not any representatives from your office that received in excess of 30 to 40 hours additional pay for overtime? And why are those individuals in your office being allowed to accumulate that many hours of overtime when other departments are being restricted?
Sure, Council President, I will respond to that. We are in the budget prep cycle right now. So this is not COVID related. It is part of our budgeted overtime every year within the BA's office is for budget prep. We are about halfway through of our internal meetings. We will be starting 3 rounds of budget hearings with the council. And so this is, the back and forth that goes, we had 2, such meetings today, but there's all the prep work that goes into that. So yes, there is overtime, just like all departments have different types of overtime in different cycles throughout the year. This is not COVID specific. And to answer your question about the family leave, I do not know of anyone in the city that was denied the family leave. We try to make, and actually we're trying to go above and beyond because some employees had to exhaust their leave in the spring when the schools closed in the spring, but still have similar issues now. So instead of saying, okay, you just have to be home on leave, we've asked all of our department heads and division heads to try to work out schedules that they can work remotely. They can do flex hour, different types of hours. That's not something that's being done in other places in the same way, because we really want to make sure that employees, that no one is making this choice themselves to have the schools closed for their children. So we're trying our best to do well by our employees while we're also trying to get the work done.
Councilman Jackson, you have any other questions?
No, not at the moment, Council President. But what I am concerned about is the fact that, to your point, it's very alarming the attempt to mislead. And instead of just being forthcoming with the information, no, we never spent any COVID dollars, but yet there are individuals that's getting paid. Now, one of my other concerns is the disparaging treatment that the employees have been receiving. Specifically, just recently, there was an employee who contracted COVID, and where the entire building was exposed, but yet only the 2nd floor was vacated. There's a lot of other people who work at City Hall, who have families, who have, possibly elderly people that they live with, children, that they have to be concerned. And if there's an opportunity for contact, there was not even an email sent out to the employees to let them know. We're talking about just a simple contact tracing. What if there was somebody in the meeting that happened to go downstairs into another office and or go upstairs to the clerk's office? This administration, and particularly from the BA's office, neglected.
Hello?
They vacated the entire 2nd floor, only looking out for those employees on the 2nd floor, and never informed the rest of the employee base that there was a possible access to or a possible connection with COVID. And that right there, one, I think the BA should definitely answer to that, but that right there is very, very concerning to me, as obviously there's a demand for other employees to remain at work, while even during the COVID crisis, the BA and all of the cabinet members all worked from the comfort of home, while
Council
these
President,
people were forced to stay at work.
Council President, I would like to address this. Councilman Jackson, we follow the directions of our public health officer, and contact tracing is essential to every single public health office in this country right now. And it is their direction and is their lead when it comes to who needs to be quarantined or not. Our office had direct contact with an individual, and I'm not saying other people did not, but it was a public health measure to quarantine the members of my office so that there is not the potential of any further spread. Now, it is up to the contact tracing team to then determine through the individual who they might have had other interactions with. We were because we were a meeting that was scheduled, we were the clear first group, but I am really take umbrage with the fact that this was not something that was dealt with properly. The public health team did deal with it properly, and they are still going through the process of contact tracing. If there is anybody who feels like they were not contacted but had a meeting with the individual that would be more than 15 minutes within 6 feet, I think all of us who were masked in the meeting at the time, so that is an additional benefit. But even though we were masked, we still have to be quarantined. And I would also like to point out that during the height of the crisis, I was in the office every single day, other than my first quarantine after my exposure with Mayor Saya. So I lead from the front. And I was in even during the, when we had limited hours and when there were other moments in time. So I would just like to point that out and make sure that we're talking about the facts here.
Okay.
Well, the fact of the matter, Council President, is everyone enters the building the same way. So therefore, as the security is being possibly exposed
15
to
minutes.
it, Council President, I never interrupt her. I don't understand why she's consistently allowed to interrupt me.
I mean,
There's security that these people have to go through. There's a potential of handshaking with the officers at the front desk. There's the touching of the buttons in the elevators that other members of the staff, for there to be such a lack of concern, not even an email to the rest of the staff members, just as a measure of caution, just to allow them the opportunity to know what's going on in their surroundings. When we have people all across the country who are being impacted, who are potentially losing their lives, and yet we have such a neglect and lack of concern for the safety and well-being of all of our employees, it just again iterates or exacerbates the fact that she can take umbrage all that she wants, but the fact of the matter is these employees are entitled to know what they're being exposed to. And I'll let you take it from there, Council President.
Go ahead, Madam BA.
Council President, this is not the facts of the situation. And part of the public health component of the coronavirus crisis is that it has to be communications based on facts, and that is driven by the public health team. We cannot just, fearmonger and say that anybody who was in a building might be exposed to coronavirus. It has to be a very particular set of circumstances, and that's why we leave it to the public health officials. And the more we learn about this virus, we do know that it is the majority of the spread is through aerosol. It is not through, touching different things that other people might have touched. So I think
that's wrong.
My quote is not wrong. It is the majority of the spread is through aerosol, and that is what is being said by the CDC, and that is what is being said by everyone. I would like us to make sure that we are using the facts when we talk here, and we talk about
Madam BA is not going to tell us how to run a meeting, is she? Because I could tell her a few things of how to run a meeting from the BA standpoint.
And not only that, I don't want to start putting the function that I have where people cannot unmute themselves. Let's just try to, run a meeting without interrupting one another. We could always disagree on things, but we also have to run a professional meeting, and this is not happening right now. I'm gonna let you ask a question, Councilman Velez. I know you wanted to ask a question. And then I have a few brief questions for the administration. Go ahead, Councilman Velez. Thank you, Council President. I was going over the bills. I could defend the CDC statement regarding touching surface, putting your hand over the eyes or whatever. And I think CDC made it clear that we need to watch our hands, make sure that we touch surface, that we don't touch our faces, our eyes, because we could get COVID-19. So I don't know where she get her facts. But I was looking at the bills, Council President, through the pages. And my question is easy. I see that they purchased PPE with $189,000 disinfectant spray with wipe solutions, Lysol, 10,000 plus with different companies, and 25 Dell's laptop, 182,000 plus. I just want to know, regarding the PPE and the disinfectant spray, Lysol wipes, all those material, who is running an inventory that we don't run low, or this Lysol is not flying to different places and not being used for the right purpose? Who is running an inventory daily that how many product have been used that we that could be accountable to people? You know what I'm saying? I just want to know if there's a some kind of inventory daily, signing out, signing in. Why is the 25 Dell laptop, who was the use for it and all that stuff?
Madam BA.
The PPE the inventory is kept by OEM. All requests go through OEM. Firefighter John Candello is the person in charge of all of that, and he tracks all of the usage throughout the city.
Disinfectant and everything?
Everything, yep.
All right.
So he also has a question about the laptops. Just indulge his, just answer his question.
Laptops are for telework in various departments. So it's everything from across the city.
Thank you. I'll keep my question brief, Madam BA. We're almost at the end of this, area where we need to spend the COVID dollars that we were awarded. How much have we collected from the county?
My guess is about $300,000.
How much have we spent, paid out?
I can answer that, Council President. So we've received approximately $340,000 through the CARES reimbursements with 4 submissions to date. And the total submissions were about 601,000. Right now, we haven't been reimbursed for our payroll. So that's pending.
But hold on. So the reason I ask this question is because it's relevant, right? We're doing a bills list right now. We often have cash flow problems here. How much have we spent out of this grant, Madam Sharon?
So our expenditures are close to, I believe, $3 million.
So when do we have to
Thus
spend?
far, between
Hold on. When do we need to spend this money by?
all of the money would have to be spent, I believe the cutoff was in probably November, because everything has to be submitted in December through the
November.
CARES Act.
Okay. So we spent so far. That means paid out. That doesn't mean I'm sure you have more encumber. You have plans to spend more money. But right now we spent $3 million so far. My next question is,
Council President, the one correction on that is we spent about $3 million last year in payroll. That's separate. Then there's about $3 million in other expenses.
hold on. What do you mean $3 million last year?
Last fiscal year.
No.
Fiscal year
Madam Sharon, if you hear the question that I asked, and you're the CFO, grants don't have nothing to do with the city's fiscal period. My question was, how much have we spent? Simple question.
So out of the grant.
Out of the grants, not this fiscal year,
Right.
last fiscal year. The question was, how much have we spent out of the grants?
So as Madam BA explained, there's a separate account, right? The payroll isn't charged off to the grant. And the payroll was incurred as of June 30th, 20 for the first part of the pandemic,
How
the
much?
initial. In the area of about 3 million.
Oh, so this is what I'm about to say, Marge. So even if he wasn't charged to the grant, you do have to reclassify the payroll and charge it to the grant in order to bill the county.
Eventually.
So it is now, let me see, July, August, September, October. And you mean to tell me that you still haven't reclassified those salaries?
No.
June 30th, reclassify the salaries and charge them to the grant. So how are you guys closing your books in June 30th then?
The books have been closed. Any money that,
Hear me out, Marge, for a minute, and then you could answer. I'm sorry. So that means that all those salary lines, how did we absorb all that overtime? Because that means that the books were closed at year end with the COVID expenses not being reclassified to the grant. That means that when we looked at our budget, and we do budget hearings coming up in a month from now, and we looked at the actual expenses for salaries, they're going to be tremendously overstated, which is disturbing. How am I supposed to do an analysis when we discuss our budget if when I look at the actual budget document that tells you the cutoff as of June 30th, it tells you the cutoff of how much you have spent in salaries, those numbers are all off because you did not reclassify before the year ended. Am I correct, Madam Sharon?
So what will happen in the budget books for the hearings, those reclassifications will be made. Physically, I don't know, we're not able to submit all the payroll as yet. I guess there was a determination between, maybe Kathleen can answer this, between the COVID, the CARES money, and the FEMA money.
Before you go there,
I'm not involved.
Before you go there, and I apologize to my colleagues for extending this conversation, but I just can't comprehend. Didn't we also issue for the first time in many, many years tax anticipation notes because we were having a cash flow problem? Didn't we do that this past year?
No, we accepted the authority from the governing body for last June 30th, but we didn't need them.
Okay.
We did not need the tax anticipation notes. Council President, rather, we can't reclassify the salary to the grant unless we're going to be reimbursed by the grant.
Yes, but again, if those expenses were COVID related expenses, that overtime that was incurred, and you have the timesheets to support it, those should have been reclassified. It is disturbing that we're in October and you're still deciding what you're going to reclassify and what you're not going to reclassify. It doesn't make sense at all. It's just
the expenses have the payroll overtime costs were incurred, irrespective of whether or not CARES reimburses us or FEMA reimburses us. Those monies were charged and spent from each respective department's payroll.
Correct, and that's why I'm a little.
I think the BA has an answer.
Yeah, she could have an answer, but I just don't understand how we were able to absorb all that overtime in the budget. Doesn't make sense. Go ahead, Madam B.
Sure. I just want to clarify the $3 million is that we're submitting with CARES is redeployed. Then there's 1.5. So not all of that CARES, which I just mentioned, is overtime. It's straight time. So that was just part of the budget. There's about $1.5 million, and if I look at it, not all of it was the money from the height of the pandemic. It's probably about $1 million was from that might have been before in the last fiscal year. So that's what we absorbed in our budget was about $1 million in overtime that is COVID specific.
Well, so Madam BA, just briefly, since you interrupt the CFO to correct her, how much do you think we have spent out of the funds that were awarded to us by the county so far?
I think we're probably close to about $6 million.
Spent $6 million.
Spent, yes, and that's including the bills list tonight.
And we have only collected so far $300,000 and some change.
Correct.
So that means that in the past we always have cash flow problems. We were not paying the district because we were having cash flow problem. We had to pass a resolution before to contemplate a tax anticipation note, but we're able to upfront more than $5 million that was not supported by our budget, and we have not gotten the money from the county. Now, what's the reason why we haven't gotten the money from the county? Is it because of the reclassification, March?
No.
No, part of it is our conversations with the county. It took them just recently, they sort of opened up the second round of submissions, and we have submitted to them, or not, I shouldn't say the second round. Let me explain. We submitted first kind of back at the end of the last fiscal year. They asked us to do it. We had a template. We had to detail every single check, people's base salary, all their benefits. We were the first city that did that. So we submitted a bunch of our Health and Human Services employees who were part of this redeploy. They went back and forth with us quite a bit. They were checking every line, and they realized that it would be too cumbersome to try to go through every single submission of every single town in the county doing it this way. So they took some time where they were in not communication with us, we couldn't submit anything else, where they figured out what they were going to do and just add a percentage fringe on the top. So then they came back to us, and now we're submitting again, and they are looking. They haven't even confirmed whether the initial submission that we gave to them on that Health and Human Services, they haven't refunded, but They've also asked for additional backup. This is the important point, Council President. I'm just responding. They just recently asked for additional backup that we are now gathering, that each of the departments is gathering and providing. So we've already provided it for some of them. We're finishing fire and police.
So we have finance meetings often. Things like this, I think, are very important that the administration shares with us, because we would have, try to, as a council, put pressure on them, because this is money that we did not have. This is a cash flow. This could generate a cash flow problem for us. Now, the last question I have is, the county in the newspaper stated that this was just the first round. We were able to get up to maybe 20-something million. Like, if once we spend the 8 million, we could have gotten more, right? Because what they gave the county was 87 million. The first round was about 29 million. My question is, and again, we need to continue this conversation at another time, but the last thing I'm going to say is, I'm always looking at this bills list and what have we done? And I know the guidelines from this funding. Are we doing something for the homeless situation that we have here that continues to grow? Are we putting them somewhere? What are we doing?
Well, I know we did use some of the funds for non-congregational sheltering. The homeless issue is part of a larger issue that involves a lot of different parties. I think our biggest challenge,
Madam BA, that wasn't the question. The question is, I understand it involves other parties. This funding allows us to use this funding even to get hotels, do different things, to put this, this homeless people in a place, at least temporarily.
And we did use about $20,000 to do that.
Out of the
this time.
$1 million, we used $20,000. Okay.
Right.
Council members, we're going to continue this discussion.
Council President, very quickly.
Councilman Jackson, just hold on a minute. Councilman Jackson is going to have the last question, because we could go all night having this discussion. But I just want to, I took a long time also myself asking questions, but we need to continue with the meeting. Councilman Jackson.
Well, just very quickly, because for a point of clarity, it was told, and Madam BA just said a moment ago that we're incapable of utilizing the COVID dollars for payroll. But yet we're saying there's $3 million worth of payroll that's being done. So maybe it specifically talks about the hazardous pay. But if you look at the way all of these employees who were deployed and who was asked to work, so I would like to see the outline of where these dollars, the $3 million or wherever, where any other payroll, which departments are getting this, that was being designated as COVID. Because even from a standpoint of, if we're going to be responsible, and from my perspective, Council President, just as the Chair of Finance, is something that you really need to delve over very thoroughly, because we're leaving ourselves vulnerable to a potential lawsuit. Clearly in their contract, it states in the event of any unforeseen emergency, they're entitled to certain pay, which gives them the ability to have hazardous pay. It's in their contract. For us to deny them is a problem. Even if it didn't allow for the time and a half for hazardous pay, at least it should have covered the basic pay, and then the city could have came back to the table and covered the additional, whatever that hazardous pay outlined. But it was completely irresponsible, and it's mostly because, from my perspective, there's a lack of concern for that particular segment of our employee base.
So, Councilman Jackson, could we bring that? That's a valid, point. Could we bring that to the personnel meeting with the contract, right? Have that discussion there, and then whatever comes out of there, let's continue the discussion in finance.
Right.
At this time, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir.
We did have a second. Could we do the roll call?
Yes, sir. Payment of the bills for COVID-19. There was a motion by Councilwoman Mims and a second by Councilman Trahardy. Roll call for payment of bills in the amount of $2,059,519.34. Councilman Abdulaziz?
Yes.
Councilman Trahardy?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila,
Yes.
Councilman Jackson, Councilman Mims,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
thank you. Councilman Velez,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
thank you. Mr. President,
No, Madam Clerk.
did you say yes, sir?
I said no.
You said no?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. I couldn't hear you. The vote is 6 in favor, 1 against, 1 absent. Let the record reflect that the third ward is vacant. Therefore, payment of bills for COVID-19 in the amount of $2,059,519.34 is hereby adopted.
Madam Clerk, at this time, I want to entertain number 25.
Number 25, yes, sir. Number 25 reads, resolution authorizes under economic development pilot tax abatement agreement between the city of Paterson and Barclay Street Housing. And this is commonly known as 133-155 Barclay Street. Number 25.
So, council members, we have all the parties involved in this resolution. If you have any questions, feel free to ask any questions during this workshop.
Council President, I have a question.
Councilman Velez.
Thank you. First of all, this was discussed in committee?
Yes.
Okay. Can anybody tell me if this is a reason why we need to do a pilot first before even the project even started?
Well, Councilman, if I could start, again, thank you everyone for joining tonight. This is a project that we're very excited about. We think is a great partnership between St. Joseph's Hospital, NJCDC, New Jersey Community Capital, and the Housing Mortgage Finance Agency of the state of New Jersey that has decided to really fund a kind of innovative form of housing. And so the team that you see assembled here includes all of those parties that I just laid out. And they're prepared to kind of lay out ultimately the design and construction and general purpose of this initiative.
Mr. Director.
Director Powell, thank you for the overview.
Yeah, thank you.
Add that overview during this, line of questioning. Answer the question that Councilman Velez just, brought to the floor.
It was only at the very end of when I was talking. I'm sorry. So the pilot begins when the project ultimately starts pulling in revenue. So that's at completion and when it ultimately begins to pull in rents, which
Director Powell, the question was simple. Why are we entertaining a pilot? Again, this is his question. Why are we entertaining a pilot before the project's even started? That's what he's saying.
Well, Bob, or other members of it, but this is pretty typical in terms of getting the funding through the Housing Mortgage Finance Agency, which is in order to get approved for the mortgage and the funding, you have to establish the pilot itself.
Let me,
Go ahead, Councilman.
Mr. Powell, I am real supportive of this project. I sit in the planning board, so I'm real supportive of this project and the project's merit need, especially for the residents of Paterson, low-income project. My question still don't satisfy. Other people comes to us requesting pilot when the project is already completed. We haven't not even break ground ceremony in the I don't know if announcing the mayor to go do one tomorrow, but we haven't even announced a ground breaking of the site. There is other issues that is being still linger around before even moving forward with this project. Even it is approved by the zoning board and the planning board, but why guarantee a pilot before even breaking ground? The situation of Hinckley Stadium is told different. I don't know if this is also tax credit. No. So you understand where I'm coming from? We did it in the Hinckley Stadium because there was tax credit involved, and they needed to prove that we are, doing this and this and that, blah 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 blah. But in this case, is not tax credits involved, and unless I miss a process or I'm learning a process today. But if Councilman Morris was going to interject, that would probably give us a better idea that he has experience in this side, and also now that he's in the other side. Councilman Morris.
Thank you, Councilman Velez, and I'm always on everyone's side, not one side or the other. Many of the council members are familiar with the term capital stack, and basically that's how the funding sources line up. This project is a non-for-profit project, and it depends heavily on support from multiple sources from the state, HMFA, and so forth. Conditioned on that financial support is the fact that the project is supported by a pilot. What the pilot shows is that the city of Paterson has a willingness to support this project by becoming a partner in the project through the pilot process. In addition, absent the pilot, we won't be able to keep the rents affordable. This project's primary purpose is to be able to provide high quality, affordable housing to Paterson residents. The pilot allows us to do that.
If I can add something.
Councilman Mori, I got before Bob goes. Who owns the land, and who owns the project?
The land, as well as the project, is a joint venture between St. Joseph's and NJCDC.
The land.
The land is part of the project.
I know it's part of the project. I know you constructed in top of the land, but who's the owner of the land by itself?
Currently, St. Joseph's owns the land.
St. Joseph. So you are out of the footprint of the hospital. So in some aspect, the St. Joseph will be paying taxes for that land?
St. Joseph's currently isn't paying taxes on that land. Once this project is done, the land will be paying taxes.
Okay. So right now, they're not paying taxes at all?
Right now, St. Joseph's doesn't pay property taxes.
But it's out of the St. Joseph land of scope of the hospital.
I'm not understanding.
I think I understand.
Oh, go ahead, Bob.
The 503C that it says nonprofit for the hospital will be in the proximity of the site of the hospital. If you come out of the site of the hospital, somehow you have to pay taxes and something. Oh?
Good evening, Councilman Velez. I just wanted to let you know that this is, in fact, it is a tax credit project. And therein lies the answer. Because it's a tax credit project, we're required to get the pilot before the state housing agency will award the financing and let us go forward with the project. So it may be a little bit different than other projects because of that, but you put your finger right on it. It's because it's a tax credit project, and that's why we have to go in this order. So thank you for pointing that out.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Council President.
Councilman Abdulaziz?
Thank you, Council President. I just have a few questions for either the Director of Economic Development or the stakeholders of. I'm on mute. Do you hear me now?
Yes.
The Council President muted you by accident.
Thank you. I just have a few questions. One, Ken Morris stated, Councilman Morris stated, can I use the title Councilman or Morris? Does that stay with you forever?
Once a councilman, always a councilman.
Okay, good. He stated currently the property doesn't pay taxes because it's under the umbrella of St. Joseph's Hospital. I know the city is in litigation as we speak with St. Joe's in regards to St. Joe's paying taxes or negotiating a payment for the taxes, the properties that they own. Where is our status on that? How does this affect that negotiation? Is this piece of parcel outside of that litigation?
Well, Councilman, currently the New Jersey State Legislature is considering a bill with regards to hospitals being required to pay a community service contribution. The hospital is in active negotiations with the administration. Both sides feel that we have an agreement on the table that we can agree with. I know they have not yet brought it to the council because they're still working through some minor details. We think the agreement is rather generous and with regards to this, and despite whether or not the legislation passes, we're going to abide by the agreement we have before the administration.
Thank you. So that was actually going to my next question, because I know they're hearing that NJ Senate Bill 357 that you referenced. I actually have it up here on my other laptop. Would this agreement, this pilot, change based on this bill?
No. Once this tract of land will be carved out of that agreement.
Okay, and lastly, this goes to our Economic Development Director. Usually when there's a pilot program, we usually get some figures based on what will they be paying, anticipated figures and numbers. I don't have that attached here. Most of all the pilot programs will tell me year 1, year 2, year 3, and so forth. We don't have that. Is there one, Director Powell?
Yeah, there is one. The entire application that was put forth with regards to the pilot application was there, so I apologize if you don't have it in front of you. But basically what it shows is that we're going for the high cap of what's allowable under HMFA. We're going for the 6.28% of the total net revenue. And if you break that out over the course of the 30-year period, you're looking at 57,309. Beginning, in the 40,000, then going up each year. But that's the average.
So wait, 57,000 for the 30-year span?
That's the average
Per year.
Over the course of the 30 years.
Yeah, so per year, 57,000.
Averaged out over the 30
Average
years.
per year. I thought the life of the pilot
Per year.
that they will be given is 57,000. All right, thank you, Council President. I just wanted to ask those questions, especially to our council colleagues. I would urge the council to keep an eye on New Jersey Senate Bill 357, since we do have a large hospital in our city. This is something that I think they're having the hearing tomorrow down in Trenton. That this is going to be a hospital, like the Councilman Moore stated, that they are looking for a law to have a community service based on hospitals. So we should be watching that carefully, and our administration should be watching that bill and seeing if it's in the best interest of our city. Thank you.
Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Council President. I just want to say that if our economic director could get those figures, like the spreadsheet for the 30-year payout, how much taxes per year, because I really would like to see what it is. And let me just say that I think the key point here is affordable housing. The New Jersey Housing Mortgage Agency that's going to be putting up the money. I'm pretty sure there's a couple of other people or agencies that's putting in the money also. But I know that I hear Councilman Velez said that before they even get the project get started. But just being around for a little while, I know that the Finance Mortgage Agency wants to make sure that these projects that they fund or help fund are going to remain affordable for at least 30 years. Maybe I'm wrong, but they want to make sure that these housing developments going to stay affordable. And I know that, and they know that in order to have affordable housing, I'm just dealing with different agency and community groups that go out there. We have something on the agenda tonight for another one. It's not a pilot, but just to support getting money from the Housing Mortgage Agency. Most of the time I find, and I've been looking it up, when we say affordable, and everybody, and I'm telling you, I talk affordable almost every day. We need affordable, we need affordable, we need affordable. So When you go out and apply for money, I understand that's what they're looking for. But let me just ask you one more question, Mr. Morris. Besides getting the money from the Housing Mortgage Financial Agency, where else are you applying for money from?
Thank you, Councilwoman. HMFA is putting up part of the money that creates the capital stack. There's also supportive housing money because the project will have 10 units that will be targeted specifically for a population with special needs, mostly around those with mental health. There is also 4% tax credits, which Bob alluded to when he was having this conversation with Councilman Velez, and the hospital is actually putting in a significant contribution of dollars into the project, almost $4.5 million.
And so the total cost of the project is what, Councilman?
It's a little over 22 million, I believe. Bob, you had that exact figure?
About 23 million.
Oh, okay. And it's for 56 affordable apartments, where 10 is going to be for special needs, right?
That's correct.
Right, 10 is for special needs. Okay, so the hospital is putting up 4.6 million. And then when you said housing, Councilman Morris, you mean housing meaning HUD from the federal government?
As far as the funding source?
Yes.
Yeah, HMFA.
Oh, okay. Not from the state. The state is separate from the HUD itself. There's two separates.
No, this is coming through the state.
Okay, it's coming. Oh, okay. So the federal money coming down is coming down to the state financial mortgage agency, whatever you want to call it.
Yes, Councilwoman, this is actually a special pilot program whereby the state wants to encourage anchor institutions such as hospitals to create sustainable, affordable housing, but not your traditional affordable housing as you think of it. This housing is truly intended to make sure that the tenants in this housing have all the social determinants of health addressed. What we've learned is that, folks think that, you address healthcare needs in the hospital. We have learned, and I'm sure you have learned, that it goes beyond just coming into the hospital or doctor's office or clinic to get addressed. There are things that help to contribute to poor health, such as lack of affordable child care, such as housing that's not decent housing, transportation, economies, and things of that nature. One of the things I will point out with this particular unit is that we're not cutting any corners here. When someone walks into this particular project or into one of these apartments, they're going to feel like they're in a high-end market rate housing unit, all the high-end finishes and things of that nature.
Okay.
And then there's also the social service component, whereby we're going to create these pathways and these synergies between not only the hospital, but other social service providers within the city and the community space that's going to be available. We're also creating outdoor space on the roof of the project. We're going to be working with 4Cs to do in-home childcare for those residents. So it's that type of project to really begin to address the social determinants of health itself.
Just one more question, Councilman Morris. Who's going to be managing it? Will it be St. Joseph or will it be NJCDC?
The manager will be NJCDC.
Okay.
And the reason for that, we're into healthcare. That's what we do best. NJCDC has a track record of managing these types of projects, so we don't want to reinvent the wheel. We wanted a partner that already has demonstrated that they can manage these types of projects.
Yeah.
Council President.
Okay. Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Councilman Morris.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Council President. Mr. Superintendent, because now you're going to be managing a property that big, Mr. Bob Garachi, how are you? Bob, after this, how long it will take this project to construct?
We believe it's going to be a 14 or 15-month construction period.
15 or 14 months. After it's constructed, the tenant is, what will be the approximately range of the rents there if it's 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom?
It's all per the federal low-income housing tax credit guidelines. I don't have the exact dollar figures in front of me, but we can get them to you. but
Okay.
it's exactly what's prescribed by the low-income housing tax credit.
So is there possibility that when everything is done and is livable, that people goes and move in, that this building particularly, or the organization of Barclay Street Housing LLC will be participating also Section 8 HUD vouchers or credits?
Well, it's certainly plausible that someone who has a Section 8 voucher or a shelter plus care voucher or a state rental assistance program voucher may become a tenant. That may be the way that they are able to, best afford their rent. But one does not have to have a voucher in order to live in the building.
Correct. And you will have a table of scales of rental prices with a voucher, no vouchers, Section 8, no Section 8.
The rents are the same no matter who is living there, but of course will change in terms of whether it's a 1-bedroom, a 2-bedroom, a 3-bedroom.
Last but not least, Mr. Bagarachi, can you send a direct invitation to all the council members beside the mayors regarding the breaking ground?
Of course.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right.
Council President. So, being that both of you gentlemen are two of my more favorite people, I hope that the next few minutes doesn't.
Well, at least I can see your face this time.
Hey, this is like when they say it isn't about the money, it's always about the money.
So what I'm having a difficult time with, Bob, is that Councilman Morris emphasized greatly the fact that, one, the amenities are going to be state of the art, top notch, which I can respect. I mean, I love a granite countertop, but he emphasized greatly on the fact that it's going to be affordable. But yet we fail, and you have yourself, you have the economic development director, you have three different mics on the line, Mike de Blasio, Mike Cassidy, all these supportive people who, and we can't tell the public what the figure is for the range of what we're saying is affordable housing. That's the first thing.
One of my colleagues may have it, Mike.
Yeah.
Jackson, we do have it. Does one of the mics have it?
Yeah, can you hear me? This is Michael de Blasio.
Hi, Mike. Go ahead, Mike.
Okay, thank you, Council President. Hi, Councilman Jackson. I can read them off to you. So all the rents are all set at 60% AMI, which is an acronym for area mean income. The rent for a 1-bedroom is $1,100. The rent for a 2-bedroom is $1,336, and the rent for a 3-bedroom is $1,500.
There goes the president.
I support making sure health and safety is my number one priority for the colleagues and the.
Stop it, Councilman.
Gentlemen, everything all right over there? You guys had a fire?
We have a smoke quorum right in my office. We're good going back.
I thought you guys had a fire drill or something that they had to evacuate you guys.
We just have to make sure Paterson Times didn't find out about us, so that's what we had to do.
Well, Council President, I believe Councilman Jackson concluded his comments. You can probably move on to the next person.
Oh, no.
Hey, Council President,
I was shocked when they listed the prices for the apartment. Everybody just froze. I thought it was
Councilman, did you cut the internet in Councilman Velez's office?
Mr. President? Mr. President?
Yes,
Yes, we are live. We're back. We're live. So we can continue.
So we were in the middle of answering Councilman Jackson. If I can continue, Council President, where we left off. I wanted Councilman Jackson to know that to the extent that there will be voucher
I'm sorry,
holding.
Council President, can you have everyone muted? Because I think I'm hearing various people speaking.
That's IT.
IT needs to be muted.
I think Ed Gold is on, whoever, there's like 3 people speaking.
I know.
It's the tech support. Shirag, Ahmed.
President, Council President, I think you have the feature to mute everyone.
Somebody has to mute tech support.
I'm trying. Some people I
Ahmed?
can't mute today. For example, Barbara McLennan, I cannot mute. Actually, I could mute her.
Okay.
Oh, you logged in twice, Barbara. That's why.
So, Councilman Jackson, you certainly know this. Those who have vouchers will pay only up to 30% of their income in rent. You also know at the Housing Authority, where I serve, we have just gone through a process to make 200 vouchers available to Paterson residents to better address the issue of affordable housing. I'd like to see that increase, and a lot of us are working to do that, but that's an important way to address affordability as well.
So, disappointing the way the context of this is laying out, because I want to make sure we the message is sent clear to the public, Bob. And I respect and appreciate that the fact that vouchers may be made available. I don't know if this project is going to be endowed with project-based vouchers as well to ensure that those who are going to live in the facility won't have to pay those large rental values. But larger than that, I mean, Council President, if we can get a pro forma, of this project to make sure, because, part of my concern is citywide, the majority of all the projects that come forward that ask for whatever concession, whether it's a pilot, whether it's variances and so forth, often talk about the issue with servicing the need of the public. And to be quite frank, a $1,400 rent is not affordable when we talk about the median income of the average person. So we do know that there's vouchers in place, but the fact of the matter is the facility is still receiving, which is, in my perspective, like very close to market rent. So we're receiving market rent, and and it's not far off. Then why is there such a need for these other concessions? Lastly, I just wanted to point out the fact that where Councilman Velez talked about, just for a point of clarity, Councilman Morris, this is where I find my difficulty, because recently, and through no fault of your own, because I'm sure if you were still around, you would have made a much stronger case than I was able to. But the public has been hammered with some starch increases, whether it's through the sewer tax increase, whether it's through the assessment fee, various increases that the public have received, and a lot of it was specifically targeting, projects like these where if it's a nonprofit, we fairly share the burden. And my personal perspective is that the public is not being the public is not being equally leveled with some of these entities because of the fact of where the hospital is. I understand that you guys are in negotiations, but it's being done without the privy of understanding or seeing the income strands. And I just think that the public definitely is carrying a great deal of weight. Our taxpayers are being stretched, they're being burdened. And as we have these projects like this to go up, we still have to take in consideration that it's going to be a great deal of services that's still going to have to be rendered through policing, fire, and so on and so forth. And, the fact that it's not necessarily affordable, like I was making a comparison to the Market Street property where their rents are at $700-800. I happen to know people that live there, and that's what I like to see relative to affordable rent.
Supposed to start the meeting again with anybody then.
So, Councilman,
I'll rest it there. I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman, for those concerns and our questions. Always appreciate it. I think I'm looking forward to you reviewing the performer, because what you will see in that performer, that financial performer, that there is no room whatsoever. This is not a profit-making project. There isn't a tremendous amount of return on this project itself. And I'm also looking forward to you seeing the project when it's done, when you can see the type of amenities in this project. I am not familiar with the project that you mentioned. I don't know what type of amenities are there, but I can almost guarantee it is not on par with what's going to be happening in this project, in addition to the breadth of services that we're going to be providing to tenants with regard to addressing some of the social determinants of health and healthcare in general. We know this recent pandemic with COVID has disproportionately affected communities of color. And it's not because COVID just had a target on their back. It's because of pre-existing conditions and comorbidities that exist in communities of color around diabetes and hypertension and so forth. This project will seek out to address those needs in a very meaningful way. As far as policing and so forth, given the proximity of this project to St. Joseph's Hospital, is literally going to be located 300 yards from the front doors. It is our project. We will be taking responsibility not only for the upkeep and the security of that project and so forth. Now, that is no way of saying that, police may not be called to the site of a resident or a tenant may call them. I don't want to give that impression, but I will give the impression that, we're going to be good landlords. I was just dealing with a constituent the other day, and thanks to the city's DPW department, she had a live raccoon running around in her kitchen that the landlord would not get rid of. And it was a substandard apartment, right? And she was paying almost double what we're paying for these rents. And that's what's happening. That you're well aware of this, Councilman, because of Section 8 and so forth. There are slum landlords who have come into the city who are really taking advantage of our community. That will not happen with this particular project. So I hear what you're saying. These affordable rents are based on what the market in this area. Unfortunately, we're lumped into the Berger-Passaic market. All right, that set the rental standards. And so it's not, as I said, I will love to have you give me a call after you review the performer, so you'll know that, I'm not blowing smoke.
I appreciate that. Those social services, services that you guys will be rendering, is that something that's going to be rendered
at no cost?
Yes.
At what cost?
At no cost.
No cost. Okay, very good.
Thank you very much.
Council President.
Councilman Velez.
Sorry, I missed the part of the rent for 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedrooms, whatever it is? What was the rent?
It ranges from 1,100 to
1,400.
14, depending on the size of the units. 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom. And I would agree with Councilman Morris in terms of, you look, many of us have seen individuals who live in substandard housing who are paying even more than that for, something that is just, you would not want anybody you care about to live in it. Whereas this is going to be beautiful new housing with on-site services, and really it's about dignity. And I know anything the hospital does and anything that we do, and you can look at any of the buildings that we've built, it's about treating the people who live within them with dignity. And a lot of it has to do about with the surroundings and the services.
Well, the only difference between this development and the development that we have in the 5th Ward and the 4th Ward, they run the same price. The only difference is that so hey Bob, you're not in the planning board. We already saw that. Don't worry. But the only difference is that that is your development. The other development that we have in the city, that lately we have in the Park Avenue, lately where we have in the 16th Avenue, in Montgomery, all around the 4th Ward, they run also on the same price. Is getting people that really have the income to pay that money. That's totally different. Different. But I'm supportive of it. Thank you.
Council members, if you don't have any other questions, we continue and to open the public portion.
Yes,
Council President. Council President, I just want to end by saying that I remember the beginning conversations of this project. I remember going when I believe the Lieutenant Governor and the head of, I believe it was the
HMFA.
And everyone was there. So I'm happy to hear that finally we're moving forward. And I think the only thing I would ask is, when would that groundbreaking occur?
Well,
how long the project is going to take. I want to know when.
So assuming all of this goes well, the pilot is granted, we will then be able to get all our paperwork to HMFA by October 29th. We would go to their December meeting. We would probably close on the financing in January, February, and we can probably break ground in March or early April.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Nice seeing you both.
Have a good one, guys.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Councilman Morris. I would like to let the public know we're going to start the public portion, but at the same time, all my questions and concerns were addressed at the finance meeting. There was no need for me to bring it up again here because those concerns were addressed.
Are we excused, Council President?
Excuse me?
Are we excused?
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to be sure. They will not want to be rude. Thank you, everyone.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Mr. President?
Yes.
How would we like to, the council would like to proceed with 25? Consent or on regular?
Regular.
Okay, so non-consent. Okay.
Right.
So we're getting ready for the public portion at this point, Mr. President?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Yeah, the public portion is now open, and Ryan, can you put the first speaker through? First speaker, please state your name and address for the record.
Council President, I think the public's, I think they're muted, the public input phone.
Normally Ryan controls it. Ryan controls the public.
He's controlling that portion. Just bear with us. I think we had lost 2 speakers, so he's definitely trying to get them back. Or you're trying to get them back? We lost them. Okay. All right. Mr. President?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Okay, yes. Ryan is trying to get back the speakers. We lost them when we lost power. So just give us a couple seconds, couple minutes.
Madam BA, would you like to, if you have it in front of you, tell the council what the meeting dates are for the budget hearings?
You're muted. I have to unmute this.
You can't unmute yourself? Go ahead. That's strange. I never put that feature up.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, so there might be some adjustments here, as I had emailed, but let me get those dates up. The ones that we originally published.
Councilman Abdelaziz, do you want to state? You wanted to state something before? Go ahead.
Because that they got thrown out to public, maybe we should give them a new time because I don't know, a different opportunity to get back on.
Well, that's why I'm taking the time, and I'm give a few minutes.
Maybe discuss another item until we.
Sure, but in the meantime, let's just get those dates from
Sure.
Madam BA, and then we'll look into that.
So the first date is the council hearing is Friday, October 23rd. And that is going to be administration, municipal court, law, and general government. The second date is where we might need to make some adjustments. But as of right now, it's Thursday, October 29th. And that is police, library, museum, health and human services, and finance. The final date is Tuesday, November 17th. That's economic development, DPW, and fire.
I think I agree with you. The 29th have too many big departments that.
Yeah, you should move it from the 29th to the 28th. Gives you more time. Is on the 29th.
Are the dates?
You try to put it on the 29th because that helps you out. No, it don't go that way.
No, I don't know what my wife has planned for me.
Yeah,
so
that's right. It's the Thursday. You from the 29th to the 28th. Come on, you can't have it your way, Councilman.
I'm around. I'll be there on the 29th. All right, I'll be there.
Just one item to note. The reason why we had to choose those dates was because we were trying to work around all the other dates have been scheduled Mondays through Thursdays, either the set council meetings or planning board, zoning board, ABC board, historic preservation board. So that's why we had to, instead of just picking a Thursday night for multiple sessions.
My concern is not, like, for example, the 29th. My concern is you have too many departments that usually take long to discuss.
We had last year we had split this up into 4 nights, but there was a concern by you, Council President, to try to put it down to 3. So we can discuss that if you want to. We figured there was a big one, DPW being the last one, police being in the middle one, and just kind of the administration and general government being in the first one. That we tried to spread those out.
Got it. Madam Clerk, if we still don't have the speakers up, we're going to continue with the agenda, if you don't mind. Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Khan, you're going to get me a birthday gift, right? Now you're making me come to a budget meeting.
Mr. President, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, I have a question for the BA. Madam BA, if there's any changes what I've already published,
yes,
kindly, I will have to republish this notice.
Yes.
So if there's any
changes
with the date, please let me know at least a couple days ahead.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. Mr. President, I think we are ready with, there were 2 speakers on and we got them back. So there are no. Would you like me to repeat the number and then we continue?
Yes.
Okay. Anyone wishes to speak on the public portion, the number to dial is 973-321-1579. Enter code 8326. 973-321-1579. Enter code 8326. Press star 1 to listen to the meeting. Press star 2 to leave a recorded comment. Or press star 3 to be added to the speaker list. The public portion is now open. Ryan, could you put through the first speaker? First speaker, please state your name and address for the record, and thank you.
Hello, hi. This is Kelly Moss Brown from Hardin Hannah Women's Center, and I got clipped up the line about 2 times, so I don't know if you had questions for Hardin Hannah. So I'm just calling in to see if you had any questions for Hardin Hannah Women's Center, and I missed it when I got disconnected.
We have no question for Hardin Hannah.
Okay, thank you. It's appreciated. Everyone have a blessed night. God bless.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Oh, you got a question, Councilman Velez?
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President.
Don't encourage questions, please.
Next speaker, would you put through the other speaker, Ryan? Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record. Next speaker.
Hello, this is Steve Keyhays, Director for Community Development, Paterson Habitat for Humanity. I'm calling in to answer any questions you may have concerning Resolution 19 and our application to an Affordable Housing Trust Fund.
We haven't, with all due respect, we haven't touched that subject yet. That resolution we haven't discussed yet. But if you want to, you have 3 minutes to talk about whatever you need to do, whatever you want to speak about.
Sure, I'll give you a 3-minute description of the program, and I'll stay in the wait if you need me again. We're applying for $2,608,000, which is about 48% of our budget, to put up 13 single-family affordable homes in the North Ward on Paterson Street and Governor Street. These will be 3 homes with 3 bedrooms, 1.5 baths. The average monthly payments will be $950 to $1,000 a month. These will be home ownership homes for folks that are within 50 to 80% of the area mean income, and it gives homeowners a chance to own their own property, build equity, and improve their circumstances. Those people will be first-time home buyers who are currently renters in not good conditions. They're renting substandard housing now, which is one of the qualifying criteria for being a Habitat homeowner. So I will sit in the waiting room, and if you have any questions, please let me know how to tune in. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
May I ask, Council President?
We're in the middle. This is a voting portion right now. Any other speakers? Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. President. There's another speaker. Next speaker, Ryan, put the other speaker through. Please state your name and address for the record, and thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
This is Miss Tobias, Paterson, New Jersey. I called about some of what I've been listening to. I didn't want to talk about it, but they say they're building these low-income housing for us. A lot of us can't pay $1,100 and $1,400. So how are these affordable houses? I just want to ask that question. The last time I came on to speak, I was speaking about...
Ms. Tobias, can you turn your TV down, please?
I got it all the way down. Wait, I'll turn it all the way down some more. Okay, good?
Yes.
All right. When I called in the last time, I asked some questions. One was pertaining to
how the city of Paterson is so horrible with the shooting and the killings and that terrible drug that they have on these streets selling to all the people called fentanyl. And I didn't get no answers on none of that, what was being put in place. And I just want to ask, I live in Freedom Village in Paterson. It's only been up 4 years. At my apartment, the sewer backed up in it last week, and I videoed it. The bathroom bust over. So all these apartments, they're giving them the pilot programs and they're putting them up. Then they don't want to fix nothing. So can someone please answer some of these questions for me and let me know, what is Paterson doing with the violence, the shooting, the houses that they're putting up that we can't afford? Because $1,000, $1,400, I can't afford it. So please give me some feedback on that.
Is Jerry here?
And can someone send the city out here to see what's going on with this sewer in a brand new building that bust up in my home? I would appreciate that. I would like to move out of this building. Paulo died. They're telling me as the owner. They won't get back to me. They won't reimburse me for the thing that I lost. Can somebody tell me how to get in touch with Apollo Dye's insurance company so I could get some of these things back in this apartment given back to me, but what was ruined from the rain? Thank you.
Any other speakers, Madam Clerk?
Just 1 second, Mr. President. Let me just double check. So. Mr. President, there's no speaker, no more public speaker at this time for the public portion. May I have a motion to close?
Motion to close the public portion.
Councilman Davila.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President.
Council President, I'm sorry. Council President, if I may, we continuously roll through these situations, and the most important portion of our meeting being the public portion.
So
you never allow the administration or anyone to answer any questions. Those are legitimate concerns.
Councilman Jackson, we're going to close the public portion because those people cannot, it's not like when we're in the council chambers that we call them up. We're just going to close the public portion and we'll have the administration provide an answer for them. We just want to close it. So, Madam Clerk, you have a first and a second?
Yes, sir, I do. Councilwoman Davila and second by Councilwoman Mims.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes. Roll call to close the public portion of the workshop of October 7, 2020. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilman Chahardy?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan?
Yes, and Council President, I can answer a couple of Michelle Tobias' questions. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Council President, I'm going to be very brief in this closing, but I'm hoping you'll give me another opportunity to address the admin because I have some great concerns. A resident put up on Facebook the other day issues with homeless people sleeping on the roofs and the basements. You know, when people come forward for these applications, there's requirements, and when they're receiving pilots and when they're receiving concessions, they should be held accountable to those requirements. And the only way we can do so is through the administration. So I'm voting yes now, but I'm going to ask for another moment to address not just that, but some other concerns I have. But these questions need to be answered, Council President. We cannot continue to allow the public's concerns not to be answered.
They will, Councilman. Continue, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Councilman Jackson said yes. Councilwoman Mims?
And so just quickly before I vote on this item, Council President, in your absence, I led the meeting and Ms. Tobias called in. The very next day, she received a call back, her an email from the BA, from our Director Spezia regarding her situation, and there were some things that were put in place. We can definitely follow up. Madam BA can speak to that, but I have the email stating that the very next day after she called back, were put in place in that area for special attention as far as police are concerned. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Velez? Councilman Velez?
Before I vote, I just want to say that this is only a particular area that is a concern. But what about the 8.9 miles square feet that we have in the city? The crime is going high, and the problem is continue. Council President, please, I'm requesting this meeting immediately with the police department, the leadership of the police department. I know we got budget hearings in the future. I would like to entertain the budget of the police department separate, and probably we could have a closed section meeting with the police and address these quality of life issues that we have in the city and the
I can answer that.
You just wake up now, Jerry.
No, I didn't wake up. I've been here the whole time.
So why you want to come in the defense? I just requested something to the president.
No.
And Councilwoman, with all respect, it's my time to close my vote. Around and around, and nobody's getting answer. And even us, the council, is getting answer. So it is, as a respect, we should convene as a council and have a thorough, deep discussion with the police department to see how we're going to move forward with these crimes and all this static that's going on. My vote is yes, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President?
Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. The vote is 8 in favor. Let the record reflect the third ward is vacant. Therefore, the public portion is now closed. Thank you.
Before we continue, Madam Clerk, we are going to address some of the concerns of the speaker.
Yes.
But I'd also like to add, Councilman Velez, when you made the request to me, I asked you to bring all these concerns to the Public Safety Committee, in which Councilwoman Cotton is the chair.
Right.
You also have an opportunity, and we always had the opportunity to have any concerns, any questions during the budget hearings, because the budget is a plan and it ties to the level of service that they would provide. So at that time, you could, the current structure that we have, the committee structure, to also address a lot of your concerns.
That's correct, Council President. I follow.
Come on.
I'm gonna let you speak right now, please. Let's stay in order. So, Councilwoman Khan asked for the floor first, then Councilman Jackson, then you could speak. Councilman Velez. Pertaining to the questions, let's stick to the concerns of the residents that just spoke, and then we'll go to the regular item agenda.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I want to talk about for Michelle Tobias. And I know Councilwoman Mims received an email back from our police director about some of the issues that she has spoke about last week. But also I spoke with Ms. Tobias when she was having a problem with the sewer backing up in her sink. And as I was on the phone with her, they had sent out a plumber, but I'm not sure what happened after that. If they were able to rectify the problem that she had in the apartment, I'm not sure, because I didn't get a call back. But I know that two of her questions was the sewer issue, which the plumber came out there. They got an outside plumber to come in, and also they told her about a new ownership with that building, and I have not found out yet about that. So, and I'm working on that to see who exactly does own Freedom Village. And once I can find that out for Ms. Tobias, we'll give her an answer. But I know that Councilwoman Mims, since she was council president last week, she sent the stuff over to Kathleen, our BA, of some of the questions that she asked. So if I may, Council President, can I let Councilwoman Mims finish what she received back from our police director? Our police director, Jerry Spazio, some of the questions that Ms. Tobias had from last week.
Sure, Councilwoman Cotton, but I just want to make something clear. Whenever the public comes to speak, yes, we do have a responsibility as council members to address, many of the concerns, but it's also the job of the administration to take notes whenever they speak and make sure that they follow up with a call. And, we're no longer in the chambers right now, but I'm sure that Ryan have the information of all the speakers. Make sure you follow up with a call to address a lot of their concerns. Council President don't have to reach out to the administration to get those things done. That
No,
is-
no, I'm not saying that she reached out.
You're not saying that, Councilwoman.
I'm saying Kathleen, the BA, answered the question, and she was council president, and she just CC her too. That's all.
I know, but I'm just saying this so they don't get into a habit of us, them waiting for the council to send them a request to address a lot of these concerns. If the public come, it's not just to address, speak to the council. It is also to speak to the mayor and the administration, which, you guys need to address. Councilman Jackson, I believe you have the floor.
Councilman, I don't mind yielding to Councilman Velez because my concerns are broader than just the callers.
Okay, we'll do that then. Councilman Velez.
So yes, I gotta make it simple and easy, Council President. Thank you. The three opportunity. Jerry, can you stop playing with your phone, please, for a minute? Thank you. The opportunity that you told me to go step by step, I just did. You told me to discuss it in the committee. It was a failure with the chief of police. You told me to discuss it again. It was a failure with the chief of police. Not only that, I went in private and discussed it with the chief of police, and it was a failure. This simple and easy. What I'm trying to get is, Paterson is like a grand theft. Everything is going on, and nobody's addressing the crime that's supposed to be. We almost 78 plus shooting crime. Jerry, please don't defend your.
That's not true.
Don't defend your soldier that's only getting a pay, but is not even wearing a uniform.
Councilman.
So don't get me there, okay? So you and Council President, your life was not in risk. Your life was not jeopardized out there, but the chief almost put my life in jeopardy, okay? The chief of police, not sending a patrolman when I need it, when somebody almost gonna jump on me and kill me, all right? So the other thing is, I'm a little bit hushed on this, because people out there are requesting to know what is the plan. And you know what was the plan from since the other chief left? Only to put a chief there to get ready for retirement and get the salary. But after that, the chief then did nothing at all. No plan at all. I don't see him in no crime scene. Jerry's always backing up his statements, okay? I like Jerry. Jerry is a movie actor sometimes. He'd like to be out there, But let me tell you something, Jerry. You talking a lot for the chief, and the chief is not represented in his rank. And let me tell you something, and that is poor leadership in the police department. And whoever won this meeting,
I'm not here to defend anybody. I just want to give you an update and the council when I get my opportunity to speak.
You the one,
so
Jerry.
You understand. You know I work 24 hours a day.
Jerry, I know.
You talk to me.
I know. You are diligent, and I wake you up more than the chief because chief don't want him to call him.
I know
that. But let me tell you, Jerry, it's not your responsibility to be out there. You are the director of public safety.
Louis.
Hold on.
That's who I am.
Hold on, Jerry.
Who I am.
Jerry, the argument is not with you. The poor leadership is not. The poor leadership is not you. It's the chief of police. He is the main in command of the police department to tell the police officer what to do. And if the chief of police, the one that a lot of people praise, okay, just to make history, but the history is not making made in Paterson with a lot of crimes going on in the city of Paterson. And whoever won this meeting thinks that this is not important. Is important because a lot of lives are needed. Jerry, I gave a lot of information to avoid that death out there in 29 East 30 East 20 and Market Street, and it went like this to everybody. And when somebody died in my city, and when somebody died in our city and the crime goes high, I got a problem with that, director and council president. I just want that meeting, even closed section. We'll
continue the conversation, but it's just not in the police department. It's in a lot of places we have issues in this city.
But DPW don't kill person.
Councilman, I don't want to discuss that at this time. Thank you for your remarks. Councilman Jackson, then Councilwoman Davila. You want to let Councilwoman Davila go first? Hers is brief, she's stating. Hold on, I'm sorry. I had to.
Yes, I'll yield to Councilwoman Davila.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila.
Council President, what I wanted to say is, the chief is not in this meeting, and Councilman Velez, it's been various meetings that he's been bringing up the same issue, and I think that we should have that meeting, and maybe through your leadership, an executive session or something. And obviously, we can't be putting certain things out there. I understand it, but Councilman Velez has been bringing this up. I don't know what's going on in the committee meeting, the private meeting. I'm just saying that if maybe you can consider that, because I think it's also unfair to not have the chief and him be able to, because I understand the director's always there. This chief's leadership is a different style, you know, and I just think it's unfair. He's not here to be able to give it.
So, Councilwoman, I understand, you know, the many requests from the councilman, but if we have a committee structure where you have 3 to 4 council members, he cannot get his answers there.
Okay.
You have a budget hearings coming up. If the councilman still doesn't get his things answered, then Councilman, I recommend that you vote no on the entire budget of the city. You hear? That will send a message to the administration and to everyone that they need to be more respectful to the council. And this goes not just with the police department, it goes with DPW and everything else. There's a lot of things that have been discussed in personnel that we're very upset about. I hear rumors that they want to continue to hire more staff in the personnel.
Council President, I wanted to give you my report.
So again, for now it's just rumors. I want to hear what they're going to present in the next budget hearings. But if those things happen to be true, don't count on my support on the next budget either.
Council President, just so you know, it was not a rumor. A rumor is hearing gossip. This came directly from the BA in our personnel committee meeting, who mentioned certain things which I can share with the council.
Okay. So council members, you know, we have a lengthy agenda to go through. Councilman Jackson, you know, you're gonna have the floor right now. You know, I would appreciate if, you know,
I'll be as
normally very clear when you speak. You're normally very clear when you speak, but let's just try to, you know, keep it as brief as possible. That way we could, you know, go into the agenda, if you don't mind.
With all due respect, Council President, I would take this and turn around and put the onus back on you. Sure. You, as the Council President, have to be the diligent party in holding and helping the council hold the administration accountable. In fact, I can't agree with Councilman Velez more, because if we continue to allow these things to be silenced and muffled in committee, then it never gets brought to the attention of the public. And when we have shooting numbers that are approaching 100 in a year, where in past years it was at 19 and 21, you know, that's a great concern that we all should be concerned about. And, you know, I recently took on some disrespect from some members of that department, so I'm anxious to hear from it as well. But further, my concerns are a little bit deeper, Council President, because I have asked question after question after question, week after week, that fail to be answered. Now, what's happening is all of these questions and concerns that I have are ultimately going to turn into lawsuits that the city has to pay for, that we all have to be accountable for. For example, just recently we settled, the administration settled and never brought it to the attention of the council for the position of affirmative action because of some choices that they made where they did not bring that person back to work. So, and they knew that we were going to lose in a lawsuit. And I read recently on a Facebook post where, and I knew about it because I'm the one who talked about it over a year ago, where the civil service exam put a Paterson resident at the #1 position, and this administration is overlooking that person and failing to act what legally is going to put this council and the city in a bad position. Furthermore, you know, there's just so many different things. The zoning officer who's not a non-resident. You have, you know, and I, quite frankly, my large concern is the response that I've been getting from this administration, you know, and particularly the BA. An extremely facetious response into a lot of my concerns, which I don't believe are personal. I take personal umbrance on the fact that we have Paterson members of the community being mistreated. I asked about the firefighter hunt. We still haven't gotten an answer on that. The civil service exam with the zoning officer. The recent overtime allowance in her office only. There's so many different infractions, and in particularly, the unfair treatment across the board. And there's such a drop in employee morale because of the treatment that's coming from that office. It's such a menacing treatment where employees are actually afraid to say something, and that's a concern of mine. And yet here we continuously allow these concerns to go unanswered. And what's going to aid in those efforts, when we talk about the fact that these concerns have been addressed, people are going to go back and use these videos as evidence in their court cases. You have the director of CI that filed a lawsuit against the city. We have lawsuits piling up because of the poor treatment that's being distributed and the unfair practices that's being distributed from this administration. The lawsuit that was placed, and then instead of utilizing, to your point, Council President, instead of standing hard on what we have set in place, they're disregarding the TO and hiring who they want to hire, where they want to hire, creating different positions. It's going on in the Department of Personnel, and this gross negligent action is just growing worse and worse by the day. So I'm curious, Council President, where do you stand, relative to the finance chair and the council president, where this thing is definitely going to cost us money. It's costing us money already, and it's going to continue to cost us more money as we move forward, continue to move in this direction.
So, Councilman, you're 100% correct, but let me just say something. I've been president for 3 months, right? President of the council for 3 months. And you mean to tell me that this is the first time this administration is doing what they're doing now? That doesn't make it right. Let me just state this. It doesn't make it right. But something I had many conversations, even with the mayor, and I told him the disrespect has to stop. They often go to DCA to get approval before they even come to the council to see if we're okay with it or not. And that has to stop. The relationship, we often say it, and the residents have asked us, the council, to work together with the administration. But if this administration don't change their ways, we would not be working together. And I've been telling them, hold on a minute. And like I stated previously, I've been council president for 3 months. And all of a sudden, everything that is going on here for the past 2 years and a half, I'm being told that is my responsibility. And you know what? I take responsibility for things that I could control. A lot of these things the administration is doing on their own, and they're using DCA to get many of these things done. The only thing I could tell you, Councilman, is we cannot go back to the 3 months again.
With all due respect, Council President, I just want to make this point clear, and I agree it has been only 3 months, but the sinister behavior from the BA and what's been happening. To Councilman Velez's point, you made a statement to him, Councilman, if you don't like it, vote no against the budget. What good does that make when 1 or 2 council people are voting no to hold the administration accountable?
No, Councilman,
when there's a Fab 5 that's voting.
Councilman,
President,
hold on.
We have not spoken about anything on the agenda. If you want,
Councilman,
city business.
I already made that comment, Councilman. I already made that point. Let's just finish the conversation, and then we go into the agenda. It doesn't make it any better for other people to point out the obvious that I already pointed out, that we still have a lengthy agenda to discuss. All I'm saying, Councilman, the reason I'm bringing this up, it comes a time when you say enough is enough. I was willing to work with this administration my first 3 months as president. Now I'm to the point that if things don't change, I'm not approving anything that comes before us. And again, that's just me, my opinion. And again, I'm a council person. I was elected to represent the people. and this is what I'm going to do going forward. But also, Councilman Velez, it shouldn't just be some of the department heads. We need the mayor in this meeting. The mayor needs to be in this meeting. But that's for another time. Madam Clerk, at this time, I want to take item number 9 for discussion.
Item number 9. Okay, Mr. President. Next item is item number 9, and this is under administration. It's saying resolution requesting the city administration explore an agreement with Passaic County to include east side and west side parks in the county park system.
Move to committee. Move to the committee.
Council members,
Council President.
Councilwoman Davila.
Council President, I really don't want to have this discussion right now. I think this is not presented in, we're talking about parks, then I would want to have a conversation in DPW. Our chair just said that it should have been brought to committee. And just on a personal, I don't feel comfortable, or I would not like to give away our crown jewels of our city. I would want to hear what is going to be presented, but honestly, why are we looking to give away East Side Park and West Side Park to the county?
We can't afford it.
Council President, please.
I'm gonna hold on, council members. Councilwoman Mims, I cannot be part of this discussion regarding this item. Could you take over until you finish discussing this?
For Council President. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Council President. So I just want to answer I'm the sponsor of this resolution, so I would love to address our great councilwoman at large, Marissa Davila, and also address the DPW chairman. So I'll address him first. And hopefully, Council President, you'll allow me the floor without any rebuttal, and I'll answer any questions. I reached out to the DPW chair. He said, don't worry about it, send it to workshop. I had a witness in front of me. I could bring those people that were around me when I spoke to him about this. He said, don't go. I asked him, I would like to present in committee. He said, don't worry, you can do a workshop for a discussion. So therefore, that's why it came onto the workshop. So that's my first address. And I do have witnesses that were next to me when he stated that, and I could bring them to the public portion at the next meeting. So that is why it's not at committee, and let the record reflect. To Councilman Davila. So you are right. I may differ with what you say. If you believe East Side Park is the crown jewel of our city, then I don't believe that the residents, that is the crown jewel. East Side Park and West Side Park are in complete disrepair. Our residents are paying $14,000 in taxes. Go look at the other park systems around North Jersey and see what a crown jewel looks like. If we continue accepting the bottom of the barrel and not looking for innovative ways for our residents, then we're doing a disservice to the city residents. So, Councilman Davila, to rephrase it, I do believe East Side Park needs a shining. It needs to be brightened up. That the city hasn't done for decades. Not just while we're sitting on the council, I'm talking about to the 60s and 70s and the 80s. West Side Park still has trees chopped down. I went to the parks. Well, I want to take it one step further to my council colleagues. Let this fact into the residents of Paterson. Paterson, New Jersey is the only large city out of the top 10 cities in the state of New Jersey that doesn't have a county park system, right? Our colleagues, our great city, I met with the council people in the city of Newark, Weekway Park, Branch Brook Park, Riverfront Park, county park system. Go right over the river to Montclair, go to Brookdale Park, in Montclair, Bloomfield, county park. Go right across to the North Ward, drive it down, I think is it East Main maybe, it goes into Hawthorne. Go look at Gopherbrook Park, and most of the residents in the city of Paterson, go there, right? This isn't about a takeover. This is about being smart and second, and using resources that could be used at other parks. Imagine, I've heard this council saying DPW is located in East Side Park and the grass is still 3 feet, 4 feet high. So do we sit back and not do anything? And this resolution doesn't give anything away, Councilwoman. This resolution, as council members, is urging the administration to have that discussion. And if we don't have a discussion, how do we improve services? How do we learn from each other, right? That's what I have in front of you here. I could bring you guys, I would love to host a tour. I'll bring a bus with social distance and let's go see the other county parks. Have you been to Jersey City and seen Lincoln Park? Have you been to North Bergen on Bergen Line Avenue and seen Braddock Park? The residents in our city deserve parks that they should be proud of. And a shared service just like this, an agreement, will allow us to put more resources in Barber Park, will allow us to put more money in Wrigley Park, will allow us to put more money in police protection of Roberto Clemente, right? Because we're using county government, which we pay many taxes to, like we all stated here. What do we get out of it? We pay taxes to the county and they fix Gothelbrook Park, and the residents in Hawthorne love that park in front of their household. The sheriff provides protection at the county parks. Just imagine how many cars will be blasting music in Eastside Park or Westside Park if there was county sheriffs, and alleviating the Paterson police to go patrol our streets and maybe take people off the streets on the corners or in our other little pocket parks. So once again, this isn't a takeover, council colleagues. Please, I'm asking you, let's be a little mindful. This is just for our administration to have a discussion. When you have 10 of the top 10 cities in the state of New Jersey that benefits from a county park system, why doesn't Paterson do it? Because we're going to continue saying the crown jewel that never gets shine? Guess who loses at the end? Our residents. And I have more questions. If you guys have questions, I'd love to answer because I did extensive research on this. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilman Velez?
Thank you, Council President. Councilman Abdelaziz is right into one part of the statement at the beginning that he said, I agree. He came to me and said, Councilman, can we have a discussion that will benefit the parks, that will benefit inclusive Roberto Clemente Park too? And I said, let's have that conversation in committee. Let's have that discussion in committee. The other day, he approached me and said, Councilman, we are tied up in this and that, whatever. Can we have that discussion in the workshop? And I say, well, if it's a discussion, bring it to the workshop. I don't care. Bring it to the workshop. But he didn't say that he was going to draft and he was going to lobby with 3 other council members a resolution to move forward for vote for the next meeting. Total different. All right. That's why I say let's move it to committee. Now, I know the intention to let him speak first. It was to explain from A to Z what his intention is. But, and when I see a sponsor and 3 other co-sponsors, right there will tell me that he had a conversation way before even the committee. So he didn't even respect the committee and move forward to speak to other 4 individuals to do a resolution. So I don't care. If it's Paterson, it's Paterson. If you want to ignore my leadership, it's up to you, but I'm going to still continue working on it. But I have a situation here. When you talk to West Side Park and East Side Park, Council Rubicon, I don't know why you didn't protest. You got Montgomery Park that needs a change. I protest because I got Roberto Clemente that need money in that park.
Why are you pulling my name into it? We ain't talking about Montgomery Park.
Because,
Stop it, Councilman.
Councilwoman.
My name is on the agenda, yes.
Yes, it's in the resolution.
Say what you want to talk about, Councilman.
Right.
What does Montgomery Park got to do with it?
You'll speak after he's done.
I will talk after him.
So let me tell you how I see it. If I was going to be a sponsor, co-sponsor of a resolution, and I represent the 5th Ward, I will make sure that if I'm going to support the West and the East, I'm going to make sure that the center of the heart of Paterson is in that resolution. Why not include all the parks then? In other words, Abdelaziz sending a message that DPW cannot hold the job. that cannot do the job for the parks. So let me tell you what was the message that I will send to the county. Why not release, all right, the money of the open space directly with different projects for our park? The administration, Catherine Long, the administration, the grant writer, the administration is the one. The administration supposed to go to the county, ask for money for fix our park. The administration is the one to sit and plan about how our parks will look. The administration is the one to release the funds to DPW, to the employees, for more equipment, for more bags, for more employees for the city of Paterson. So this is a little bit disrespectful to try to shift the responsibility to the county when we're not taking care of our employees, when our city is the lower pay in the DPW department, is the lower pay, and we still demand them more and more and more, and they don't have the equipment necessary to put in their hands to work. Now, the county, you know, if for a vote they're gonna give us a share agreement with the park. So that's what we get every year, every time that we go to vote for a freeholder, fix the parks. That's what we get? No, that's a shame. And let me tell you something, Abdulaziz. I'm a Democrat. And I'm a Democrat before you. And I know about Democrat Party way before you. Let me tell you something, because I know you're a real defender of the party when it comes up to lead up the local government. All right? But let me tell you something. Do you see a freeholder walking out the street to see what we need? Do you see a freeholder going to the 5th Ward? Councilman, what you need for your ward? Do you see a freeholder going to the 1st Ward? Only in election time. And I vote the line Democrat because I'm a Democrat. I'd rather have the Democrat Party in my city than having a 45. But you don't see a freeholder going up and down in our street dealing with the homeless. You don't see them. But yes, you see them in election time. And you know who they won with? With what vote they won? You know with what vote they win? With the Paterson voters. If they depend in Bergen County, if they depend in any other city, they will not win. But right now,
I know that this is very passionate and very dear to your heart, but I want to let Councilman Cotton.
I got to finish, Council President. I got to finish. I got to finish, and then I got to speak anymore.
Okay.
I got to finish.
Quick, because you've spoken for 4 minutes, Councilman Velez.
Well, Abdulaziz spoke for 5.
No,
and he threw up everybody. So Council President, finishing. I got to finish. So finishing my statement.
Councilman Velez, you have spoken for over 4 minutes. If you would like to get another opportunity, I will come back to you. But I want to allow Councilwoman Cotton to speak. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Council President. The resolution reads exploring an agreement. That's all it reads, exploring an agreement. I believe that Councilman Velez, since he want to start calling names, just upset that his name isn't on the resolution. And he's talking about Montgomery Park. You know what? I would get more benefits with my Montgomery Park, my Barber Park. That's what we're looking for, because as Eastside Park and Westside Park, yes, it needs a lot of more things to be getting done. It does. So for you to say why I don't want to include Montgomery Park, now there's going to be more money on the side for Montgomery Park, more money for Barber Park. That's what's wrong with us as council people here sometimes. Because our name, and I said it to you, Councilman, when you started putting your name on resolutions for DPW, which was not necessary. I don't know what happened, but it's about us all working together. That's what it's about. I'm not here to, and the resolution only reads exploring an agreement. We're just going to talk about it. We're just going to sit down, and they might say, no, we can't get this, or they might say, yes, we can get this. It's just a matter of sitting down and talking about it. And Councilman, you have to sometimes and I'm not going to go all in detail, but you know what? I've been working 45 years in my life. Let me tell you something. if a boss or supervisor come up to me and think he can yell and scream at me in front of a bunch of people, no, I'm not going to talk to you. No, I'm not going to talk to you. You don't yell and scream at me with 20 people standing around, with 5 people standing around. You respect them. You can't yell and scream at grown people like they're children. If you're not in charge of something, you can't, if you don't have the expertise in certain things, and all of us sitting here has an expertise in something. And sometimes we just have to listen to each other to see what we're good at, and listen to what we're not good at, and listen to the ones that are good in something. That's what we're here for. But you are not gonna walk into no room and think that you're gonna yell and scream at people and they're gonna sit there and let you do that, because they're not gonna let that happen. They're not gonna let it happen. And you know, the resolution reads to explore an agreement. That's all it reads. It's not saying we're handing anything over to them. It's not saying we're going to give it to them. It's just a matter of saying, let's see what we can do. But I know one thing. I've been working over 45 years of my life. I'm not going to let nobody stand up there and think they can yell and scream at me anytime they feel like it, like I don't have anything to say. Because, Councilman Velez, you have to stop doing that. You have to. Because it's just a matter of an agreement. If the names, it's the names, whoever, like I said, we all have certain expertise here. Some of us know more than others. And why you're not supposed to listen to someone else? You can listen to someone else, please. That's all this is. And Councilman, you know, and I'm not going to say everything what I want to say, because we're on TV. People are watching us. Little kids are watching us. They're watching us. And sometimes they're watching us because they have to watch us because their mother and father's watching us. So they got to sit there with them to, come on, we got to do better than what just happening now. We got to do better. Just yelling and screaming. You know, I may disagree with some of my directors, but I can tell you one thing, I ain't gonna yell and scream at them like they little kids.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Council President, just thank you for that. Thank you.
Very well said. I'm going to add some comments to it as well. I think that's why Al was waving. I know you're next, Councilman Allen, then Councilman Gilman, and then Councilwoman Zavala. I'll add some additional points later to the dialogue. But I think Councilwoman Cotton said it best, is just to explore an agreement. There is nothing on the resolution that says anything is given away. None of that is here. Right now is to explore an agreement on how we can work together to improve West Side Park and East Side Park, which requires a lot of maintenance. It requires a lot of upgrades. I mean, I live in the 3rd Ward. I lived in the 3rd Ward for 20 years, 20 years in the 3rd Ward. Councilman Gilman is the councilman of the 2nd Ward. He's the councilman there. And then Councilman Abdelaziz, who is familiar, who's helped with other parks and fields. He's helped get them done through bonds. So he knows this stuff. But when it comes to the 3rd Ward, it's a historic park, but we get a lot of complaints regarding quality of life, police concerns, noise, vagrants, so many things. So if there can be some dialogue where we can make it better, we should be able, as elected officials, the legislative body that was elected by the constituents of Paterson, to look into ways to improve the services that are provided, also to identify ways that we could save costs. In addition to partner, we're paying into the county on the payment of bills list. I mean, if we have payment of bills lists 4 times a month, at least 2 or 3 times we're paying taxes to them. So we have to identify ways that we can partner and work together. But it will be on the administration to have those conversations and to bring them back before the full council for us to vote upon it. But at least this is an initiative. I think it's a creative approach. I thank Councilman Abdelaziz for this approach to have the dialogue. Whether it will get done or not, that's something different. But to start the process, I think, is a creative approach, and we should be looking into creative ways to get things done more efficiently and to engage other entities such as the county or even the state, whoever we need to make sure that Paterson gets the best services like the county has. We deserve it. We deserve it. I'm sure all of you that visit parks, you will say it yourself. We deserve a quality park. I'm not going to go into what I'm going through with Bear Trap Park right now. Take a ride over there and see what's happening. It's not resolved, but take a look at our parks. We deserve to have Barber Park. We commend. It's a model park. It was transformed, but how much more can we do? This is an agreement just to explore an agreement. It's not even an agreement. It's an exploration to take a look into. I'm just giving the definition of explore. It means we're going to look into, we're going to see if this is a possibility. It's not that it's finalized. It's nothing that we said we gave something away. That is not, we don't want to give that type of dialogue to the city of Paterson because it is inaccurate. It is item number 9 on the agenda tonight, and it says a resolution requesting the city administration to explore an agreement with the Passaic County regarding the maintenance of East Side and West Side Park. Councilman Abdelaziz, Councilman Gilman, and then Councilwoman Davenport. And then Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Council President. And I just want to, like I said, I just want to address some facts because numbers don't lie. And I really want my council colleagues, listen, I'll take my name off of this resolution. This is not about people's names on it, credit, or whatever it is, right? One of the council colleagues spoke about open space. So I sat on the open space committee. I've been passionate about parks, right? Each municipality is capped at $500,000 for open space. So we can apply every year. Not very rarely a municipality does get 500, and that doesn't mean just a town. That includes nonprofits. So when the nonprofits go in there and the city goes in there, the cap is 500,000. Most of the time they only give $250,000. We've seen park improvements. Buckley Park cost us $1.something million, and we got one field out of it. Eastside Park is going to need millions of dollars. We're not just talking about upgrades, and Westside Park, right? We're not just talking about upgrades to the park. We're talking about safety. Now we're able to utilize county sheriff officers whose purpose as a county sheriff is to patrol parks. We don't have any county parks in the city, so they don't go into our parks. Now, if it's part of the county park system, that's an advantage for public safety. 2, maintenance. Our DPW men and women are working their tails off. They are thin at the bone right now, right? What does it hurt getting people to assist them, right? If they don't have to use or have to maintain West Side and East Side, which are our 2 largest parks, and I'm gonna defend Councilwoman Khan, she's a sponsor on this, because she knows the resources that we're putting in East Side and West Side now could be used at Montgomery, could be used at the smaller parks, Bear Trap Park, could be used at some of the other areas that we need, right? I have one park in my ward and it's controlled by the school, so this doesn't affect the 6th ward, but it's something that you have to explore for the benefit of the residents. Another comment I just want to bring up, one are the freeholders in the city of Paterson. 2 of the freeholders live in the city of Paterson for the first time ever. They're taxpayers, they're voters, they live in the city, their kids go to our schools. To say that they're not around is false. And then we talk about, I've heard my council colleagues, we send money to the county. And think about this, to the residents, please put politics aside here. Let's do what's right. When we send our money to the county, on your county tax portion, they improve parks. Half of the open space stays within the county to improve county parks. So that half of the money that they use, guess where it goes? Rifle Camp Road in Woodland Park, Garrett Mountain in Clifton, Gofflebrook Park in Hawthorne, the county golf course, nothing in Paterson. So that money could trickle down to our city and then save the taxpayers' dollars because now we're getting resources from the county. It's a win-win across the board. I'm here just saying, as a council person, I called my council colleagues and mayors from other cities, and they said, I actually think, if I'm not mistaken, the administration could bring this in. The park consultant, Councilwoman Davila, that the park grant that we have, in his recommendation, and I didn't read it, I just found that out today. In his recommendation, it said you should concentrate on the smaller parks and make your bigger parks part of the county park system. That's what the state does. So this isn't Al's thing. I'll take my name off of this. Please let's not play politics. This is something that should have been done decades ago. And we're making great progress. This council, we're making great. I say we, as much as difference that we have, we're making great progress with our parks. We are. I've been on the council for 2 years and I've seen a transformation. Let's continue that momentum. Let's let the administration sit with the freeholders. Let's get the best bang for our buck. And I'm sure the residents in those areas, I do not represent them, but I'm a few blocks across Route 80 from Eastside Park, so there is a little connection there. I'm sure the residents in that area want this. It's sad when Elmwood Park has to pay our city to put officers in our parks. Let that sink in. We're the laughing stock for stuff like that. So please, council, let's take the politics out of this. If anyone wants to join on this, I will remove my name as sponsor. I'll add anyone else as sponsor. I don't need to be on it. I just want to do what's right. Let's sit at the table. Let's represent Paterson, and let's try to bring the resources that the residents in this city deserve. And the money that we put in those parks could be used for other parks, and maybe that could be our new debt payment, our down payment for an actual recreation center that Councilman Jackson was talking about, that we could get an indoor facility for our kids. And that's another thing I would like to talk down the line years to come. Thank you, Council President.
Councilman Gilman, Councilwoman Davila, and then Councilman Jackson. And then Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Council President. There's going to be passionate discussion about this, and I know it's important to make sure for public transparency to ensure that the public's going to get the best deal possible. And in terms of equity, right now, the county, because of our tax levy, the amount of money that we're paying them, the resources that we're giving them, we're not even getting equality in the sense. To have the opportunity for a net gain, to have an opportunity that we can receive sheriff officers, we can receive parks that are going to give dignity to the individuals living in the second ward, and including the individuals living around Eastside Park, is a plus. We're always going to have the debate regarding limited resources but unlimited wants. And those are the things that are going to happen. We deserve much more. For 150,000 plus people living in the city, they deserve the recreation that every other town has. There are multiple times that I myself take my wife and child, we go to Golfer Brook Park, we go to Garrett Mountain, because some of our parks locally are very difficult to use. And part of it is not the fact that we have individuals that are not working. It's the fact that we are understaffed in the police, we are understaffed in DPW. As you know, the DPW doesn't have the equipment necessary to do all these tasks that we require them to do. But this is a discussion, this is just an opportunity to have a talk. Again, all the council members, you have brilliant ideas, you're passionate about this thing to make sure that at the end of the day, it's the citizens, the residents of Paterson, they get the best deal possible. But I truly believe, as a resident of the second ward, as a councilman for the second ward, visiting that park ever since I was in high school, grade school, and seeing the condition it's in, it's not the fact that we don't have DPW members working there, it's the fact that they don't have enough people on the ground. Manpower is always going to be an issue, but with the county tax levy that we pay, it's an opportunity for the county to reinvest inside the city. That entire location is going to be redeveloped, hopefully for a positive reason for the kids. And again, I know it's going to be a conversation regarding, well, we don't want to give up our parks, but I didn't even know Garrett Mountain wasn't a park when I was a kid belonging to Paterson. I just assumed that it did. And it was outside the boundary of Paterson. I never knew it was a county park until I went to high school or college. So the vast majority of children and families will only see, like, I'm finally being treated with dignity. I'm given the respect that there's a clean park, there's gonna be sheriff officers, there's gonna be park attendants. And that's the angle I'm trying to look at. But at the same time, I agree with Councilwoman Davila. Discussion about this, we need to make sure that we're talking properly to see what the merits are. If there's a deal that seems that it's going to be against the city or against the residents, then we shouldn't do it. But starting the conversation, having this discussion, seeing how we can get the best possible option out of this will really serve the residents well. And I know all of you are really experienced in your variety of fields, and you wouldn't choose anything unless it was going to benefit the children and families there. But I see this as the first step to have a conversation, the first step for us to see how we can make sure that our families are treated with dignity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, we keep, like, I heard it from Councilman Abdelaziz, and I heard it from you, Councilman Chaudhry, about our children and, what's best for our city and our constituency and our taxpayers. So that means that our sports teams will be sharing the parks. So that's part of the conversation. So would that be put in the agreement that the parks will continue to be used? Because we don't really have a lot of fields. So if we're going to be sharing, our parks now with county, like you can go to Hawthorne because, you can do that. I don't think that that would be in benefit to our sports teams in our city. So that would probably be another question that I would have, if we would be sharing, if our sports teams will be sharing the parks once they become county parks.
Council President, just if I may, Councilwoman, that's a valid question. This resolution in front of you doesn't get into the nitty gritty.
No, I know that. Listen, and I'm sorry, Councilman, just to say this, because Councilwoman, I know how to read and I know definitions, and I know that this was just to explore and have a conversation. But this is part of the conversation, and although everything is not written out, this is one of the things that I want to hear right from the bat. Are we going to be sharing our parks?
You wouldn't know that because they.
1 second, Councilman Al. My comment wasn't directed to you, Councilwoman Zavala.
No, I didn't think so. I was just saying, I was making
it was just to explain what was before us. It was actually the same comment that Councilwoman Cotton made. So I just reiterated what she said. But when it comes to what's before us, this is almost to say that we're giving a pass to the administration to start dialogue with the county. All of the negotiation, all of the agreements, I agree with what you said as it relates to the usage, what will happen, because we know DPW has their space or their facility in the park. What happens with the White House that's in the park for recreation? There's a lot of different dynamics that we would have to have dialogue around, because there's 16 municipalities within Passaic County. We have to make sure we get priority usage. There's a lot of questions and concerns, but I think opening it up to even have dialogue, get an overview of what they're presenting. I'm sure they'll go do an assessment of the parks to let us know what they see. Then it is our responsibility, the administration, and then our responsibility, because it will come to us for a final approval. Then we can go through the dialogues of what the agreement looks like. And we can change whatever we need to do. But this is only for the beginning. But I totally agree with you. That was some of the stuff I said to Councilman Abdelaziz. He will tell you the exact same thing. But when you look at the skeleton structure of the vision plan, which is a draft, this is something that was recommended by the I call them the vision strategists for the parks of the money. And it is identified in there that we should focus more on the small pocket parks, and then this is a recommendation to look into the county and all that. But we're just doing based on the recommendation from the vision plan.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Jackson, and then Councilman Velez.
Well, first and foremost, although it is a extremely interesting concept, there's some very stark differences in Paterson than there are in all the other municipalities within our county. Paterson has a full governmental infrastructure. We have a much bigger constituency. We have a much more densely populated community that definitely needs to have full access to certain parks and things of that nature. But more importantly, as the county seat we're getting short-ended. So from my perspective, although I think it's definitely, something worth exploring, and I'm very interested in having a conversation, it's kind of a bailout for the administration and their failure to be able to maintain certain things that really we're responsible for. So, when it's based on statute, the entire purpose of the county's officers is strictly to maintain the surveillance and or oversight of parks. And the fact that, not only do they assist on streets and roads where they are not supposed to patrol, but they don't help with the support in our parks is another situation that needs to be addressed. We have we pay a great deal of taxes in county dollars. They have a unit sitting down there where these officers have been making overtime money outside of their normal patrol salary. They're able to just sit in a vehicle for 8-hour shifts and make overtime money that we're paying for. But they don't assist in aiding in our parks, which is absurd. And we're not holding them accountable. They don't pay full taxation. They don't pay taxes at all for any of the county facilities that they utilize, and all of the city services that they utilize as well when it comes to road infrastructure and things of that nature around all the buildings that they are using. So, I like to have this conversation from a more broad perspective as a holding the county accountable for the lack of services that they're rendering to the city of Paterson. We have more and more services that's being rendered to the entire county, and our residents are paying the price for it. So I'm not in full agreement with just signing over, although I do agree. And if you look at Buckley Park, just to your point, Councilman Abdelaziz, not Buckley Park, Gofferbrook Park, it was only recently redone. They just recently started putting a lot more effort into it. And in fact, I do remember specifically is after Freeholder Best got there and helped add some, some nuances to that board. But furthermore, when we look at, some of the, the dynamics of our community and the lack of diversity within the sheriff's department, their unwillingness to hire residents for Paterson, those are concerns of mine as well. That there'll be a army reign, so to speak, over our parks, and Paterson residents may not get the same type of treatment that that they deserve, because they're getting it from people who don't obviously don't live here and obviously don't share some of the similarities of some of the diversity that we offer here. So all of those things are definitely a big concern of mine. And and lastly, when you talk about us taking resources that we're spending on Eastside Park and Westside Park, I would like to know what resources are you referring to, because Westside Park is an atrocity. That tennis court over there is an atrocity. The tennis court at Eastside Park is an atrocity. And you know what? Instead of alleviating the administration of their due responsibility of making sure that the residents have what we deserve, now we want to pass the buck to the county, and that's a big concern of mine as well. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Velez?
Thank you, Council President. From the beginning, a lot of people get excited in their own words. I know number 9 is to explore. Everybody knows that. And from the beginning, the title just say it like that. But I want to bring to your attention, in 2019, I believe it was 2018, there was a final report of the Paterson transition team that I sat in the transition team for the DPW. Okay, and here speak about the mayor was recommending, and they recommended to the mayor to get federal grant and state grant to repair our parks. He knows what to do. The mayor knows what to do. And you know, I commend this four councilmen that decide to do this, because you telling the mayor what he's supposed to do. He's supposed to get federal and state grants to fix our park. If you want, read the whole entire book. The plan of 4 years is here. It's in this book. I hold it every time somebody come with an idea. I read it if it was here already. When somebody come with an idea, I read it if it was here already. So, innovating, new plans, hey, let's do it. I know the chair agreement had to come to us for a final approval, okay? But based on my experience and the residents out there, every time they want to use a county park, they had to file an application, they had to pay a fee, and this gets into the will of the county if you could use that park or no. You cannot go to Gulfport Park and just sit in the park and do a picnic. You cannot go to the Garrett Mountains and sit up there and do a picnic with your family. If you don't go and fill an application with the county, okay, you cannot be in the park. It has sections. You know, all that is. I know all that is going to be explored, Councilman Abdulaziz. I know you're making that what I'm talking about. But based on my experience and based on the experience of people trying to use our parks out there, when they want to go to the county Garrett Mountain Park to use it, or to Gulfport Road Park to use it, they had to go to a process, an application to the DPW and from the county. And this smell, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm going to predict it right now. This is well, as soon as they get the agreement, the next tenant in the Eastside Park will be also the county with their trucks and every person out from there. And you never know if they're going to pull out the DPW out of there. Hope not. The agreement don't say that, but I know the pages is not only going to be one page. So if it's only to explore, the administration is supposed to explore that without you telling Abdulaziz, without you telling Councilwoman Cotton, without telling Lisa Mins, without us telling them. It was here. It was here in this plan fit. The final report of Paterson's transition team prepared for Mayor Andresella. Everything is here. From every division, from every department in the city, we gave them a report, how they look, where they at, and where they should be in 5 years from now. It's up to the mayor to move it. We just making something on honorary to approve, and it is what it is. But they have to come to us with a final agreement to see if we agree or not. That is what I have to say.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Let me just bring some clarity to something that was just stated. It was my idea to bring the administration to revitalize and upgrade parks. They agreed to it, and as a result, we were able to get a grant. Councilwoman Davila and I were able to go to Chattanooga. One of the ideas that came out of going to Chattanooga, Councilwoman Davila said that we should create a Friends of Paterson Parks, and we did. There's some other pieces to it as far as establishing the Paterson, the Parks Commission, which I asked the mayor, let's do Parks and Recreation Commission, because it used to be Recreation, let's expand it. So I'm not sure what's in the blue book. I don't keep the blue book handy. I'm not sure. The only blue book that I look at is the one when I'm selling cars or buying cars. But I remember very vividly, and if we go through and look through the past tapes, you will see that it was my recommendation when I first came to this council over 2 years ago to revitalize the parks in Paterson. We are doing a great job. Councilman Davila and I are heavily involved in that. We have the Friends of Paterson Park. Money has been put in, grants have been provided through the great live rescue experience and some of the great movies that are being filmed. They donate money into that. And that's how some of the work is being done in the park. Eastside Park, we approved, this council approved the steps, the court, the tennis courts, and the paving of Eastside Park. I'm not sure where that stands. We may need to ask for an update on where that is, but we approved that, this council did, for Eastside Park. I'm not sure, we're going into the fall winter season, but we should, as a council, make a recommendation. So Madam BA, I would like to receive an update for the council. Where do we stand with Eastside Park? Because we approved it for the tennis court, the road restructuring, and the steps, but it has not started. So can we just get an update? Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yeah, and to close, Councilwoman, I just want to extend the olive branch to my colleagues. People saying it's ceremonial. You know, most of the time the administration goes, and I want to commend the administration. I spoke to the administration and spoke to the freeholders that live in Paterson and said, listen, this is something that I would like to bring forth. And sometimes administration is the one that does these negotiations. Then they bring us the agreement, and then we say we were blindsided. And I know. So I said, as a council person, you know what? Let's bring this forward, bring it to my council colleagues, and know what and be transparent about what's going on. So please, any of my council colleagues, Madam BA, Madam Corporation Counsel, if anyone else from my council colleagues that would like to join on as a co-sponsor with this, could please, I don't mind it at all. Councilman Velez, Councilwoman Davila, Councilman Jackson, whoever it is, this is us. This is why I brought it here. I want to come as a council and be united, sending it to the administration. Most of us agree our parks need upgrading. This is just a different exit, a different avenue for us to entertain, to bring the resources, right? The nitty gritty, of course we have to see what's the fees, what's this. I don't know that. That's where the lawyers get involved, right? But I would hope, and I would open up the extend the olive branch to all my council colleagues that would like to be on as a co-sponsor or sponsor, whatever you want to do. This is what our residents, you guys know parks is my passion.
Well, I want to add something. Councilman Abdelaziz.
That's a closing. I'm not going to go back and forth, Councilman.
Councilman Velez, you have. Thank you. I know you're passionate,
Council President. That's it.
But this has been a long, well-spent conversation. If it is okay with Council President, I think this is just an agreement. Unless someone otherwise says, I believe that this possibly can be on consent. If someone disagrees, they can say it, but I think number 9 can be on consent for an agreement.
Well, I just want to say that I want to add Roberto Clemente Park in your statement here.
Madam President, if I may.
1 second, Madam Clerk. You would like to add Roberto Clemente Park in what statement?
In all whereas, there would say Eastside Park, and even in the title, not in the title, on the, even in the title, I want to add to include Eastside Park, Westside Park, and Roberto Clemente Park.
I'm not, that's something, we could talk about that offline. I'm not sure. That's something that
later. We won't add that. We can talk about that. We gotta ask.
We're gonna have a discussion. That was not a part of the original.
Council President.
We'll check into it, Councilman Velez. Yes, Councilwoman Davila.
Council President, since you know the title does read, for a conversation, exploration. So why not add it? It could come back to say that the county says, you know what, we're only gonna do West Side and East Side, and but we can add it. That could be a conversation. I mean, we're just having a conversation right now, correct?
And that's the 3rd largest park in the city.
Council President, this is only exploration. I don't mind adding it. I just thought the council didn't want county parks. If he wants to add his own county park into the ward.
Sir, that can be an additional conversation. Councilman Al, just have that discussion.
Put it on regular. Don't put it on consent. Put it on regular, please.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Number 9 on regular. Madam Clerk, yes.
Yes, Madam President, I wanted to tell you to put it on non-consent because Council President Rivera has a conflict with this. He was not able to vote on it. So it has to be non-consent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Yes, ma'am.
And I believe Council President can come back on.
Thank you. So, Madam Clerk,
yes, sir.
We take 26 through 30.
26 through 30, and those are finance.
Could they be put in the consent agenda?
Yes, sir. Yes, unless any council person member has any issues with any of these items, 26 through 30.
Council President.
Councilwoman Davila.
I'd like to be consistent as I've done. I don't want anyone to ever say that I pick and choose businesses. Madam BA, you know that this has been going on since prior to me being a council president, asking for if there's anything pertaining to any of these businesses, calls to service, just to make sure when the constituents, specifically when we've had constituents from the 6th Ward come in groups, okay, to discuss certain businesses, I just like for us to be consistent and make sure that we have whatever reports are prepared to make sure or the amount 26 to 30.
Yeah, definitely.
We shouldn't put it on that. We should not put them in consent.
Item number 30 is a junkyard license. That can go in consent.
Council members, let's put the dance hall licenses on non-consent. Right. We've been doing every meeting. So you got 26 to 29 non-consent.
Right.
The junkyard license.
Question.
Actually, you know what? Put all of them in non-consent, and we also would like to see a report and pictures of the junkyard.
Discussion.
Council President.
Councilman Abdelaziz and Councilman Velez.
29. You can let Councilman Velez go first. I'm getting.
Councilman Velez.
Yes, it's easy. It's short. I'm looking over the application, and also just want to make sure that everybody had the same package. They had the pictures. Every establishment has a report from ABC, has a report from the licensing and everything containing that application. I have just saw all of them. Now, even the auto has a picture in the back. All of them has pictures and report from different.
So what is your statement, Councilman?
So my statement is that Councilwoman Davila was going to request if it was any call of service and everything, and all of them in the back has the report from no pending, no charges pending, no call of service was made, et cetera, from those establishments. If it says the record of the office revealed that are no current charges pending.
Councilman. So, that's what the document states. Now, yeah. Councilwoman has a request on the floor that she would like to get a list of calls. It is, I see some names here. I'm sure people call all the time. Sometimes people call because there's an accident outside and they use the business as reference. That goes as a call, believe it or not. Councilwoman Davila and Councilwoman Cotton.
Yeah, just quickly. Okay, this will be quick, to Councilman Velez, because he's saying, I don't see no ABC report here. I see a memo from the ABC secretary from Marianne.
Correct.
Okay, so in the past, we've had the same memo, and then we've had individuals come, like last year, pertaining to certain businesses, all right? And I'm just saying it because I know Councilman Abdelaziz, because I've had the same constituents contact me and send me text messages and phone calls and emails.
So council members, let's just not prolong the conversation.
The councilman said that they were attached, and I have it here.
I know, Councilwoman.
This report is not attached to this, Madam BA.
Let's not prolong the discussion. I know for a fact there's a place in the 6th Ward that gets calls all the time. Councilwoman Cotton and Councilman Abdelaziz.
No, I just want to say, Council President, for item number 30, it doesn't need to go on. Really keep a good business.
I know.
That can go in consent. I mean, I don't need it to go in regular.
Councilwoman, what we're going to try to do is,
it's a junkyard license.
Let's try to do the same thing for everyone, though, because I remember watching council meetings in the past where.
Well, I will let you know. I will let you know, Councilman, about my junkyards. That's really no good.
I know. All the junkyards in the 4th Ward, Councilwoman.
No, this is the only got one up here now.
Councilwoman,
I'm talking about the one I have in front of me now. That's all.
What I'm requesting is pictures like they used to in the past, just to see the condition of the
picture is behind the resolution.
Councilwoman.
It is.
Councilman Abdelaziz.
It's behind the resolution. It's right there.
Thank you, Council President. So I have a few questions in regards to this. So I concur with Councilwoman Davila. I would like all the calls made for the establishment that's located in my ward prior to this coming up to next week's meeting, right? Charges are different than calls. right? Quality of life doesn't consider a charge. When music's blasting at 2 a.m., that's not a charge, that's a quality of life concern. Secondly, Corporation Counsel, entertainment license. Please, is there any control for an entertainment license for outdoor music? Does this entertainment license include outdoor also?
Every license is subject to the ordinances of the city.
So the question is, now with the COVID stuff, many establishments have moved outside, right? Mm-hmm. Because it's outside now, music, there's entertainment. Entertainment outdoors is a lot different than entertainment indoors, right? When you're indoors, inside, you probably can't hear the music. When you're outdoors and you're in a residential neighborhood and the speaker is right next to your bedroom of your neighbor and they have an entertainment license, so is there any stipulations for entertainment outdoors? Because now everyone's going outdoors because of COVID. We got to be prepared for this. And this is not just in the 6th Ward. This is going to be all around the city.
I hear you.
Entertainment license allowed.
I need to look up the license, and I can look it up right now. Just look up what the ordinances say. However, every establishment is subject to the noise ordinances in the city.
All right. So I'm getting many complaints about this.
So council members, so we're going to continue. The request, the request is on the floor.
So Councilman, be prepared. I'll have about 20 residents at the meeting for the
all call in. That's fine. Could we continue with this, Councilman Jackson?
Very quickly, Council President, I can forward a copy. Based on COVID, there was a special order that was released by the governor that changed some of the stipulations of the entertainment and or never establishments that already had food, beverage, and alcohol entertainment licenses. I was exploring it because it was a little while back for those establishments that did not have that. There was a different mandate that the city put, and I can forward that to you as well. Corporation Counsel, the ABC enforcement officer for the city has a copy. He's the one who actually gave it to me. So it doesn't totally align with our city ordinance, but it's pretty much similar. It just allows for them for an extension of premises.
Thank you for sharing that, Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Councilman.
We put all these items, 26 through 30 on non-consent.
You have that, Mr. President.
Okay, let's going
back.
Sure.
Okay.
You know what? Let's do the administration items, number 6, 7, and 8. Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. Next items are for administration. Number 6 is award of contract for Dell Marketing to purchase MS Office application software for IT. And number 7, award of contract for SHI for the purchase of 30 tablets, and that's for IT as well. And these are state contracts. Both.
All right, could we put those two on consent?
6 and 7?
6 and 7 on consent?
Yes.
President.
Yes, Councilman Jackson.
What's going on consent? We should have some details. 30 tablets. The council struggled to purchase 14 tablets. How are we just now? Where's this money coming from? Is it COVID-related expense, or what's the details behind
it? Go ahead, Madam BA.
Yes, Council President. Yes, this is a COVID expense in relation to the new SDL system. This is in particular to allow mobile access for our inspectors to do field work. So this is for field tablets.
Council President. Council President. Yes. See, this is the thing that I was talking before when I was reading the bills of payment of COVID-19. All right. And you could go, Council President, you could go back again to the bills. In one side, they purchased 25. In the other side, they purchased 14. In the other side, they purchased, and they on COVID related. Now we're going to go and use our funds. That's what I understand. Using our funds. Or is the one that COVID? So it's going to come in another separate bill then.
Yes, you have.
Yeah.
Okay. They cannot purchase until they approve.
But at the same time, as Councilman Jackson stated, we need to know where they're going to use it. Now she explained it, so hey, keep on bringing the computers.
Yeah, that's why those discussion needs to be had in committees, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims.
So in the resolution itself, it outlines where the 30 tablets will be utilized, 24 for economic development, 3 for health and human services, and 3 for DPW. But I think this, the question I have, and I asked it the last time, I know it's for system interface, for data. Have we ensured that we will have the bandwidth and the capacity to hold all the data that we're looking to expand into these systems?
Council President, yes. For this one, our IT director has done the research and worked with the economic development team as we put it together, and that's why we are also getting another server as part of this in order to properly, transition from paper to having it all digital.
And also with the purchase of these items, I remember when we went through the tablets, the initial order, we didn't have sleeves and tablets. So I want to make sure that we have protective cases and covers such as we have currently to make sure when we do the purchase that we don't have issues where they get damaged or destroyed. So can we just make sure we have protection where for all of these items of purchase?
All right.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Now, can you put those two on consent?
I do have that, Mr. President.
Now, number 8, I have a question, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir.
This is an appointment of a constable by the mayor.
Yes.
How many people have the mayor appointed so far as constable?
We're keeping a track, but I don't have that offhand, but we do keeping a track. The mayor is allowed 5 constables, okay. But we're keeping a track of all the council members as well as the mayor.
He has not exceeded the 5, right?
No, sir. No, the clerk's office is handling that. I can give you the exact amount tomorrow, but he's not exceeding.
Councilwoman Davila.
Council President, I also would like to know, and Corporation Council's here, right? Yes. In terms of the amendments to this ordinance, as you know, we had a very good discussion at our last meeting pertaining to the constables. You were not part of that meeting, but in some of my requests I know that Councilman Velez has been working with Corporation Council. There was quite some concerns, on what the roles and responsibilities, liabilities are to our city. The ordinance read one number, but yet they get, they take out a bond for a certain other number, but within our books in the ordinance, it said 25,000. It also left it open to 18 years of age. And as I shared, in the police department, there's an age limit on who can become an officer, right? And so pertaining to the constables, I have a question on why someone of age would want to be a constable and what their duties would be as such. So I know that I did express that in our meeting. Corporation Council said she would be looking into it. I just kind of wanted to update you, Council President, since you were not in the country and were not aware of that meeting.
Thank you. You're not requesting any information. Just wanted to,
No, I wanted to make it a point, but what I wanted to know where we were in terms of us doing the amendment for this ordinance.
Council President.
If I may, Council President, so I can answer Councilwoman Davila.
Yes, sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. So, Councilwoman Davila, I have taken down all of the requests you have because they were very valid. So we're waiting for the state to issue a report. The state investigatory arm has been doing this investigation. I don't want to make any changes until we get the full report from the state. So we are in line. And they are supposed to be giving us the report soon. I have not received it. As soon as I get it, then we're going to make the changes. And then what I plan on doing is just sending the council a draft so you can give me some more input, because I know there were a lot of concerns about age, about duties, about responsibilities. So I'll call the state again in the morning, ask them where we are. They can give me an ETA on when I'll get it, then we'll be able to move it.
And liability is the other one. Is it?
Yes, I have that as part of my notes as well.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let's put number 8 on the non-consent.
Non-consent?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's also try the
Council President.
Councilman.
Yes, it's my understanding that every constable had to submit a resume for the future if any chance, Madam Clerk, can you submit that resume also with the resolution like you do with the appointments that we have?
Okay, Councilman, I'll make sure I get it.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have resolution 10, 11, 12, and 13.
11 regular.
Council President, there were just a few administration items at the end. If we might be able to look at those. I know Ed Bosey is still on the line, just in case you need him.
All right, when I decide, right now, we're not,
Okay.
11, Councilman, to regular.
10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
11.
You could put 10 on consent and 11 through 14 on non-consent. Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. 11 to, okay.
Oh, we're gonna have a lot of regulars.
Yeah, normally we've been putting them separately.
Wait a minute.
Woman Cotton. People maybe want to save those resolutions,
Council President?
Yes.
I know since you're right, a number, like community development, Councilwoman Cotton, our chair, and the committee, we met on 15 through 19, I'm sorry, 21. So, and I know that the committee, we all agreed that these items would come on to the council. So I think they would be quick, right, Councilwoman Mims and Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
So Councilwoman, if you may, I think the chair can just tell you pretty much quickly and take us through, if they should go on consent or regular.
It's just one of them that I think should only one of them I see in there that I have to do regular. The rest of them can get up, but
what are they?
Director Barbara McClendon, give us a quick brief, and it's quick, but of each of the items. Are you there, Director?
We don't have to.
That's what I'm.
Okay, the only one that can't go on consent is the one where Jamie Bland is getting funding.
Which one is that?
I gotta see. I'm not sure which one it is.
That number 19?
Is that 19?
I don't know. I'm just asking the question because somebody had called about 19.
No.
Number 19, council colleagues, Paterson Habitat is going before the affordable. They're trying to get some money, 2.6 million, to build 13 homes in the 4th Ward, one-family homes. As the guy Steve had already stated it, how much it was going to be costing and everything. And what happened was they needed a letter of consent.
Madam Chair, if I could just, Council President, Madam Chair, all you need to know is this is just a letter of support. So then that way,
Right, that's what I was getting to.
I know, but Councilwoman, you're kind of elongating.
No, everybody's long-winded. All of a sudden, everybody's long-winded. It seemed like it, but it's a letter of support. I had already did a letter of support from the councilwoman of the 4th Ward. They're looking for a letter of support from all council members here from the city of Paterson. That's what number 19 is. And then I just need to not put
Council President.
Council members, ever since we had to do those budget amendments, in which we allocated funding for Hinchcliffe Stadium, which I was not too happy about it. I have questions, like, we're doing budget amendments. I understand that's maybe normal, but we need to get an explanation why we're amending, why the funds are not being used for the purpose intended. We need to know. The city has a history of applying for grants and allocating those grants, but then not executing the plan and not serving the purpose that those grants were applied for. And that's why we're amending them again. We're doing an amendment right now. All of those are amendments to the budgets.
Talking about, well, what number, Council President?
They're all making amendments.
I know.
15, 16.
I know, but that's the money coming. That's the money coming from the COVID money. Is the director on? Is she on?
Council President, I just texted the director. She might have stepped away, but I know her phone is still logged in.
Okay.
What I do know is that a lot of this is if we have been doing it in stages, that there was still money left, and we asked for more applications, and then we're able to then now reallocate the funds that were left.
So, Madam DA, the reason I'm bringing this up is because I don't remember exactly which one, but there were some of these amendments that were actually increasing the administrative portion of the grant.
Yes.
That means that more of the money, instead of being put for services to the community, is being utilized probably for salaries. So that's why I'm asking on the discussions, but we need to know why. Like if you initially budgeted for 10%, hold on a minute, Councilwoman. If you initially budgeted to utilize 10% of the grant for administrative, for the administrative purpose, for salaries, French, and whatever you needed to use to support the grant, now you're changing it to like 25 or 35. That's the question that I'm asking. That's the answer that we need to get from the administration. Why?
Council President, is number 16 that Councilwoman Cotton is saying should be on regular.
Okay.
Number 16.
No.
Possibly
no,
15 too.
No, it's 15.
Council member,
they're on both of them.
this is what I'm gonna suggest. Let's put all these items that have budget amendments on regular.
You know what? I'm not sure, Council President, where she's at. But what happened was the federal government allowed them to go from 10% to 25%. Now she's going to explain to you. No, she's going to explain to you why the government let them go from 10% to 25%.
The director she just needs to be unmuted. Yep, there you go. Thank you.
Okay. Hello. So number 15 is the COVID money, and HUD would not accept our application without us completing all of the funds. So we had to go back and amend what we asked you. We had contingency. We can't submit the plan with contingency. So we did another advertisement on our website for applications, and these were the agencies that applied.
Council.
That's why I said number 15, it needs to be regular.
Council President.
So council members, like I stated previously, we would have, if you don't have the specific questions pertaining to any of these resolutions, we still, at least myself, I'm going to have to reach out to Barbara to, get some explanation on some of them, especially the administrative increase that we're requesting as amendments. But I recommend we put all these items on regular. That's my...
Council President. Yes, Council President. I'm looking over, and now that Barbara opened the box, and I agree that this is a service that is going to be getting the community in this COVID-19 situation that we are. But she stated that she announced it.
She advertised it, yeah.
She advertised it. I
on the city's website. On the city's website.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow. On the city website. Okay, so she advertised at the city website.
I'm sure they put it on the paper.
No, she's saying the city website.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Under the COVID, we can advertise on the city's website. We do not have to advertise in the paper.
Councilman, can I interject real quick?
Yes, of course.
I have a problem with this administration now, and I got to say this administration. We all know, I'm a councilman, and I don't even go look in the city's website. We know the city's website is now up to date. Why would any agency go into the city website when this agency... Come on.
They do. All the agencies that we fund always go to the website. All of the agencies that we fund always go to the city's website.
Okay,
that's where they...
We understand that, but what I'm saying is, Madam BA, what are we doing to make sure that our website is up to date? This is a question we've been asking forever. What are we doing?
It's updated.
It's updated.
Yeah, it's updated. It's been revised.
Who's running the website now and is updating the information, and how often is the information updated?
Council President, we just did. Yep, departments are in charge of providing content to IT to update, and our public information officer is kind of keeping a general eye and adding events, doing a lot of the homepage information.
Got it.
So Council President, can I finish my question to Barbara?
Proceed.
So I'm looking at everything, and I understand this is requested money through funding and grants, but right now I am in the city website. Can she tell me where it says where they announce it? Because I see agenda, minutes, city codes, documents, dashboard.
Councilman,
Go into community development. Community development.
Okay, so the people go to community development, right?
Councilman.
So hold on.
Councilman, we don't normally do this exercise this way.
I know. I just.
Hear me out.
Yeah.
You'll provide the answers. You could verify later on if the information is there, but we're not going to go and research things in the middle of a meeting.
No, I know that, Councilman. The thing is that she's the one that opening the to me to look at the website. But my question is mainly is how many people participate and how many applications came in for this grant to request this money, and I don't want any organization out there feel that they're franchised because they're using only the website. They're probably gonna crash tomorrow and it's not even on the website. I don't know if that's the form of public act meeting. And we not corporate counsel is she's here? Corporate counsel.
Councilman, they just stated. Councilman, they just stated. Doesn't make it right.
But no. But the law says when you have to involve the public in announcement, you need to do it different way. Not just going to the city website.
Councilman,
no,
you're correct. Everything else, according to what they just stated right now, everything else needs to be advertised in different places, not just the website.
Correct.
And according to Barbara, she just stated right now,
COVID money.
That COVID money doesn't make it right though. Just because COVID, you could just advertise in your website, it doesn't make it right. I'll tell you why. Most of these organizations that apply for funding often look in the newspapers also, just so you know. So just because you knew, like the council didn't know that COVID money could just be advertised in the website, maybe some of these agencies don't know that also.
Wow.
Well, Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Council President. First of all, the fact that it's only published on the website is not accurate. There are some organizations that receive an email from the director's office, and she informs only certain organizations, which makes it an unfair process.
Right.
Last time the consortium came down, we had a full application. They paid a grant writer to write the application. They brought the application there on time, and they were turned away at the front door. It was during the COVID session, I believe, and the security guard downstairs turned the applicant away, or the applicant's delivery person away at the front door. So I tried to, I had made sure I brought the person back there to have it brought up to the director's office, and the director refused it. The director refused the application, and then to find out that there was that the state made her re-administer it, and then she not even reach out to that organization and or put it in a larger context. The disrespect that the council receives from various departments. Why aren't council members informed? We all have multiple organizations that would love to be able to take part in this thing outside of only the same agencies that service or that continuously win these bids. So, listen, Council President, I hate to beat a dead horse, and I think that it's becoming a nuisance of mine from me, because I continuously ask these questions. I want you to be clear to me, Council President, on when you are expecting or going to allow for the administration to answer some of these questions. I challenge anyone to discredit the merit of any of these questions. When we talk about the blatant disregard of our employee base, the sinister behavior from the BA, the mere fact, Council President, and I want to put this on your plate. I just want to make this public and put this on record. The mere fact that the budget officer's position was defunded months back, years back, just shows intent. And what it does is it opens us up for a potential lawsuit, because, you know, this is a public service position. You cannot run public service positions with foul intent and deceit. You know, when you clearly showing your hand, you defund the position for an employee that's been employed for 10, 15, 20 years in order to make a specific change. And the same thing was done in the, I don't want to call anyone's name, but the person who was doing the events around the city. And, you know, just because there's some type of disagreement amongst the administration, just to have these positions and these people who invest of their lives serving this public is an embarrassment. So, Council President, I really want to know, I want to hear from you, when are you going to impose and force the administration to answer some of these questions that I've been asking for months?
So Councilman, just so you know, before I became a councilman, I often questioned why certain positions were funded without the intent of filling, right? Because that's actually, what you're doing is actually overbilling the taxpayers to create a surplus for the administration, for them to transfer those funds that they put in that budget line item and put it into other areas, right? So I agree with you.
Not if the person is doing the job.
Hear me out, though. But you cannot have the job. Councilman, hear me out. Hear my theory. Hear the concept I'm trying to tell you. If the person has two positions, right? Right now, there is no one serving in that position, right? They could be serving the capacity, but they're not being paid for out of those funds that we're billing the taxpayers. So on that note, I'm also telling the administration and the council that in the future budgets, you know how the state mandates in the MOU for us to increase the levy by 2%? Let's just make sure that money doesn't go into departments so they could hire more people. Let's make sure we throw that money maybe into the insurance line, because the insurance, we could never actually anticipate more or less how much our insurance cost is going to be. So I just want to let the administration know, now that you bring up this topic, Councilman Jackson, that going forward, we're going to scrutinize in those budget hearings. We want a list of every employee that you have and their salary for each department. We would not over budget for any of them, because that's how we end up with two assistant administrators. And I don't think it's right. I don't think it's right. Full-time assistant administrators. But I don't want to get on the subject right now, Councilman Jackson.
When are they going to answer the question?
The question, but just so you know, when you brought up the budget officer, if they decide to do it now, then you could question it. But I've been talking about it even before I was a councilman. I continuously said, I'll give you an example. I left. I used to work in the internal audit department here. They kept my position. They used to budget for my position after I left for maybe 3, 4, 5 years. And they never used to fill the position. You know what that does? That overbills the taxpayers and create a cushion for them to be irresponsible in the management of the budget. That's why you have some of these departments incurring all this overtime that we didn't even budget for. What they do, they transfer money later on in the budget.
You cannot do it if a person is carrying out the role. If a person is working in that capacity.
They cannot, Councilman, if a person, Councilman, hear me out. If a person's salary is $150, let's say, or let's say it's $100,000, and they're already serving another position and they're getting paid the $100,000, but their title is in another, their title is different for what the one they're serving right now. You cannot bill the taxpayers for $200,000 when the person's getting paid $100, Councilman. That's the point that I'm trying to make. Russell Forenza left long time ago, and no one was being paid out of that position. The administration did not hire someone to serve just on that position. The person that has the title is serving in another position. I'm not saying they should reduce it now, but I recommended this 3-4 years ago before he was even a councilman.
Let me make this last point, Councilman, and into case in point. Until recently, our health director was holding 2 positions. He was working in the capacity of the health director as well as the health officer. And at any point in time, he could have definitely taken us to for both salaries.
Council, do we stop talking about specific people and also.
I'm not talking about people. I'm talking about positions.
Yeah, but you're talking about things that have happened. You know, they're taken up to court. It's only one. It's only one officer in the city. Just like this one.
That we're going to get sued on.
But what I'm saying is, this could be a conversation for personnel, Councilman Jackson. Then you could bring up whatever, but not right now. I don't think it's a good time. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Council President. For these 7 items that we got, we had already voted on it. It came back from the federal government. We voted on these items already. It came back from the federal government that we cannot, she had to then do the contingency monies, meaning that it had to go to someone because they don't want to see it being blank. So for these 7 items, we already voted on it, and we're just applying the funding basically to the same people that we voted on before. That's what we're doing before that. Please, that's all I'm saying, Council President.
But let me just say, no one is pulling them. All we're discussing right now, I'm telling you, let's put it on non-consent agenda. What is the issue? If we voted on some of this, I probably voted no. There is one right here.
No.
Number 18, I voted no on number 18.
Oh, what was 18? Oh, that was the
money. Is that the money we gave?
Nope.
No.
Hold on.
Nope.
Which of these items we voted on already?
It would be 15, 16, and 18.
That's what I just said. 18.
No, but 18. 18 is the home funding for people who need work done on their properties.
Is intended the workshop we supposed to?
Yeah, but you know what? But the thing is that the same people are on this. The same people are on it, Council President. It's the same people. They had to make sure they allocate the money, and the same people are getting the money. That's what it is. I know. Okay.
No one is asking any questions.
Yes, that's all. It's like
yes, yes, Barbara.
You asked me to revise this resolution to include the first-time homebuyer back in.
At the time when I voted on this, if I could recall, I voted no because I was upset that you're grabbing first-time homebuyers to give it to the people that had the I believe that was the project for Hinchcliffe Stadium.
The stadium.
No, we took all of the money from Housing Authority and gave it to Hinchcliffe Stadium because it was the oldest money.
Right.
Now we had to fund the Housing Authority again. And you told me you should not be taking the money from first-time home buyer. And I said, we only had one first-time home buyer last year. You said, put it back in the budget, which I did. That's this resolution.
Correct. And I was questioning why the original resolution was taking the money away from the first-time home buyer. That was my initial question.
Because we have no first-time home buyers. And we can't just keep putting money every year. We have to spend it or reallocate it.
We need to. There's a lot of people in need here.
No.
If we job of advertising and putting it out there.
Right. If we didn't spend that money, we were about to lose it and send it back.
Council President.
That's what Barbara's trying to say.
Then we're failing, Council.
Right, we are because we got.
Then we're failing the people.
Then me and you both go out there and we pull the people in. I'm telling you. That's why it's back in again, because now we got another year allocation that we hope that we can.
Okay, but Councilwoman,
we can get the first-time home buyers, but we're making something into long.
And that's what I just told you. All I'm saying is put it on regular.
Okay.
What is it that we're fighting? Put it on regular.
I have no idea why.
Council President. Council President.
Put it on regular.
Council President.
Okay.
Yes.
I have a question to Barbara Blake. Barbara Blake, is any chance that this will correct the problem that Catholic Charity had regarding that the fund that they received, they cannot use it for the seniors?
No, that's CDBG. We're talking about homes.
Right.
Okay.
So,
Council members.
Home development, first-time home buyer, or CHODO.
No. I'm not talking about the home buyer.
Council members.
That's what we were just talking about.
We're gonna move this to
Barbara.
The non-consent agenda. This is just hell. You know, I'm gonna watch this. I'm gonna put this on YouTube. Maybe 2 years from now, 2 days from now, and I just want to watch it again because we have not accomplished asking any questions in the past 25 minutes.
Council President, this is directed to you, Council President.
Yes, please.
I'm being here watching, listening to the conversation between you, Councilwoman Ruby Cotton, and you and Barbara Blakes. And you guys are being jumping from 1 to 6:15. Yes, to 15, 16, and 17. My question, Barbara, is because it goes back to the number 15 when it mentioned to the Catholic charity, okay? And the question was because I brought up to her a couple of weeks ago that Catholic charity said that she was cut in funds, and I explained her that she was not cut, that she was honored by the CARE Act funding. Now, given this extra money, will cover the situation of charity families?
No. This extra money in item 15, resolution number 15, is for ESG.
Right.
The top part is for CDBG, which is the contingency money. It went to Mr. G and Jumpstart for food pantry.
So still the seniors don't get nothing this year?
They getting it.
This has nothing to do with seniors. This has to do with people who don't have their rent paid. If it happens to be a senior, then yes, they will be able to tap into the money. But no, this is not specifically for seniors. This ESG money is for people who are forced to leave their apartment because they haven't paid their rent. We're able to help them.
So, Barbara, can I ask you a question, Barbara?
Sure.
Are you talking from your phone or they never give me your...
My computer is not working. They said the next time they're going to give me a tablet. My computer is not working. I don't know what happened. I'm on my phone.
Because I hear your tone, and I know it has to do with you being on the phone probably. Your tone is like you're, like frustrated when you speak to the council. But maybe
I'm talking in the phone. I'm sorry. I'm in the phone.
I want to get you a tablet. Could we get you a tablet, please, this administration? We have COVID money. We could provide them, almost all these employees that need the tablets. We need to get them tablets, computers. Madam BA, do you have a computer for Barbara?
Yes, I know. I think Ryan is getting one for her.
One that could lower her tone?
No. Could we
come on.
She explained, Councilman Velez, she already explained her reasoning, and I was right. That's the reason.
Okay.
All right, listen, council members.
Okay.
Let's put them on regular. That's it.
Okay.
So 15 through 21. Madam Clerk.
Yes, I have those then.
All right. Let's continue with economic development. Number 22, 23. Let me see. 22.
Council President, you skipped the one on 11.
22, 23, and 24.
So, Council President.
Good night.
Councilwoman.
Myself and Councilman Gilman, we met in economic development regarding these items. I know Director Powell is on. Director Powell, can you give an overview of these items? Maybe do 24 first is a deed restriction, and then I know we have the persons on to talk about 22 and 23.
Before he jumps in, Harry, are you around? Purchasing agent?
Nope.
No, he's not on tonight.
He was.
He was.
Harry was there.
He was on.
Yeah.
I know he had a power. Oh, he's right there. He's in the waiting room. Yeah. Let me admit him. Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Harry. I didn't know. You should have texted me. I didn't know you was in the waiting room. I'm sorry, Harry. The reason I call Harry before Mike gets on is I want to ask you number 22. The language of number 22. It's a little confusing.
Harry, lower your TV.
Yeah, I did.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Harry, there is, if you look at the bottom of the page of that resolution, right? I need an explanation from the BA, and I want Harry to have some input if he needs to. He says, whereas the city has requested the necessary DCA waiver in order to allow the award of this contract without the necessary of soliciting proposals through a fair and open process. Can you explain that to me?
My MBA?
Let the BA explain that to me.
Sure. Well, part of this is every time we have a contract, we do a DCA waiver. So it provides the details and the explanations for whatever it is that is there. So I think this is, I know, but it's referencing the DCA waiver that is part for no matter what it is. So for this one, it would explain why they're not going out, they're extending the bid, or they're doing something special. For other waivers, it's just talking about the contract as is.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, don't you have to do a proposal for this?
Council President?
Yes, Harry.
Okay. Number one and foremost, I did had conversation pertaining to this resolution, but as you can see on top, factual context certified by, you don't see my initials there.
So where is that at? Where is that?
On top, by the date, day of adoption, factual context certified by.
So council members, in the future, if you don't see Harry's initial, do you sign it or initially, Harry, on top?
Initial.
If you don't see his initial on the top of the page of this of any resolution, that means that the purchasing agent was not involved, just so you know.
Now, with all due respect, BA explained very clear why the reference to DCA waiver is there, but the wording that is being used here is like DCA is telling the city, escape the process, don't follow the procedure, because it says without the necessity of soliciting proposals. I don't think that's the meaning of DCA attachment D for professional service for them to approve. So,
Council President,
I would respectfully recommend that number 9 whereas being deleted from this resolution.
So you hear that?
Because he's going to set a precedent. He's going to set a precedent that it's not going to. If anyone else read this,
yeah,
he's going to say that we don't follow the purchasing law.
Correct.
At any given time.
So we need to remove that whereas, Madam BA, because it doesn't make sense at all.
Council President. I think that we have to be a little bit more strict in this process, because I don't know what the administration spoke to DCA to get a waiver. I don't know where's the document.
We just said, Councilman, that wasn't the intent. Anytime they're going to go enter into a contract, they go through DCA. That's what they're saying.
I know, but she said, the Madam BA said that they explained to DCA why they should get a waiver. So she could have to tell me what she told DCA to go and get that waiver. Now, if you look at it, I feel more comfortable with the job doing from the beginning the right way. Why not put it to the open process? It's like telling somebody, you know what, let me do this, your contractor, let me do this for you. Let me fight for that waiver, and then we have to avoid this and give you the contract. It's like play to play.
No.
You know? So
Council President, Councilman Bellis, that's precisely what anyone will interpret for this, and that's exactly wrong. But that's the reason, if you kindly look at the next whereof, which is number 10, the amending of this contract is conditioned upon subject to DCA approval of the city waiver request. That's normal process, and that should remain there. But whereas prior to that, it need to be deleted entirely.
Number 9, whereas needs to be removed.
It needs to be removed. I agree.
The city has requested a necessary DCA waiver in order to allow the award of the contract without the necessary solicited proposal to an affair. Okay. Make sure you remove other things, though.
So why didn't we do an RFP? Did we do an RFP for this?
Initially, yes, the first word I made reference to it, but when the rest of the resolution make a reference on how the necessity to do the additional 74 due to the because of the Americans with Disability Act needed to be incorporated in the contract. So the company who have been doing already had done most of the work, and at the end, it will be impractical to seek other proposals to all the companies so they will start from scratch.
Yes.
Council President. Council President. The time I'm being here in the council before this administration, how much money we have spent to do studies and planning and everything for the Riverwalk?
They wouldn't have that information right now.
Harry's been here for longest.
Harry's job is not to keep track of expenditures.
I know,
That's not his job. He's a
but
person agent.
but let me tell you something. The administration had 2 years here when Mr. Mike Powell took this office. I think that they should. Mr. Gomez gave him a problem in his hand and say, listen, we solicited bids, we did this planning, we did this, we paid for this contract already. We just don't want to overpay something that's already done. You know, when it comes to
now. This is basically to.
Wait, hold on. You're gonna have your time to speak, Powell. That's the problem here. That's the problem. Everybody say I'm disrespectful because everybody cut me off.
Councilman, could you finish your question, please?
Yes, Council President. We have spent in the Riverwalk in planning, in drawing, in everything. How much we have spent, and why we going back again to revisit again and again and again.
So this is a question for the administration to provide to the councilman.
Okay.
Could you please provide councilman everything we have spent on this Riverwalk?
Yeah, I think it's important to just start from the beginning before we go forward. So the idea of these two resolutions is to increase the budget by amending the contract with the engineering firm to make the project compliant with ADA requirements. That's what this is all about. But we also have our professionals online here tonight to lay out a presentation for the council as well as the public with regards to all of the work that's gone into the park planning for the quarry lawn and the Riverwalk. So what we wanted to do is to provide a presentation to council to illustrate what the project ultimately will be, and to ultimately explain these two resolutions. One is to ultimately amend the contract to include ADA requirements because of the site configuration that's complicated, which the professionals will lay out, and then ultimately to accept the bid specs and the construction drawings and everything else that would go out. Those are the two items for tonight. And Harry's further clarifying. Let me just finish. Harry's further clarifying the elements, which I think is great, and I appreciate the council for providing these opportunities for us to do that in resolution form.
All right. So you said you have someone to make a presentation. Do you provide the presentation to the council?
Ed, are you guys still here?
No. That's not the question. Do you provide a copy of whatever's going to be presented to the council?
I provided a link to it, yeah.
When?
Well, it went through a committee and then it went to the council and to the clerk's office.
So
We're
Councilwoman.
going to provide it tonight. That was the idea of the presentation.
Councilwoman, did you receive that presentation?
We reviewed it. We saw the presentation. The only two people that were present in committee were myself and Councilman Gilman, and that information was also forwarded over in an attachment for everyone on the council as well.
At what time was this committee meeting held?
It was held at, one second.
I think it was noon of last Thursday.
What time?
Noon of last Thursday.
So again, I am part of economic development. Hold on.
Well, they're here now. I mean, do we want to give the presentation? The idea was to share the presentation with the full council during workshops so that you guys could be informed as well as the public in terms of the total project.
We're not doing a presentation right now, Council. I mean,
it only takes 4 hours. I'll be really quick. I can.
Sure it would. All right.
Mr. President, if I may, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Director Powell said he sent it to the clerk. When did you send it? I don't recall.
I don't know the exact time, and I can find out. I mean, basically, in a nutshell, we took all the minutes that came from the committee and forwarded forward.
Once I get something from any department heads, I normally share it with the council. I try my best to do that, but I don't recall seeing it.
Council President, I didn't receive it neither.
So can I ask another question? March. Is March there?
Yes.
And Council President, the meeting was September 22nd at 11 o'clock. And the email.
March, which grant is this? For number 22? Mike, what grant is that you're using?
There are several. We've raised over $6.1 million.
Mike, hear me out for a minute. I'm number 22, for example. the funds are being certified in the actual resolution, in the body. He has a G account, which is a grant, which is G0218-997. That number, I think that number is incorrect. Maybe I'm wrong, Marge.
9972-2412.
Hold on. I can't hear you, Marge. Hold on. Go ahead, Marge.
Okay. I can check the account number. Give me a minute to sign back into admin.
I have it right here. I provided the certification of funds to council as well. It's G0218-9972-2412. That was part of the associated documents that were sent as well.
Could you check that number, Marge?
Yes.
The reason I'm asking, Mike, is because, you know, the law has changed. Either the CFO could certify in a surplus certification, or you could put it in the body of the resolution. This one has it in the body of the resolution. I just want Marge. Marge, you checked this account before he came before us?
Yeah. Yes. Can you give me a minute though to check the admins? I'm signing in.
So Marge, how could we tell in the future if the account that has been put on the body have been certified by you?
Well, that should be the disclosure, but there's always a form, a certification of funds form.
Well, where is it here?
I included it in the package that included the memo from John Franco laying out the project and what we're doing with regards to the ADA improvements, the certification of funds that was certified by the department heads associated, as well as copies of the resolution that included.
Wait. When you say department heads associated, who do you mean?
Well, it's a form that says exactly that.
No. I said who, not the form. Who do you mean by?
So it's Marge and the program or my director.
Yeah, I don't see Marge's form.
Council President, the information was sent to, you were copied on it as well, to Madam Clerk. It was sent from myself and.
This is not, with all due respect, Councilwoman. The information needs to be presented to us with the packet. We don't want to hear that we got emailed. That's not how, listen, yes, you could email it all you want, but this is the legal document that the public gets to review.
I understand that, Council President. I'm just giving why it wasn't attached. I don't know, but the information was sent. The information was emailed. The link was sent for it to be provided in attachment with the documents for tonight. So yeah. I'm giving the information as to let you know that it was sent. I'm not sure what happened after that, but I personally sent the email on the 29th at 2:50 in the afternoon. And the link is attached on the bottom.
29th of September 29th?
Yes, at 2:50 p.m.
Okay, I'm going to check mine later. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And the link is on the bottom. It was sent by myself.
September 29th.
That is a Green Acres Hinchcliffe Overlook Park grant.
Okay. And the funds are available, correct?
Yes.
All right.
For $74,835.
All right. So, listen, Director, we're not, I wasn't aware we were gonna have a presentation on this, to be honest. We're not having a presentation tonight, not on this.
Sure. I mean, I'm really good. I'm quick and on the fly. I got my guys right here.
I'm sure. I don't know how the council members feel. If you want a presentation, we could have it, but I just don't think that,
No, it's late.
President, it's not a long presentation. It's very detailed. It gives the information as to what the addendum is based on the ADA requirements. So I don't think it's long. The questions I'm not sure, I can't answer.
So this is what I'm going to ask. Could you send the council members a copy of the presentation? I'm sure it's a slide, a PowerPoint presentation. Just send a copy to the council members.
Okay.
That's it. So, Madam Clerk, could we put those items on the non-consent?
22, 23, and 24?
Correct.
Okay. So we'll have a corrected resolution for number 22, right? Take out the whereas, 9th whereas for number 22.
So we'll review the presentation. If we see that it would be a benefit to the public to watch, we'll do it at the regular meeting.
Thank you, Council President.
Okay. Regular, right?
All right.
Okay, I have both.
So we could go to number 31.
31 is for fire. Award of contract for first priority group for installation of evergreen UV field lighting for the fire department.
If there's no questions on that one, that could be on the consent.
Which one is that?
31.
31.
Fire.
Oh,
So the end of page 3.
So, Councilwoman Cotton, you have items 32 through 36. Could all of those go in the consent agenda?
Council President, you have the director. He's still on the phone, Jerry.
Yeah, I mean, they could all go on, but they can all go on consent, Council President, but what's the matter, Michael?
I'm just saying good night, Council. Thank you so much.
Oh, you were saying good night. Okay, I thought you were waving at me for something.
I was. Well, I always wave at you. I'm sorry.
Oh, Jerry, you still around?
Right.
Jerry's on.
He's on. I don't see him. Also,
hold on.
The committee recommends consent, Council.
I am on.
Yep.
I am on, guys. You can put them on consent.
Please, I just have a question. I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Sure.
So,
Go ahead. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I could hear you.
Can you guys hear me? Okay,
Yes.
great. Thank you.
So, number 34. What is that?
Okay.
The purchase of 2 live scan machines. What is that?
Okay. Basically, what they are is they're portable fingerprint machines. Like if we have to go to a hospital, because everybody has to be fingerprinted, say somebody's arrested and they're in the hospital, or say we have to bring a fingerprint machine, the live scan machines have to be updated upstairs in the booking area. Everybody has to be. It's not the old ink fingerprints. Live scan is the new way. And before we can process an arrest, we have to live scan you. It goes to the state, and then it comes back, tells us who you really are, if you're wanted, and then we move forward with the processing. So it's just an upgrade of our system.
Council President.
Hold on a minute. I have one more question, then you can go, Councilman Velez.
Sure.
Jerry, since you're on the phone, and I want to ask, we put money in a capital plan before. It's not related, and I apologize to my colleagues, but just really quick,
sure.
When are we going to get the body cameras working? Because we put that money a long time ago.
The body cameras are moving forward. I would say relatively short time frame. The issue we were facing was, believe it or not, a simple hole that had to be drilled through the Sallyport cement wall downstairs and connecting the cooling system. We've been trained. The only other thing we are waiting for is legal is reviewing the policy. And then once legal signs off on the policy that we wrote for the body cams and the Oprah, in compliance with the attorney generals, we have to send it to the prosecutor, and the prosecutor has to sign off on it. Then we will be ready to go.
Jerry, I appreciate that input. At least I know what's holding it. But we need to move this as soon as possible, because as soon as I took off, I've been on this. Other people have.
We've been on it.
But the thing is,
stuff that's out of our, it's stuff out of our control. It's structural. All the stuff on the police end is complete. Everything on the police end, the training, the policy, the servers. What we need is the legal department to finalize, reviewing the policy, which they have to take their time and do it, because we can't have any missteps.
Hold on a minute, Jim. We have to know this, and I'm sorry, to the council members, but we have to just finish this discussion. Farah, could we move this along? Are you still there? And whatever fixing needs to be done, servers, whatever we need to do, let's get it done. I'm asking the administration.
No, it's all done. We're ready to go. We had the people in that trained, and we didn't cancel the training because we want to move forward.
Farah, where are we with this, please?
So the The policy and procedure with using the body cameras isn't as simple as we want it to be. It actually has to go through several layers. So the police department did a first draft, law department is reviewed and actually sent a response back, and the police have got to respond back, which they are doing. And then it's got to go to the prosecutor's office, and then it needs to go to several of our...
Oprah.
Right, it needs to go through Oprah, it needs to go to Perf, it needs to go to several places. And so
how long are we looking at?
My conservative guess would be November 1st.
All right, could we listen, I'm sure other municipalities are doing it. Could we look at their policies?
We have.
We already did. We've already.
The resources in place so long ago, and we still don't have this, operating. At one time it was the servers, then we went to the cloud. By the time this
Nope, we're all ready.
Jerry,
we're ready to go. We just need to get the legal aspect.
My concern is that, by the time we finish with this camera's already lost maybe a year out there. They're going to become outdated sooner because we haven't put them to use. We ordered them maybe a year ago or more.
No, the policy, remember, we have a plan that we get new cameras. So they're always constantly upgraded. That's part of the program that we subscribe to with these cameras. So they're maintained, they're replaced. We don't have to worry about that. The issue is really that we don't want to misstep. We don't want to have somebody go out there and not have it on when they should have it on. We don't want to have somebody out there with it, not on or on when it shouldn't be. And all of the things with Oprah, making sure people's faces are blocked, making sure when you have a child there, there's a lot of things that go into this. It's not just as simple as, turning the camera on. But
I'm sure, but we have to make it work. Other cities are doing it. We have been working on it nonstop. We've even had the people in training us. We did not stop the training. We had them come in, train the trainers, and that all. All right, thank you, Jerry. Can we put, Madam Clerk, can we put items 32 through 36
Council President.
On the consent?
Yes, I have that, sir. And you have the number 39 for police as well.
Council President.
Remember that one I speak to you about, the one for physical exam for police officers?
Sure.
Number 39.
Council President.
Yes, Councilman Velez.
39 could be consent too, Council President.
Excuse me?
39 could be consent.
Yes, that's what Madam Clerk just stated right now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Council President. Yes, Council President, that's a perfect example. If you look at the memorandum that I sent in August 5th, is regarding the technology of the police. If we had that conversation, all this could be even spoken in that meeting with the police department. Now, my question,
Councilman, can I ask you a question?
I'd like to answer. I'd like to respond to Councilman Velez because I've listened. And the police chief has been disparaged in a public meeting. It's really unprofessional. You cannot talk about people in a public meeting and call them failures. That is just so unprofessional, and we're going to end up in a lawsuit with that. I'll be honest with you. You can't do that. There's a process and there's a way to do that in government if you have an issue. Councilman, we met with you in the morning. I had you come over for breakfast. We answered every question you had on your paper about technology. We told you that we had cameras, that we don't want the public to know what we've done, but we've made tremendous leaps and bounds between plate readers and cameras beyond what we discussed at the council meeting, and it hasn't even cost you a nickel. And we've also made leaps and bounds with other issues, as well as today and yesterday. I sat. You know how you have the quality of life issues, Councilman, that you and Al had come up with? Well, we don't just have them. We're not just going to have them for Friday and Saturday. What we want to do is, with the new classes coming out, I want to have on the B squad from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., 7 days a week, quality of life. A quality of life sergeant that will be in patrol, and 4 units that will have to be manned. Also, I've made the Extra Protection Initiative, which handles our guns and has been going to all the different areas in the 1st, the 4th, the 5th, and clearing these corners. Another permanent unit with 10 people that when this academy comes out. So we've been working and made the whole, table of organization change so there's no overtime. This is on straight time. You will have quality of life cars. You will have a quality of life supervisor on every shift. You will have, 10 units that are out there that are just doing the corners and the gun violence with our cops grant. So we just worked on the whole table of organization, myself, the chief, the deputy chiefs, the captains. We've been doing this all week long and worked with the BA today on the budget. So it's not like we're sitting on our hands. We're out there working. So, I mean, it's unfair to say that we didn't give you any information. We sat down, we told you about what we've been doing with the city cameras. I don't want to let it out, but honestly, they're doing extremely well, the cameras in our city. And you know what? We have the plate readers. We also have another program through the Department of Homeland Security that could give us another 100 cameras for $0. So there's a lot of things that we've been doing, and we've answered those questions. I don't know what the issue is, and I'm not going to, get into, personalities or look, that when you call me or when you text me, I don't care what time it is, I get on it for you. Or I get up and I get out there for you. So, you know what? I've had myself and the men and women that are out there and they're working.
Thank you, Jerry, for taking the time, because that also addresses some of the concerns expressed by the residents today during the public portion.
Yes. Yes. So you got permanent units that are going to be stood up. When we get these academy classes out, no more going with this overtime. Me and the BA discussed it today. We're going to have permanent units so that, when we talk about extra protection initiatives and these units that are going from corners to corner, permanent. We have the technology. We have the cameras. We have all of these things in place, and especially your quality of life units. I want them from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., 7 days a week, and they'll be on patrol, and we're going to have a minimum staffing level, and you can't get off if you don't have them units staffed.
Thank you, Jerry. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Councilwoman Daviles and Velez.
Thank you very much, Council President. Director, I just want to thank you very much for making that statement and putting it on record. And, I do respect the fact that we must be careful with some of the things that we put out there in terms of the police department.
I don't want people to know our secret sauce because otherwise it'll hurt us.
Understood, and I like how you just said it, our secret sauce. I get it. But I also want
you know what I mean.
I know. I wanted to just, Council President, for you to be aware, and Madam BA, the chief and the director know that I will blow up their phone at whatever time, especially when I'm sleeping and I get called at wee hours by constituents. And for the constituent who's watching, that specifically, Director, the last back and forth we had, you and the chief and I, concerning the one business.
The location on Union?
Yeah, there's a location on Union. Location. Yes, and I just wanted, Madam BA, for you to be aware, the person lives a block away from the business, and the music, Council President, is so loud that you can go to her house, in front of her house, like go inside her house and hear the music. That is how loud. And it's a one-way and a dead end. Not a one-way, it's a dead end. So the cars for that business, they want to do their whatever, will go down that street and hang out, and there's all this craziness going on. So
you guys are addressing it, right?
Right, but I wanted to put it on record because I had the constituent.
We shut it down when you notified us. When you notified us, when you notified me,
and just for the record, Madam,
I sent a sergeant and 3 units, and we shut that location down.
Director, I just want to put on record all of these calls, I always tell constituents, call the police department first. So that way it goes on queue. But when they wait for an hour, 2 hours, because obviously there's other things going on in the city, then they reach out, to their council member or whoever.
Sure.
And so I just
understandable. That's why I want it 7 days a week. That's why I'm going with this 7 days a week and a permanent unit for each. That's why I said that's the solution for the long term. I get these people out of the academy, they go into patrol, we start building these units up so that we have 7 days a week coverage. So this way, when they call,
Director,
you have your quality election.
All right,
Council President, if I could just say this, it's really important though that when these complaints are being put forth and officers or are going to these establishments, I hope and pray that TCOPs are being issued, that if the business needs to be shut down, they're being shut down. Because what it seems to me is like it continues and they don't care. It's almost like nothing is happening to them. And with this one particular business, it has become where it was like once a week. Now it's becoming 3 times a week of the nonsense.
Understood. Thank you, Director. Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Council President. First of all, it's nice to see everybody shut me down even when I'm gonna not even finish my statement. Director, I have a lot of respect for you and your statement. Threatening me that we're gonna get sued, that's not gonna be resolving the problem that we want to hear from you. You have answered more likely all the questions in the letter with this generic report that you just did to the audience. And we didn't even have to meet. You just spoke the same thing that I want to hear. For as long as I'm being asking the status of all that you're talking about. What was the plan? Now, there was only 2 questions that you didn't answer because I'm going to leave it for the administration. And Council President, you be asking for this too, but you're not getting the answer either. But I'm going to put it in the record for the administration. Madam BA, where we at, or when we going to get released, the audit report for the police department. That was a press conference and all that stuff and down the second floor.
They were, I can answer that.
I didn't answer you. I want administration, Councilman.
He's the one that answered it. Listen, we need to handle ourselves.
I can tell you they were here all week. The week that they were here with me all week. They've interviewed, they've interviewed members of the community, they've interviewed the command staff, they've looked at our technology, they've looked at our fleet, they've looked at our manpower. They were here all week. I hosted them all week this week. So the perf people were here. They were here in Paterson. They've spoke with the residents. They've spoke with the faith-based. They've also spoke to all the members of the police department. They went through and sat in a meaningful review board of what internal affairs does with car accidents to, demeanor complaints to communications. They went through with a fine-tooth comb and was there all week taking notes with someone that just sat there like a stenographer and took notes. Whatever they asked for, whatever they wanted to see, wherever they wanted to sit in on, they did everything. They interviewed me, they interviewed the chief, they interviewed the union. They got a cross-section of everything all week. Now it's up to them to compose that report and put it together. They said it was a 9-month process when we started. I know they met with the BA. They've done, their part. They really did a good job this week. They were here. The body cameras, they were asking about the same questions you were.
Correct. So the second
I'm not
question,
saying that.
So the second question.
The only thing I was saying, I just want to say this, Councilman Velez. What I'm saying is, if you want to discuss something and you have an issue with a member of the personnel in the Paterson Police Department, there's a process. We can go in executive session. We could use a Rice notice. We could do a lot of different things, but we don't want to give, like I said to the councilwoman, we don't want to tell the public bad guys or the criminal element, where cameras are, or where plate readers are, or what technology we're using, or all of those things. That's why we hold off from doing it in a public meeting. And like I said, if we're going to discuss a personnel member, I just want to make sure that I keep the city out of litigation, because if we refer to somebody and call them a name or do something like that, we're going to have problems.
So Jerry,
I'm just being realistic.
Jerry, the thing that gets to me though is why this whole discussion that we have right now? Why couldn't this discussion be done in the Public Safety Committee?
Can I answer that?
I want to hear from the chair. Hold on a minute. I want to hear from the chair of that committee.
Yeah, sure.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you.
Turned into a battle.
It turned into a battle. You know what? So to my council colleagues, sometimes you'll sit somewhere in a meeting and you may not like the answer that they're giving you at the time. And I have sat here 8 years and I've sat in meetings where they would say to you, whatever is said in this room stays in this room. Sometimes before you leave in the room, somebody out there knows about it. That's the problem. So there's certain things you have to take a look at it and say, I want to say something, but what I find is that it's a battle. Every time it became a battle. It became a battle, and to me, it should not have become a battle. It became a battle.
There was basically too much friction there, and you guys couldn't.
There was.
It was a battle.
Yeah, it just became. Look, we tried to explain, and what happened was, it just became uncontrollable, and the chairwoman, stopped the meeting, and that was the end of it. But, this stuff has been going as far as the technology and all the things that I'm talking about. This didn't come, in a 1 week period. This has been going on, for a couple of weeks now that we've been trying to get all these things together.
So Jerry,
it takes time.
Can I ask you a favor of you and Councilman?
Sure, absolutely.
So,
absolutely.
Listen, we went a little, it was a very important conversation that we needed to have. But could you guys continue any discussion, any inquiry? Could you continue this discussion in the committee, public safety committee?
Of course, absolutely. Because, I don't have any issue. I have no issues with any of the council.
We need to continue running, this meeting, and I think we already spoke enough.
Sure. I will give you updates I will be more than happy to give you an update on the progress of all of these things at every public safety meeting. I have no issue with that. I mean, I speak to Councilman Velez probably more than any other council person
Jerry,
when he has issues.
We have to continue this meeting. So I'm going to have Councilman Jackson have the last comment, and then we're going to continue.
Okay. You got it.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Council President. With all due respect, I think we all have a mutual high level of respect for Director Spezial. But, there's some pertinent facts that we just cannot overlook, Council President. I've sent an email to the administration, including the director and the chief, for an update on the numbers for all the violent crimes throughout the city, the hotspot legislation data, this specific data tracking that's supposed to have been taking place, and we have not received it. And the fact of the matter is, violent crimes are up tremendously. Where in years past, where there might be 21 shootings, there's now close to 100 shootings. That's a stark difference. The public deserves to have a certain level of service that, in spite of all the things that the director is talking about, there's still a lack of services being provided. There's the response time from the department is still, a grave concern of the community. And I just want to put on record, my concern is the lack of respect. One of the things I will definitely attest to, I have received an enormous amount of respect from the director, but from my perspective, if you come into my establishment and one of my employees mistreat you, that's a clear indication that the establishment there's a lack of respect for you as a customer in my establishment. And I get way too many constituent calls about the lack of respect from the department, and I received it myself directly. So we talk about a level of performance. There's more expectations. We've been going through this for multiple years. We approved the body cameras a year ago, and I understand there's some specific things that may not be the police department's fault, but somebody is at fault, and it comes directly from this administration. So, listen, I completely understand and I respect Director Spezial's professionalism, and I'm never a person to be disrespectful. If the facts are going to be disrespectful, then I think somebody's in the wrong profession. But Councilman Velez's concerns has merit, and we cannot overlook the fact that right now we have people who have syringe hypodermic needles hanging out their arm on the side of the library every single day. We have certain corridors in the city that's overran by people that are doing illegal activity, and they're not arrested, they're not charged. I specifically wrote legislation to prevent panhandling, and I guarantee you this: there has not been one infraction written yet, and still the offense is still occurring. So where's the level of accountability for these things? And it's great to hear about all of these things that's being put in place, license plate tracking and things of that nature. But when does the public get what it's paying for? And I'll rest it there. And again, this is no disrespect personally to anyone in any position. But listen, I've had enough of the disrespect. I've endured it as a regular public citizen. I've endured it as a child growing up in this community. And now I have to endure it as a council person as well. There's a certain level of expectations that I have. I don't know about any of you. And I have supported and given more than enough support to this department, to this administration. And I think the public is entitled to some things that they're paying for. And everybody's crying out for it. The crime rate is increasing in every single ward. Third ward, there's drug trafficking going on over there. In the fifth and sixth wards, it's the same. So, I mean, we all have the same concerns. I want to know when, and I have other concerns as well, as far as relative to the hiring practices. Every single new cop that I walk up to, what high school you graduated from? Oh, Elmer Park, Wayne, Garfield, everywhere else but Paterson. And this administration is making it a habit to say that we don't respect the residency policy, and we don't appreciate and have a certain amount of respect for the residents of this city.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Madam Clerk, we're going to continue with number 37 and 38.
Yes, sir. 37.
Let's put those on consent.
Those for administration. 37 and 38. Okay. And we have 40, 41, and 42.
Yes, let's do those.
Yes, so 41 now, these are city council, and these are...
I need 41, right? And I'm never, in all the years that I've been on the council, I have never requested to put me as a sponsor of something. Why is it at number 41?
No, number 40.
Yeah, 40, we're discussing 40 right now.
Yeah, your name is on number 40. That's the one. It's
not on 41 though. I don't know why.
Yes, just number 40. That one is on. It's resolution authorizing 21st Avenue between Madison and Lewis Street to be known as Francisco A. Mantilla Way, and this is sponsored by Councilman Abdulaziz, co-sponsored by you and Councilwoman Davila.
Council President, since I'm on the chair of the committee.
Yes.
So I would recommend all three of them be non-consent. So number 40 is sponsored by myself and co-sponsored by you and Councilman Davila. Number 41, I just want to address it. Number 41 are resolutions that were submitted to the committee by Councilman Velez, and therefore any names or any submissions were done by Councilman Velez, and I would have those members address him on that.
I got the answer.
I'm going to request for number 41.
All my resolution says that all the resolutions say that Councilwoman Davila and you be.
I want to make a statement because I reached out.
Get ready to say Ruby Cotton again. Like, golly.
Who said
Council
Ruby Cotton?
President,
No.
what I wanted to state is that Councilman Velez did make a submission about, I'm gonna say, when there was a lot of street namings going on, and we as a committee decided that we were going to, there was other pressing issues, and that was for, I don't have the current agenda, and Councilman Abdelaziz just sent it to me, but what I wanted to make was two statements real quick. I worked very closely with the individual with Mexico Boulevard. So I'd like, as Councilman Velez, to be a sponsor of, with him on that one. And second, we need to correct the Martinez Way, because it should be the full name of the father, not just Martinez. And I know that that was another one that Councilman Velez, I know that the fifth ward resident, and also Commissioner Martinez reached out to Councilman Velez as the fifth ward resident, councilman, to make the request.
Duly noted, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Abdelaziz, you can go again. Then Councilwoman Cotton, then Velez. Go ahead, Councilwoman Abdelaziz.
You could let Councilwoman Cotton and then Velez. I'll go after the two of them.
Okay. Councilwoman Cotton.
Say, Councilman Al, what are you going to say? Anyhow, I just want to say, I'm looking at the street naming committee. Now, I didn't know that I needed to reapply again for a church that's been on my ward, Thankful Baptist Church, that's been trying to get, and I didn't know that the street naming committee was even meeting. Had no idea that they were meeting. So my Thankful Baptist Church has been there for 2 years that I wanted to, Godwin Avenue, 60 years has been over there. Also, Jamaica Way on 10th Avenue. How long ago have they asked?
Councilwoman.
No, wait a second. No, but it's not right. You can shake your head, but it's just...
Councilwoman, just because people ask, right?
Yeah, but if I knew that they was going to convene a meeting, then I could have told them.
Councilwoman, anytime, a meeting could be convened anytime.
You can say what you want to say, Council President. I'm just saying, they know, most council people sitting up here know Jamaica Way has been asked over a year ago.
And it has been never been moved. I've been in those committees.
And why has not been moved? Is there
Councilwoman, it hasn't. Remember, there's 3 people.
Okay, then let me, you know what, when the next time the committee meets, let me submit at least 3.
What I'm going to tell you is, I've been in that street naming committee for a while, and again, there is 4 council members that I sit on those committees. I'm not going to say who opposed it or not, but they did not go through, and that's all I got to say. If you
it's never even. You know what? Even if it didn't go through, nobody came to me and said, "Councilwoman, Thankful Baptist Church on Godwin Avenue."
I don't remember that one, Councilwoman.
That's what 2 years ago.
Hold on a minute.
Nobody said why they were rejected. If you don't live in the 4th ward, you don't know how long Thankful Baptist Church been there.
So,
that's all. So when you can say to Councilwoman Cotton, okay, thankful.
So Councilwoman Cotton, let me ask you one thing and one thing only. When was the last time that was submitted?
Yeah, it was like 2 years ago, but I didn't know every time we get a new committee that it starts all over again. Now I understand that.
Councilwoman, did you ask the committee chair 2 years ago why the item was not moved?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so you got an answer. There you go.
Yes, I did.
Councilman Abdelaziz. Actually, Councilwoman Davila, your hand's been up for a while.
Yeah, so I wanted to first say in terms, because she mentioned Jamaica Way, and she shouldn't have, because that's not that it's been a problem. Just so everyone know, and I will put it on record, it was Councilman McCoy who requested at the time, okay, because there was some issues with the name, and he, as the councilman of the 3rd Ward and the councilman of Jamaican descent, felt that name, because they wanted to name it Jamaican Heroes Way, and that's what the issue was, and that's why it did not move.
Right? Could we stick to the items that are before?
I wanted to stick to the facts. I wanted to stick to the facts.
I understand, but that's why.
Council President.
I don't.
Councilman Abdelaziz, please.
All right, so
Please
this
stick
is
to the
very,
items.
guys,
Can we stick to the items before us, please?
This is good, and this is where I was trying to stop. That we should look at our committees as a yearly appointment. Just like the legislature, when you introduce a bill in that session, it expires when there's a new committee in. So anyone that submitted anything in prior committees, you should resubmit it because it's a different committee, different chair, different anything, right? Different people come on the council. So just in the future, I wasn't on the committee 2 years ago, so I don't know what was in front of me. So I would recommend every year we do July 1st, it is a new voting session. It's a new session of the council, right? So it should be pushed that way, councilman. So that's all I want to say, but Councilman Velez had the floor before me, before I finish. Thank you.
Or let me add to that, anytime the committees change, because I happen to appoint just for 6 months. I could change committees, starting in January. Who else asked for the floor? Councilman Velez?
Thank you, Council President. Just wanna, since February 21, 2019, we were working closely with the Mexican Boulevard. I'm gonna make, if it's possible, Corporate Council to put me as sponsor with Councilwoman Marisa Davila and have the committee of street and naming be co-sponsor. That will include also, hold up, because everybody's arguing and you're not letting me even speak. Come on, Councilman. Have a co-sponsor Abdelaziz. Councilman Jackson has a business in the same street. I would like him to be co-sponsor. And also, I put in the email, I don't know if you missed it, in the email said that Flavio Rivera also be a co-sponsor on it. So probably is a typo. I'm sorry, everybody. I'm not perfect. Please, I'm not perfect. I commit sin every time, but I pray every night to be forgiven. And for the Martinez way, Abdelaziz, Flavio, and Marisa Davila, Mr. Manny Martinez, Commissioner Manny Martinez, call me strictly. All the Martinez family. He didn't want to include the father's name or whatever it was. In the beginning, he started that way. But then with the conversation with the family that I respect a lot, okay, he said to put only Martinez way. If you recall, in the beginning, I was requesting Market Street. It would change to East 28 on the side street. So everything was discussed before even going to committee, and then I submitted it the way they wanted it. So with all due respect, Marisa Davila, yes, Commissioner Manny Martinez Jr. requested to be Martinez Way. Now, I requested that if it's possible, Councilman, that his anniversary of with the Lord was in October. So I will ask administration to give a little bit attention to prepare the sign that I have the sign to prepare the sign for that anniversary, because he want to do the street naming on the day of his anniversary. With the respect of the council, without going overstep nobody, please. I'm just a councilman here to try to work with everybody. Please forgive me if I make any mistake, please. And Director, forgive me too, just in case you're there. Thank you.
All right, so Madam Clerk, could we move these 3 items for the non-consent?
Yes, Mr. President, I do have them. And for number 41, I'll add your name and Councilman Jackson's name as a co-sponsor.
Correct.
Well, the only items that are left
It is second reading, I think. Second reading ordinances, number 4 and 5.
Correct.
So number 4 is that ordinance which is for second reading for the cannabis. Amending 445. And the other one is no parking on Dixon and Hugo Avenue.
All good.
Good.
Council President?
Yes, Councilman Velez.
I know you was on vacation last week, but Council President, was going to give me a chance to solicit the reconsideration of 20 Avenue, the consideration of 20 Avenue reduced speed to 20. And we didn't have time. I think she said at the meeting that we're going to come back to reconsideration. I know whoever was in meeting recalled that. To be as possible to reconsider the lowering the speed from 25 to 20 on the first reading.
Hey, duly noted. Let me just hold on a minute, Councilman Velez. Councilman Mims, then myself, then Councilman Abdulaziz. Councilman Mims.
That is not the facts as was stated. The request was made and we came to the close of the meeting. There was a motion and a second to close, and for the rules, the meeting had adjourned.
Let me clarify that statement is on the tape. Is in the tape of the meetings.
Okay. We're not gonna go back and forth.
Yeah.
Whatever was stated previously, I don't mean any disrespect, but I'm here now. So what is your request, Councilman Velez?
My request is because Councilwoman Davila had problem with the logging in, and I feel that she was disfranchised to the vote. Okay, you even say, Councilwoman, you came to my office to ask that reconciliation. Yes, okay. So she came to my office and I request a reconciliation, but there was a discussion for other things. Councilwoman Min says, we come back later for you, Councilman, but then the meeting came to the end and somebody say you could do it for the next meeting when the president is here.
No. Actually, we might have to reconsider something else on 20th Ave.
Correct.
That's what discussed for another time. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Council President, the item failed at the last meeting. I'm not a rules expert, but you cannot reconsider an item after it fails. It must go back to the regular process. It must go back to a first reading ordinance and work down the chain of command. Am I correct, Corporation Counsel, after the meeting is over?
It wasn't first reading.
So it needs to go back.
It has to come back to the agenda as a first read.
That's right.
And Council President should go back to committee. Obviously, the council has voted it down. They should deliberate, and now we don't bring items back after you vote it down.
Well, it was discussed.
We could reconsider 100 items that means.
It was discussed in committee. Okay, so
it got voted down. Therefore, should go back to committee to change. It got voted down. It was a failure. Watch the video. Madam Clerk said this ordinance is failed. It didn't get the right amount of votes.
All right, Council President, can you send it back to committee for discussion then?
Well, you can bring it, anybody could bring it to committee. I don't have to send it.
You're the committee chairman.
No, just in case the man and rules is asking me to bring it back to committee. So I'm going to ask the president, can I discuss that in committee?
Yeah, you could discuss. Actually, could you throw another item in that committee if you don't mind?
Yes, but I got another question.
Hold on a minute. Let me put a request and then you ask your question, if you don't mind.
Correct.
I also, since we're talking about 20th Avenue, could you look into that stop sign that was recently put there? Now that those changes were made on 21st Ave, it's creating a lot of trouble in 20th Avenue. Councilman Abdulaziz, do you want to elaborate what's going on? You don't?
No, hold on.
Council President, which stop sign are you referring to?
Council President, Council President, I think it's very premature because it was only.
It was a lot of.
It was only 2 hours after they reopened the road, so.
Yeah, we're gonna have to.
That's very premature.
Council President, are you referring to East 19th and 20th Ave?
Okay, I'll pull my request. We're gonna observe it for a few days. Each of us could go around there during heavy traffic hours, and we're gonna see if that stop actually is affecting, because it's too close to the light, and now that everything has been redirected, it might be a problem. Just so you know. I'm not saying it is a problem right now.
You know what that was done? You got the amount of accidents in that.
Right.
It's understood, but we have to look into it. That's what I'm asking. Looking into it.
Council President.
Yes, Councilman Velez.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That stop sign was with studies of accidents and data that supported. Now, what happened today is out of the ordinary because remember, whole 21st Avenue from Madison to Straight Street was now to Summer was closed. so people need to go different way through, and they use 20th Avenue, and that's understandable. The gridlock was tremendous, but tomorrow it will be another day. Hopefully, we're going to see people using the 21st Avenue one way. I saw a lot of people happy, Councilman Abdelaziz. I saw a lot of people happy, and I commend you that because in one of the articles that was presented when this was approved, and give me just a second, I just want to read this. There was a senior that from the Governor Tower that came with 50 seniors from the towers, and a group presented 580 signatures opposing the measure. But now that they see the stripes, they see the yellow, and they see the angle parking, the only question that those seniors ask is that you, Abdelaziz, said in that meeting back in the chamber that you was going to enhance the 20th Avenue safety. And one of the things I could say is that if you see the blinking lights and you press for crossing, that was my measure. I brought it up. But you talk about speed hump in 20th Avenue. You spoke improve a road marking and better the signage on 20th Avenue. And my residents in the Fifth Ward says, because you promise all this, when is going to get done? And I tell them, listen, we and Councilman Abdelaziz are number 56. At least we're not 45. 56 works better, so we work together to get things done. So hopefully, if there's some money left over from that grant to receive to fix 21st Avenue, or the parking authority is willing to put money into the 20th Avenue, they are all welcome. They are all welcome. So remember that we all want Paterson, and we need to make sure that the gridlock of 21st Avenue do not come to the 20th Avenue.
All right.
Side.
Can you wrap it up? Go ahead, Councilman.
Council President, if you would like me.
Support Councilman Abdelaziz.
That's true, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims, and then Councilman Abdelaziz. Go ahead.
I'll let him, because I know he's gonna stay on task with that topic. So I'll yield to him, and I'll go out.
Council President, the blink. I mean, Council President, Council Villas, the blinking lights you said. Where did that come from?
That came with us. I solicit that with traffic engineer to parking authority. The parking authority put the construction.
Who purchased them?
The city of Paterson.
Not the parking authority?
No, the city of Paterson. The parking authority, what did is to put the cement.
All right, so Council President, I was going to talk about this at my closing, but there are questions here. If the councilman wants me to do some of the work for his Fifth Ward residents that he should be advocating for on the Paterson Parking Authority, I'll be glad to do that, because his residents did call me and said, hey, I hear that the way to get things done in the city is to call the Sixth Ward councilman. That's not the first time, Councilman, don't worry. I will call the parking authority tomorrow. In the original plans that you saw, that there was plans from there, I would see why the parking authority has not gone that route. I will call Director Perez tomorrow. I just want to remind you, today was the first day of construction, right? It really got slowed down with COVID. In March, they shut down. The parking authority was shut down to June. We're here in October. So let's be patient. Let's see what's happening. Today, the residents and the businesses on 21st Ave has seen an uplift, a facelift. Residents came up to me, oh my God, this looks like Hoboken, they told me. And you know what? This is just phase one. Wait till we put the $500,000 into 21st Ave for the streetscape project. We're doing great things there that's gonna help out the neighborhood. So all I ask is if you're driving on 21st Ave, follow the street signs, because today I played like traffic cop. Almost got hit a couple times because people were still coming from Summer Street. So to the residents, it is a change. It is going to affect the little traffic until people get used to it. On the other side, on the 80 side, on the side streets, on the dead ends. So, Councilman, I will call the director. Some of your residents did call me today. I had great discussions with them. I will refrain from what exactly they said. I'll share with you off the record. But I will go work hand in hand with you. 20th Ave is also half of the 6th Ward, Councilman. So I really care about of that area. All right? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims. Sorry. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
So I just want to put it on record and so that the residents will know, I've been fighting for East 26th and 7th Ave as one of the streets for almost 2 years on this council. I know I heard Councilman Abdelaziz said, okay, we got to change a new committee. So I want to put it on record. It is at committee, 26th and 7th Ave for a four-way stop, as well as East 33rd and 18th Ave for a four-way stop. Council President, Chair of DPW, I'm looking forward to these two items being on the first reading for our next workshop. 26th and 7th Ave have been waiting a long time. Traffic study, everything is done for that one. It's been done for a while. And then the new one, we should get that, or we probably have received it today. But as Councilman Velez, as he knows, I've already reached out to him. He said that they were going to meet in committee, I think the day after. I don't know what happened, but I'm putting it openly on record that I want these two items for four-way stops. There are many accidents. We have seniors that live on East 26th and 7th Ave, and there have been major, major injuries on this street. So I'm putting it openly on record. I've done it through email, I've done it through the process, and now I'm openly let it be known to the community. Paterson, it is on record. It has been through its process, it's been through everything it needs to. First reading, Council President, I'm making an open request that four-way stops be placed on these two areas by our next workshop.
Councilwoman, it needs to go through committee.
I've sent it, Council.
I know, but it needs to make it out of committee.
I know, but I've given it to Councilman Velez. He said he was meeting with Director Billy the next day. So I don't know what has happened. I can talk to him offline, but I'm making that request. We have other items on here that are being pushed. So I mean, I understand why these two items are such a delay.
So listen, council members, we have to be mindful also, because if we go to that, I have a long list myself. You have even on 8th Avenue, you live around there, Councilwoman. 8th Avenue, ever since before they fixed it, they were speeding. Imagine now that it's fixed.
Absolutely, and that's another request.
They go from Madison to Route 20, speeding it down the hill.
That's another request. I didn't want to bring up I didn't bring up the entire list, Council President. I have an entire list.
I know you're on top of that, Councilwoman, but all I'm saying is that if we're going to go into that, we all have, the whole city is going to be filled with four-way stops. So,
well, I mean, there was a time, Council President, when it was said when I came to the council that it wasn't wanted, and then they were excited that we were doing it. So I'm not.
No. And listen, I'm not knocking you for this. What I'm saying is, I witnessed how, and that's why I voted against it. When there was a section of the 5th Ward, it had in one meeting, it had like four-way signs. And I'm like, in all the years that I watched council meetings, I never saw this. And it's not like those streets are brand new, like they were just created. Those streets were probably like that for over 100 or 200 years. And all of a sudden now, you have all these four-way stops in the same location. So in the past, council members often listen to the traffic engineer.
Mm-hmm.
But now it's like, forget the traffic engineer. I want a four-way stop wherever I want it. If that's the case, and we're going to have that practice, it's going to get ugly because our agendas are going to be filled with four-way stops. They are. So,
well, Councilman, we don't currently have anyone for the 3rd Ward. Those residents are reaching out to myself, Councilwoman Davila, and you as well. We're filling in for that seat until the seat is filled.
The comment didn't apply to you, Councilwoman Mims, because you said that traffic studies and everything have been done. So the comment I just passed doesn't apply to you. What I'm saying is that we all of a sudden want to modify all the traffic, design of the city, and it's just disturbing. We gotta be mindful. Councilman Velez.
Councilman, through the chair, Council President, to Councilwoman Mims, every request that you send in an email do not mean that it's drafted and is ready for discussion. I spoke to Director Billy, because he's the director, and to instruct Hung Chow regarding your request to put in a draft to come in front of the committee to discuss. So that request came this week. Even that I know, hold on, Councilwoman, I have the emails. I got the emails with the day and time. When you spoke about it, it was in a meeting that we had here live. You could go to the tape that you mentioned that, but that don't mean that it was discussed in my committee from July now. So saying that, all those requests are going to be entertained at the committee meetings. Hung Chow had to submit his report. We haven't read his report. We haven't read his opinion. And based on his opinion, when he sit down in committee, the co-chair and Mr. Jackson that sit in the committee will also have the opportunity to listen to the opinion of Mr. Hang Chow. Now, my understanding, Madam BA, that Mr. William Rodriguez, Director of DPW, gave instruction and every request go through your office. That's true or not?
Who you asked to speak?
Yeah.
The question was addressed to who?
To Madam BA, yeah.
Madam BA?
Yes, Council President. Yes, Councilman Velez, only to track them. We're keeping them in a spreadsheet. So Araceli in my office is doing so.
Correct. So now is less a delay of moving forward. Madam Councilwoman at large, trust me, Councilman Luis Velez, true and real, has sit down in this committee for the longest, and everything that comes recommended by my colleagues, I will get the chance to support it 150%.
So
I don't play with the safety of the residents of Paterson, and I take seriously the recommendation of my colleagues.
Councilman, when are you going to discuss, if that's the case, when are you going to discuss the request?
The meetings for the committee, please have it in your mind, is always at the same day of the regular meeting at 12 noon.
So next Tuesday at 12?
Tuesday at 12 noon, the regular meeting.
Councilwoman Mims, you just stated next Tuesday at 12, they will discuss it in their committee.
Correct. And I will keep her informed. We have a good communication. I don't know why lately not, but we have good communication, and hopefully she will get the result before even the day is over and that Tuesday.
Thank you very much, Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. You know why, but thank you so much. I appreciate that. I will be on you too to make sure it gets done. Thank you. I appreciate that dialogue.
Thank you. Hold on a minute. So, can we move now to number 5? Actually, Councilman Jackson, you had your hand up? Go ahead. And Councilwoman Cotton, I'm sorry. Councilman Jackson.
Very quickly, 2 things, Council President. One, there was an item that was approved in committee that the traffic engineer neglected to put on. It's an item I spoke about maybe two months ago when Clinton and North 7th was approved. So it is a 4-way on Temple and North 9th where there was a very bad accident. The last thing is I want to address some of the concerns with regard to the recommendation of Mr. Hung Chow. You talked about it, and I had to get very personal with him today. I asked him, does he have children, and does his children live in the city? I have 2 families now, a woman who works at school 3, and her daughter was struck by a car on Van Houten Street, before Cianci. There's been multiple people struck by vehicles on that street. It's a large concern. And the issues are that Mr. Hung Chow's recommendations at many times don't coincide with the dangerous elements that the public is dealing with. So, just to address you with the comment that you talked about, how we used to take the recommendation of the traffic engineer, I think that the public is seeing a great deal of relief with these 4-way stops because these are intersections that the traffic is already out of control. And if you look at, the lack of enforcement and speeding, people riding around with motorcycles without helmets, all kinds of things is happening. So the 4-way stops are really adding, some aid because we obviously have not begun to provide the speed humps that residents are requesting, but it's a necessity. It is a necessity, and it is helping. I can tell you what, the residents on North 7th Street are extremely appreciative. It has stopped a great deal of those traffic incidents. It might be a little bit of an inconvenience, but it's worth saving a life. So I don't know, Council President, I was asked to reach out to the clerk to see if it could be added by title, but this item did make it out of committee. It was approved. It has been. The chairman also had it. So if you can make sure that it please gets added to the agenda by title.
So I have a question. So I don't understand why I didn't get to this workshop. Somebody must have dropped the ball then. Yeah, I'm sorry. We need to move things along. Could we finish the discussion on this item now, and could we continue with the next one, which is number 5? Madam Clerk, I have a question, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir.
Last time I was in a meeting,
Yes, sir.
I requested that any such request, we needed to see pictures of the area, and I don't have it here.
I don't see. I don't have it on my number 5.
See the photos to see, what the area looks like. Last time Councilman Velez submitted something, we said that going forward, we needed, we shouldn't have to Google during the meetings.
Yes, you're correct. I have a receipt attached. I put it in the request, Mr. President. Whenever we have these requests, it's done. So.
Council President, it was attached in the previous meeting to move it to the second. I guess this is a new package, and they forgot to attach it. I recall this is the property that do not have, it don't have sidewalks, and the construction is going to go through there, so they need to, by the Garrett Mountains, Dixon Avenue.
I remember that.
Correct.
Yeah, maybe she'll send the pictures at our next meeting, Council President. Is that the last item?
That's the last item.
I'll put it in concept. I'll put in the request, but there are only maps attached on here.
Right. Fine, Madam.
But I'll put it in the request again. Yes.
Got it. All right. So that
Move to close?
No.
So,
Wait a minute.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you, Council President. When, I think what's happening is that the city is changing, and I would say 5 years ago, 4 years ago, no, a lot of council members were not in support of four-way stops. I was in support of four-way stops back then, but now they kind of see it. I think that what's happening is that we just need to slow the traffic down. I mean, you can tell by just looking at the accidents that they're not driving 25 miles per hour because cars are being tore up, meaning that they're speeding like 40, 50 miles an hour in a 25-mile zone. So I'm for the four-way stops because, and I've gone to many cities where I'm stopping at every corner. I mean, and people may not think so, but I'm stopping at every. I've been in cities like that where you're stopping at almost every corner. So, if we got to slow traffic down. We just really got to slow it down some. So I just want to say that and also. As Councilman Velez know that you got some information back from Chung Hung Chow for some of the 3 items that I submitted. So you did get the message. So whenever you can get around to that, well, it got to go before committees anyhow. So, but I just want to make sure that all the members of the DPW committee did see the response back from our traffic engineer, Hung Chow. So thank you, Council.
I happen to agree with you, Councilwoman. We often say we got to do things a little differently.
Right.
We need a traffic engineer also to jump in and think the way we're thinking lately, because a good example is Trenton Avenue, right? I thought it would have been impossible for Trenton Avenue to have four-way stops. And ever since Councilman Abdulaziz brought up this initiative, I'm a resident and I travel that road every day. to go home.
Mhm.
And I think that's one of the best things that, we've done a lot of great things in the 6th Ward, but that has made me change my mind about us doing things a little differently when it comes to traffic. We know that the police here, what we're told is that they're very busy handling other items that are more urgent. But you know what? Stop signs are very important, and enforcing the laws are very important. And if we don't have, patrols around the area, we need to have something to slow down the traffic. And I think that was a great idea to have those on Trenton Avenue. So now I'm looking forward to having some on 8th Avenue also in the city. Councilman Velazquez.
Council President, this is not about traffic. I just got a question for the BA, and maybe Councilman Khan could help me out. Just very simple question, Madam BA. COVID testing, I know you guys rolled it out this week. How's it going?
I think it's going really well. I know there were some setup challenges, timing, those type of things. We are going to try to make some improvements with getting the word out about the location switches or where the locations are every day. I know the health department was having it on their website, and we want to try to be a little bit more proactive with that. I know Director Castillo has been working on that with her team.
So tomorrow is the 4th Ward, right?
Yes.
Yes. 4th Ward. Councilwoman Khan, do you know where you're testing tomorrow in the 4th Ward?
Yes, I do. Yeah, I was going to make my announcement. You know how I do.
All right. So the reason being I'm asking this, because I am on the city website, and you guys, I don't know why you don't update it weekly, right? The number that you're...
Whoa. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I normally don't do this, but we just had a long discussion about something that was advertised, and we were told that the website gets updated. Well, how often? We need to do it daily.
Well, it's 11. I don't think it should be daily.
It should.
Everyone should plan by their week, right? The county does their testing by the month. I understand you guys are trying to be strategic with the location. The whole week should be up of where the locations are. If I'm a resident, I'm on the city website right here. It's 11:41. Say, let me plan out my day. I want to go test tomorrow. It's open to any city resident. Let me go on. But no, it says Wednesday, October 7th, which is today, at Paterson Catholic. Then the constituents are going to call up. No, they're going to call the number that you guys put on your flyer. But guess what? No one answers that number. So I can call it now. I could call it in the morning. Even if I called someone in the health department. They said they don't get an answer either.
So what do they have for tomorrow?
Tomorrow it's at Paterson Catholic Old Building, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. and 498 East 30th Street, Food Universe Market. So, Madam BA.
No.
I would put the whole week up, right? Make your determination. Go to the drawing board. Say, all right, next week, this is the locations we're doing. And then you put the whole thing up for the whole week. And if there's any changes, you say this happens. But you can't do this to the residents. I brought this up yesterday to the health officer, thinking that something's going to be done today. I waited till about midnight. And I got this from my residents. I didn't even check. I still go to the county. I'm not gonna lie. I go to the county. I'm in and out. No drama. My residents go there. I forwarded my resident to the county. I'm not gonna lie. I said, no.
Councilman, to that point, we had a conversation. How do you want the residents to feel comfortable using the website, right? Instead of putting the burden on calling all the time and taking the time away from some of the employees that are probably, handling cash receipts and things of that nature, when they could just go online and get the information. But if the council members don't trust our website, what do you think that the regular resident is going to feel?
No, Council President, it's better than this. I reached out saying, hey, where's testing? One of my constituents needs to go to Puerto Rico. She needed a test to go, right? Because they need a test to go to Puerto Rico.
To the website?
So they sent me the website.
You see that?
Okay, easy. I clicked the website. It only had that day. So I wrote back, hey, it should be the whole week. And then I sent the flyer of another organization that showed you. I said, this is how it should be done. So, Madam BA.
I agree, Councilman.
From a logistics standpoint, if I were wrong, I'm not, but I would like to put a week. When I coached, I gave a weekly schedule to my athletes for their parents, for this, so they know. That's all I'm asking.
Agreed. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Codd.
No, he said that it's at Paterson Catholic tomorrow, Councilman Al.
That was today.
No, my understanding for the that was today. For the fourth ward, it's on Broadway and Summer Street by the BP gas station, and then from 10 to 2, and then 5 to 9 is by 10th Avenue and East 23rd Street.
No, I was just seeing if you knew.
And Councilman Flavio.
Do we have a motion to close?
No, not yet, Councilman Flavio.
Hold on a minute.
Wait a minute.
The agenda already.
Second. We got a motion and a second, Council President.
Madam Clerk, can you do a roll call?
I hope they don't stop me.
There's a motion on the floor by either Councilwoman Davila
Yes.
Second by me.
and a second by Councilman.
Madam Clerk.
Roll call to close the workshop session of October 7, 2020. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Yeah, so speaking of COVID testing, in the 6th Ward, we're every Saturday. Very convenient, very, many residents before work, after work. We have our testing on this Saturday at the South Paterson Library on the corner of Main and Montclair.
How you didn't know?
You will not see it on the website. I'm sorry, you will not see it on the flyer, but hopefully you will soon. But it is at Main and Montclair, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. this Saturday. I'm urging all residents in the 6th Ward. I want 500 residents to go out and test this week. I want to see how good our system is, if it's going to be ready, because we have to make sure that we're able to test mass amount of people. So please look out for my text messages. I'll see you there. I'm going to go get tested Saturday at the South Paterson Library. So please make sure you go there. 21st Ave residents, People's Park. I spoke about the new traffic pattern. Hopefully it's successful. I've stayed there. It looks like it's working good. The parking seems well. It actually felt calm. No beeping of horns, no double parking. People that were having dinner. It was a smooth traffic plan. You felt calm while you're in that area. It made the area look nicer. I would urge the city, if this is successful, this is something we need to look at. New York City has the same thing. We always say we're the second most dense populated city behind New York City. This may be a way to be smart and strategic planning and make a grid where the traffic flow is good. So hopefully it's successful. I have some other plans down for South Paterson area for parking. You guys know me, my residents, I don't stop. I like to get things done. People call me an overachiever, a grasshopper, whatever it is. We're already moving on to our next project. So council colleagues, thanks again for your support on that. I appreciate it. It was a heavy push, but the residents were happy. Even Councilman Velez, who likes to frequent 21st Ave, thinking it's a part of the 5th Ward, said the business owners are very happy and the residents are happy in that area. So everyone have a good night. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Chahardy.
Yes, I want to just take this opportunity to say thank you to the council members that came to our medical fair that we did on Saturday. We were able to test a great amount of individuals. Thank you as well for those that participated on Tuesday when we had the mobile health clinic site on Union Ave. Foot traffic, it was very easy for everyone to use. I do want to also commend Councilman Al for 21st Ave. I drove by there. It was awesome during work. I think my colleague and I were going to go there tomorrow for Noches to try it on and really enjoy the parking. So hopefully we'll be able to replicate that throughout the city, including Union Ave. Thank you again to Madam Clerk, the council's office, including Ryan, the IT department. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes, thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to remind you again that the COVID testing, which will be in all 6 of the wards from Monday through Saturday. Tomorrow's the 4th day, which will be in the 4th ward, and it's going to be at Broadway and Summer Street from 10 to 2 by the BP gas station. Then it moves from 5 to 9 to 10th Avenue and East 23rd Street by John Jack's restaurant over that way on 10th Avenue. Also, I just want to remind everyone at home that the census have been extended now to October 31st. And please, if you know someone that has not completed their census, it's so important that we get to the numbers that we need to get to. and also that I'm going to be partnershiping with the census again. We did a census at the McDonald's the 18th, where our good business partner, Alicia Harrison of the McDonald's on Madison Avenue and Broadway, will be helping out again with Happy Meals for children who come, for parents who bring their children to do the census. Please, if you have not done it, please continue to spread the word that we need for you to fill out the census. We need to get to the numbers that we need. Also remind you, to my residents in Paterson, 4th Ward, you should probably maybe receive your ballot in the mail today. I believe that they started mailing them on Monday. But please, once you get the ballots, please fill them out. They have a drop box behind 401 Grand Street, which is on Clark Street. Please, this is a very important election for our city, for our country, to do the right thing. I'll put it that way. I guess with, I can say that the government, with the COVID funding that they have been sending down, we still haven't gotten our funds yet for the city of Paterson. Hopefully after we vote next week that we will be getting our first round of funding. The federal government has another round coming out. It's the 3rd round of funding that they're going to be coming out with, and they're going to help people with back rent. There's so many little different things with food that they're going to be helping the community with. And I got to say that once we vote next week, we should hopefully get our money as soon as possible. But to all you Pattersonians out there, my Paterson resident, I want you to have a blessed night. Please don't forget your ballots coming out. It's so important. I wish I could have been able here to see Kamala Harris spank Vice President Pinch, which I hope my son taped it for me. So anyhow, you all have a great evening, Pattersonians. God bless you all. Stay safe. If you can help someone, please do so, because there's so much need that is out there. Madam Clerk, and I want to thank you too for all you do. IT guys, these guys are working so hard. Mr. Ming, Nancy Greer, you're taping 4 or 5 meetings a week. It's so difficult, and I know it is. And I want to say I truly appreciate you all being here like that every day. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, Al's laughing, but Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Love my council members.
Okay, Councilwoman Davila.
Good night, council members.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. A few years ago, when the former zoning officer, who was a licensed architect, licensed engineer, certified planner, certified zoning officer, was passed over for a non-resident who was uncertified, uncredentialed, never once did he call me or did I call him. In fact, after hearing about my support on the council meeting, he reached out just to say thank you. But it wasn't something that was planned. In fact, he was a supporter of this current mayor and this administration, and he was wrongfully treated and was since then forced into retirement. I say that because each and every night when I come here advocating for people, it's not because I get phone calls from anyone, and it's not because I have favorites. It's because I'm targeting the wrongdoings, and I'm actually stating the poor treatment that is being disseminated within, this municipal government that's ultimately going to cost this community, these taxpayers, a great deal of money. We just recently saw that with the affirmative action position. We recently have a lawsuit that's been filed by the head of community improvements. There's been a number of different lawsuits that's been filed that the taxpayers are going to have to pay for because poor decisions are being made. So I stand here, as I do each and every night, as a concerned resident, of course, but as an advocate for those disenfranchised and mistreated people. But I also stand here as an accountable representative of the council who is tasked with holding the administration accountable. And I'm hoping that the rest of my council colleagues will take that firm position as well, because ultimately, when the public is left with the price tag, it is both the administration and the council that is responsible for the injustice. So I'll remain diligent, Councilman, Council President. You may grow weary or grow tired of my consistency, but I will not tire. I will continue to sit here each and every night, and I'll ask those tough questions until they're answered. And the fact that there's a deafening silence should tell the public exactly what's going on. When the administration, and particularly the BA, refuses to answer questions, people, we are public servants. This is a public position, and the municipal government is not ran like a private entity. The people are entitled to certain protections, and that civil service protection is very clear. And when that protection is violated, what happens is the entire community is put at risk because we pay the price for that negligence. So with that being said, just as a measure of opposition, because, I'm not in favor of this kind of treatment. As long as it's going on without a level of accountability, just as a show of my lack of support for it, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir.
No.
I didn't hear you, Councilman.
Should I repeat everything I just said?
No. Just hear your vote. I lost you right there. I couldn't hear you.
So, as a lack of being as a measure of being consistent, and to show my displeasure with the treatment that's being delegated to those people who work hard for our community for years and decades, Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims.
So first of all, I want to give my heartfelt condolences out to anyone that has lost a loved one, whether it's through COVID, sickness, and those families that are grieving, and also for all the people that are sick and not feeling well. Special prayer out for Councilwoman Vera Ames. I also want to celebrate and say happy birthday to my nieces who were born on the exact same day as we were celebrating one of my nieces with a happy birthday cake. I had to run to the hospital to deliver my other niece at the hospital. So they are 17 and 14. So shout out to my amazing, smart, and beautiful nieces. I'm sure if they're not watching, they'll watch it later. So I want to shout them out. Many things have been said about the testing that's going on all throughout every ward of the city. Make sure you proactively get tested. Do a lot of vitamin C. Make sure you're exercising, doing your due diligence. I just want to go back on the record to 3rd Ward, East 26th and 7th Ave is moving forward. I'm excited. You heard it here live tonight that we should be hearing something soon, and it will be on the agenda, as well as East 33rd and 18th Ave, 3rd Ward as well is another item that we're looking for both of those locations for 4-way stops. Also, I just want to mention this Saturday, Delwana Miller, who is the founder and CEO of I Am My Sisters, is having an event at Eastside Park. It's from 12 to 4 for a donation of $25. If you're not able to attend, sponsor a mom. This organization is for women who have dealt with the loss of their children due to senseless gun violence. So let's keep praying for these moms, these families who have lost loved ones to the senseless gun violence. Paterson, by this Friday, everyone should have their ballots, Friday or Saturday. Please fill it out completely. On my Facebook page, I have step-by-step instructions on how to fill it out. bubble it in, bubble, 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 right next to the name of your choice. Don't tear the flap, fill it out completely, put the small envelope in the big envelope, seal it, and mail it back. Don't let nobody touch it, don't let nobody do anything with it, because it is illegal. So make sure you follow and do your due diligence and make sure you vote. In Paterson, in the history of our last voting cycle, we have approximately 84,000 registered voters and only 30,000 people voted. Let's kill the numbers this time. Let's do better. 50,000, 70,000, everybody voting. We need everybody out to vote. Census, you need to be counted. My2020census.gov. It has been extended to October 31st. Make sure you're asking the question every day. Have you been counted? It's private, it's confidential. No one will get your information. No one will do anything against you with it because you're completing the census form. So make sure you do that. There's so many great things happening in the great city of Paterson. I have put out an initiative. It's called Take Pride in My Community Initiative. And what that is for is to help clean up the city. So the charge is, number one, to clean up in front of your properties, to make sure any trash, anything, pick it up, put it in the trash. Also hold your neighbors accountable. If you see trash in front of their homes, hold them accountable, call them, knock on their door. Third, work with your neighbors to maintain cleanliness of the streets, to make sure your block represents the entire neighborhood. Number four, see something, say something. If you witness anyone littering, dumping trash, report the violation to DPW at 973-321-1488. Take Pride in Our Community Initiative. It's out circulating on social media. It will be going out to my Team Mims blast, as well as all of my contacts, so you will have it within the next 48 hours. Please, I beg of you, let's keep Paterson clean. Let's keep doing great things for this city. It is the best city on this side of heaven. I know, because I've lived here for almost 51 years. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes. God bless you and good night.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Velez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. First of all, I just want to tell all my colleagues, you have heard me today regarding your requests in the of your stop sign or four-way stop sign, three-way stop sign, whatever you have requested through Hong Chow, the traffic engineering, is going to make committee, and we're going to do the fair decision to move your concern, the community concern, forward. Somebody said that, I think it was Ruby Cotton, that there was in the past councilmen that would not agree with stop sign, and I know she's going to agree with me with this one. Tom Rooney was not a good friend with stop signs. And I recall I used to live in Michigan and Wabash Avenue, and I came to the council 16 years ago, and I say we need a four-way stop sign, Michigan and Wabash, and he didn't want it. And I had to do a traffic study. I had to do a lot of stuff to get those stop signs up there in Michigan and Wabash. I think Al Delazie was not born yet, but our city had turned into a heavily traffic road. There's a lot of people with a different culture of driving, and this stop sign are beneficial. And let me tell you a secret about stop sign. You know, when a insurance company is going to make an assessment of how they're going to overwrite your policy, they're going to look at how many safety precaution has the city. If the city has stop sign, if the city has a crosswalk painted and all that stuff, they're going to look into that, and they're going to see if there's a big liability, and that's how they increase sometimes the insurance policies in the town that you live. Everybody had mentioned the COVID tests. My COVID tests had a blessed extra day today because East 30th and 18th Avenue is the 5th Ward. And they came an extra day. That's a good thing. But the 2 next days for Friday will be in front of Roberto Clemente Park and also in the corner of Madison Avenue and Market Street by the Paterson Community Educational Center, where they have there as a family resource center. Madison Avenue. So those two areas are good. A lot of pedestrian, a lot of people that walk through there, and I know that probably the numbers are going to be high in uses of the COVID test in that program. I'll be reading some comments on YouTube. Listen, that don't bother me, but some people had to have some fact checks, especially when they making comments of the way I speak, my language, or my trouble pronunciation of some words. Some people have to have knowledge where I came from, what happened to me, and instead of making bully comments in that website, they should fact check themselves. Even about me, God knows what I do. But I take note of those comments. I wish some people don't hide behind a page and come to my office and sit down with me and have a conversation how to move the city forward. And I have open door policy in my office. Anybody could come and speak to me, and we could get things moving forward. Last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, everybody have mentioned the vote by mail. I have to say something regarding this to the residents of the second ward and the third ward. You know, read the platforms, read the lips, read their actions, look at what they have done and what they have not done. Look at the real facts and the truth of what they bring into the city. You know, a lot of people have credited themselves for things that not even them that they did it. You know, it was past administration, it was past people, it was past councilmen. You know, there's some people have credited themselves of things that have done in the city, and it's come from nonprofit organization. And there's a lot of things that people had to do a check on those promises, on those platforms. And then the second ward resident and the third ward residents, please be smart and wise who you want to bring as your next council member of the city of Paterson. In the second ward, also in the third ward. But be wise. Read the articles that you have read out there. Get the right information and make your right decision. The second and third ward, and I wish them luck to all the candidates. And you know, and the election are on. But please respect each one's signs. Please respect each one's view. You know, it's getting dirty out there, but please, if you don't have nothing to offer, please don't try to create lies and try to convince in a different way. But the rest of the second, third ward, make your right decision on your election. On the presidential election, everybody knows where to go on that. So I don't have to say nothing about that. And please, watch your mailbox, you know, look into it, you know, make sure your cameras are on. I have reports that people of the Fifth Ward have been called to vote on the Third Ward election. And I said, well, I don't know how that could happen, but hey, they're getting the calls. So just be mindful, you know, let's do a fair election and bring the person that really is going to make the difference in the city of Paterson and to move it forward. This next Friday, okay, there will be a televised forum, candidate forum on Channel 32 and Channel 77 at 1 o'clock. Is going to be the second ward, and then the third ward is going to be air at the 3 o'clock. And then it's going to be live, and then up to the election is going to be repeated in Channel 32 and Channel 77. So stay tuned, get the fact from there, and then from there, if you have your ballot on your desk, do your choice right away and send that vote right away. Last but not least, next, I believe the 13th is a Wednesday or Tuesday, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's, let me check my calendar. Next week is next Tuesday, right? Next Tuesday, the 13th, there's going to be a grand opening, press conference, a street smart program is coming to Paterson. This Street Smart is in conjunction with Easy Ride and New Jersey and Transit and New Jersey Transportation. It's going to be a kickoff of pedestrian safety, and it's going to be in the corner of Memorial Drive and Broadway that have had 18 fatalities in regarding pedestrian. And are we going to be there? The administration is going to be there. So if you receive the email invitation of the press conference, please come down to the press conference. It's going to 12 noon, Council President. We decide 12 noon just to give you the opportunity to come and make your remarks at that press conference. Everybody knows what my family and I went through when we lost our kid as a pedestrian in Newark. So anything that is safety, pedestrian, crosswalk, speeding, for me is a must. So I hope you guys feel identified that my passion to safety, and that's why I say, Councilwoman Lisa Mins, that I will take seriously every request that comes through committee in DPW. I'm going to take it seriously, because it's not the same thing talking about things and going through the experience of losing a life in such a cruel situation as a pedestrian. So thank you, Council President. Thank you for not muting me and closing me down. Director, no hard feelings. Thank you for your communication today. I'm quite well satisfied of everything that was spoken today. That's what we want to hear. There was only one question that the administration needs to answer, and I will do it now. And if you want to send me the email and where we at on that, is where we at with the police contract that will save money to the city of Paterson. And I believe that the police department have put in place some measure to save money to the city of Paterson. Where are the contracts, and how we moving forward in those contracts? So that's my last request. Thank you, Council President, and have a good night, everyone. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. President. Mr. President.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was muted.
Okay.
I said that was over 11 minutes. Unbelievable. I understand we need to communicate with the public, but is it necessary to use 10, 11 minutes for closing remarks? Come on. I would like to tell the public that, I think this was a good meeting. We often talk about working together, not just as a body, but also working with the administration. But I noticed that, I've been councilman for 3 months, and I think I've been president for 3 months, and I think I'm even getting blamed when it rains outside. I don't know if things have changed so much in 3 months in the city that oftentimes there's a council member that often say, well, president, well, never called out the president the previous 2 years. So I guess things were great in the previous 2 years in the city. I just want to let the residents know that, some of the comments were valid, but it's just simple. Listen, the council president just basically controls the agenda to an extent. Those who know me, I have not been like other council presidents where they actually took that literally, that they control the agenda. Basically, it goes through a committee, That's the process. The administration submits their proposals to a committee. Committees are made up of 3 or 4 people. It gets discussed in those committees. Now, if those council members decide that it should move to a workshop meeting such as the one we had tonight, then it gets discussed there as, as a body. Now, if any council members feel that any of these things that are being proposed are bad for the city, then their job is to convince their colleagues by stating why it's a bad idea to even entertain a discussion on those items. Remember, it goes through committee already, through 4 people. Now we discuss it today. Now, as a body, we decide if it gets moved to the next meeting for a vote. So it is just amazing how some council members have a tendency to misinform, the residents of Paterson. That's what a council president is. I basically just run the meeting, manage the meeting. I decide on who goes on those committees, and so on. I don't have to give a thorough description of what the function is, but it's just, all this misinformation is I don't appreciate. But I'm actually flattered that, they think so highly of me, whoever just continues to call on me, that everything that's happening is because of me. And I gotta laugh because I guess things was great in the past. In all the years those council members were here, things have been great. I know there were complaints about police response. I guess before I became president, the police response was great. There was no crime in the city. Things was just great. DPW was great. Garbage was being picked up. The city was cleaner than it has ever been. There was no tax increases in those years. I guess the MOU in the past didn't specify that we had to, by law, as part of the agreement that we have, that the levy needed to be increased by 2%. It's just amazing. I would love to continue, but it's really late. I could go all day with this. I'm actually enjoying it. That I often get often get singled out by my colleague. I gotta say my colleague because there's only one, Councilman Jackson, always calling my name, holding me accountable. Well, Councilman, you know what? We're a body of 9. We're a body of 9. So if you don't have, if you're not able to present a good case to remove some of the items that you feel that are not good for the city, then you're failing. Because when I feel that an item is bad and I speak on it, you know what? Some of my colleagues listen and they vote no on those items when I make my statement. So don't point the finger at me. I appreciate, what you bring to the table, but you could continue to, point your finger at me and that's fine, but let's tell the truth to the residents of what actually goes on. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, before I announce the vote, I just have a quick remark. Just to remind the public, those who are not registered to vote for this election, the deadline is next Tuesday, the 13th of October, and the city clerk's office will be open until 9 p.m. to accept any applications anyone wants to submit for voters registration. Thank you. The vote is 7 in favor, 1 against. Let the record reflect that the 3rd ward is vacant. Therefore, the workshop session of October 7, 2020 is hereby adjourned. And good night, everyone. Thank you very much.